Bill Kaysing, born William Charles Kaysing on July 31, 1922, in Chicago, Illinois, emerged as the seminal figure behind one of the most enduring conspiracy theories of the modern age. The claim that the Apollo moon landings were elaborate hoaxes orchestrated by NASA and the United States government. His journey from technical writer to conspiracy theorist represented a remarkable transformation that would influence popular culture, scientific discourse, and public skepticism for decades to come. Understanding Kaysing's origins, motivations, and personal philosophy provides essential context for comprehending how his controversial claims took root and flourished in the American consciousness. Kaysing's early childhood was marked by significant upheaval and loss. While still a young boy, his family relocated from Chicago to South Pasadena, California, where he would spend his formative years. The death of his father when Kaysing was just 9 years old profoundly affected the young boy's development and worldview. This traumatic loss forced Kaysing to seek solace and meaning outside traditional family structures, leading him to spend countless hours at San Pedro Harbor, where he formed friendships with boat owners and sailors. These relationships introduced him to the maritime world, teaching him about boating, navigation, and sea life, while cultivating a spirit of independence and self-reliance that would characterize his entire adult life. The lessons learned at the harbor went far beyond nautical skills. Kaysing absorbed a philosophy of questioning authority, thinking independently, and rejecting conventional wisdom from those who lived on the margins of mainstream society. These early influences planted seeds of skepticism toward established institutions and official narratives that would later manifest in his challenges to NASA and the federal government. The harbor became Kaysing's classroom, teaching him that truth could be found outside official channels and that unconventional perspectives often revealed insights hidden from those who blindly accepted authority. Kaysing's military service during World War II represented another formative chapter in his development. Joining the United States Navy in the 1940s, he served initially as a midshipman before advancing through the ranks. His naval experience included attendance at Officers' Training School, which subsequently led to his enrollment at the University of Southern California. The discipline, hierarchy, and technological exposure provided by military service gave Kaysing unique insights into how large governmental organizations operated, including their capacity for secrecy, propaganda, and the manipulation of information. Though the war ended before he completed his university education, the experience left lasting impressions about the relationship between government institutions and truth. After completing his education at USC, Kaysing married Carol M. de Ridder, a ceramic artist, and the couple settled in Manhattan Beach, California, where their first daughter, Wendy Lynn, was born in 1949. Kaysing initially worked as a furniture maker in nearby Santa Monica, demonstrating the hands-on craftsmanship and practical skills he valued throughout his life. The family later moved to Topanga Canyon when their second daughter, Jill Elizabeth, was born, establishing roots in a community known for its artistic, countercultural, and nonconformist residents. This environment perfectly suited Kaysing's evolving philosophy of questioning mainstream values and pursuing alternative lifestyles. The most consequential period of Kaysing's professional life began on February 13, 1956, when he started work as a senior technical writer at Rocketdyne, a division of North American Aviation that served as one of NASA's primary rocket engine suppliers. Rocketdyne was instrumental in developing the liquid-fueled rocket engines that would power America's space program, including the mighty Saturn V that would allegedly carry astronauts to the moon. Kaysing's position evolved over his 7-year tenure at the company. He became a service analyst on September 24, 1956, advanced to service engineer on September 15, 1958, and finally served as publications analyst beginning October 10, 1962. From 1956 to 1963, Kaysing also held the position of head of technical publications for Rocketdyne, where Saturn V rocket engines were designed and built. This role placed him at the intersection of engineering, documentation, and public communication. As a technical writer, and later as head of publications, Kaysing was responsible for interpreting highly complex technical data concerning liquid rocket propellants and translating it into language comprehensible to non-specialists, particularly for the purpose of securing government funding for continued research and development. This work gave him exposure to internal documents pertaining to the Mercury, Gemini, Atlas, and early Apollo programs. It was during his Rocketdyne tenure that Kaysing developed the core convictions that would later fuel his conspiracy theories. He claimed that conversations with Rocketdyne scientists and engineers revealed fundamental technological limitations that made a successful moon mission impossible with existing technology. According to Kaysing's later accounts, these scientists expressed confidence that the technology existed to perhaps send a crewed rocket to the moon, but serious doubts remained about whether the technology had been developed to return astronauts safely to Earth. The engineers allegedly discussed the very real problem of traveling through atmospheric radiation, particularly the Van Allen radiation belts, without causing harm to astronauts, describing this as a problem that had yet to be solved. Unknown to many people for many years, several rocket engine tests at Rocketdyne's Santa Susana testing site resulted in nuclear meltdowns as dangerous as the infamous Chernobyl disaster, only recently addressed through a class action lawsuit that took decades to settle due to the serious health effects of these accidents. This culture of secrecy and the concealment of catastrophic failures reinforced Kaysing's suspicions about what the government and aerospace contractors were willing to hide from the public. If Rocketdyne could suppress information about nuclear meltdowns that threatened public health, what else might NASA and its contractors conceal to protect the space program's image? Kaysing resigned from Rocketdyne on May 31, 1963, for personal reasons, departing before the Apollo program had even launched its first crewed Earth orbital mission. This timing is significant because Kaysing left the aerospace industry 6 years before the Apollo 11 landing, meaning his direct knowledge of Apollo's technological development was limited to the program's earliest conceptual phases. Nevertheless, his experiences at Rocketdyne had already planted deep seeds of doubt. Even before July 1969, he had developed what he described as a hunch, an intuition, a true conviction that no one was actually going to the moon. Following his departure from Rocketdyne, Kaysing underwent a dramatic lifestyle transformation. He sold his home and became a freelance writer, traveler, and advocate for unconventional living. This decision reflected his commitment to living outside the constraints that governed most of society, embracing freedom over financial security and adventure over conformity. Kaysing met Ruth Cole Kaysing, a former legal secretary who became his new wife, muse, and editor. Together, they embarked on research projects that combined Kaysing's writing skills with his passion for exploration and alternative lifestyles. Their collaborative works included Great Hot Springs of the West, published in 1969, which documented their first-hand research traveling throughout Western states to catalog both natural and developed hot springs. This was followed by The First-Time Farmer's Guide, published by Straight Arrow Books, a division of Rolling Stone magazine, which became an instant hit among both young people and older Americans swept up in the popular back-to-the-land movement of the era. The book's success demonstrated Kaysing's ability to tap into countercultural currents and provide practical guidance for those seeking to escape mainstream American life. Research for these books led Kaysing to relocate to West Point, California, situated in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Dubbing himself the fastest pen in the West, Kaysing became extraordinarily prolific, penning numerous books including How to Live in the New America, The Robin Hood Handbook, and Freedom Afloat, along with hundreds of articles on diverse subjects ranging from building small granny houses to motorcycle safety. His writing appeared in publications such as the Mother Earth News, reaching audiences hungry for alternatives to conventional American lifestyles. Kaysing also founded a newspaper called The Better World News, which espoused his personal philosophy of living life to the fullest through healthy eating, preventative medicine, and encouraging people to experience their dreams before age made such adventures impossible. Bill himself embraced life as a fun adventure, frequently quoting his favorite maxim, "It's my life, I live it, I love it, criticism be damned." This defiant individualism characterized every aspect of his existence, from his rejection of conventional employment to his willingness to challenge one of America's greatest claimed achievements. Kaysing's literary influences included Marcus Aurelius as his favorite philosopher, while his writing style drew inspiration from Jack London, Mark Twain, Thomas Paine, Shakespeare, and the teachings of Jesus. These diverse influences shaped his populist, accessible prose and his commitment to challenging established powers on behalf of common people. Inspired by these principles, he wrote and freely distributed a booklet entitled Homes for the Homeless, reflecting his advocacy for marginalized populations. Throughout his life, Kaysing was a strong advocate for the homeless and impoverished, regularly giving his time, money, food, and other goods to those in need. He was often successful in securing housing for homeless individuals, including finding old or abandoned boats, refurbishing them, and donating them to people without shelter. After working for Rocketdyne, Kaysing became what some called a whistleblower regarding the Apollo space program, though others characterized him simply as a conspiracy theorist with no credible evidence. He completely changed his lifestyle to become a nonconformist and began living in ways that many freethinkers might envy, existing outside the societal constraints that governed most Americans. His battles extended beyond NASA to include confrontations with the IRS and FBI, helping homeless people, advocating for food quality and pricing reform, and investigating suspicious deaths, such as that of astronaut Jim Irwin. Kaysing positioned himself as a fighter against what he termed corporate imperatives, viewing himself as a voice for truth in a society dominated by powerful institutions with vested interests in deception. The culmination of Kaysing's moon landing skepticism came with the publication of his seminal work, We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion Swindle. The book was initially self-published in 1974, though some sources cite 1976, and was later republished by Health Research Books in 2002, introducing his theories to a new generation. The book laid comprehensive groundwork for conspiracy theories, claiming the moon landings were staged, arguing that the United States lacked the technology to safely send humans to the moon and return them. Kaysing argued that one did not need an engineering or science degree to determine that a hoax was being perpetrated, positioning his theories as accessible to common people rather than requiring specialized expertise to evaluate. Key points from his book included claims that the technology of the 1960s was insufficient for a moon landing, assertions that photos and videos from the lunar surface were actually staged on Earth, and allegations that NASA manipulated public perception to maintain the myth of successful moon landings. Kaysing's theories gained significant traction in the counterculture of the 1970s, appealing to those already suspicious of government actions and official narratives following the Vietnam War, Watergate scandal, and other revelations of governmental deception. In a revised theory presented in the Fox television documentary Conspiracy Theory, Did We Land on the Moon?, broadcast in 2001, Kaysing elaborated his claims, stating that astronauts were indeed launched with the Saturn V rocket, but then simply orbited Earth for 8 days, while NASA showed fake pictures of astronauts on the moon to television audiences. On the 8th day, according to this theory, the command module separated from the vehicle and descended to Earth as shown in broadcast films, completing the illusion of a successful lunar mission. Kaysing's appearance in numerous documentaries and television programs, including A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, The Truth Behind the Moon Landings, and What Happened on the Moon, an investigation into Apollo, kept his theories in public circulation. His willingness to repeatedly articulate his claims in various media formats ensured that moon landing skepticism remained a viable alternative narrative for those inclined toward conspiracy theories. Bill Kaysing died on April 21, 2005, at the age of 82, having spent the final 3 decades of his life as the most prominent advocate for moon landing conspiracy theories. His legacy extends far beyond his own writings, having inspired countless books, documentaries, internet forums, and continuing debates about the authenticity of Apollo missions. While mainstream scientists, historians, and the vast majority of experts dismiss his claims as thoroughly debunked pseudoscience, Kaysing succeeded in planting seeds of doubt that continue to grow in certain segments of the population. His life story demonstrates how personal experience, philosophical orientation, and willingness to challenge authority can combine to create enduring alternative narratives that persist despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Chapter 2: America's Race to the Moon, Historic Context. The Apollo moon landings cannot be understood outside the dramatic historical context of the Cold War, a period of intense geopolitical rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union that shaped global politics, military strategy, and technological development throughout the latter half of the 20th century. The space race emerged as one of the Cold War's most visible and symbolically significant battlegrounds, transforming outer space into an arena for demonstrating ideological superiority, technological prowess, and national prestige. Understanding this historical backdrop is essential for appreciating both the genuine achievement of the Apollo program and why conspiracy theories, like those proposed by Bill Kaysing, found fertile ground in American culture. The launch of Sputnik 1 by the Soviet Union on October 4, 1957, represented a watershed moment that fundamentally altered American perceptions of national security, technological capability, and global standing. This small metallic sphere, measuring just 23 inches in diameter and weighing approximately 183 pounds, became the first artificial satellite to orbit Earth, circling the planet every 96 minutes while emitting radio signals that could be detected by amateur radio enthusiasts worldwide. The achievement stunned American political leaders, military strategists, and the general public, who had assumed that the United States maintained clear technological superiority over the communist Soviet Union. The psychological impact of Sputnik extended far beyond its actual technological significance. Americans suddenly confronted the unsettling reality that Soviet rockets capable of placing satellites in orbit could also deliver nuclear warheads to American cities. This realization shrank Earth metaphorically, making Americans understand that their national security was fundamentally at risk. If the Soviets could launch a satellite, they certainly possessed the capability to send weapons across continents, potentially striking the American homeland without warning. This crisis of confidence became known as the Sputnik crisis, sparking urgent calls for massive investments in science education, military technology, and space exploration. The Sputnik launch exacerbated the already intense arms race between the two superpowers. Soviet ability to place objects in orbit suggested they had mastered intercontinental ballistic missile technology, prompting both nations to accelerate development of ICBMs capable of delivering nuclear payloads across vast distances. Politically, this situation led to new defense strategies in the United States, including the concept of mutually assured destruction, which held that full-scale use of nuclear weapons by either side would result in the complete annihilation of both nations. This doctrine of deterrence, through the promise of total destruction, became the grim foundation of nuclear strategy for decades. American political leaders responded to Sputnik with alarm and determination. Senator Lyndon B. Johnson of Texas, who would later become president following John F. Kennedy's assassination, emerged as one of the most forceful advocates for matching and surpassing Soviet space achievements. Johnson recognized that the space race represented far more than a technological competition. It symbolized the broader ideological struggle between democratic capitalism and communist authoritarianism. Falling behind in space meant appearing weak, backward, and inferior in the eyes of the world, potentially encouraging nations across Africa, Asia, and Latin America to align with the Soviet bloc rather than the Western alliance. The creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in 1958 represented America's institutional response to the Sputnik challenge. NASA consolidated various government space research efforts under a single civilian agency, signaling that space exploration would serve national prestige and scientific advancement rather than purely military purposes. However, the distinction between civilian and military space programs remained somewhat artificial, as many technologies, personnel, and objectives overlapped between NASA and the Department of Defense. The space race combined genuine scientific curiosity with hard-headed strategic calculations about international power dynamics. The early years of the space race proved frustrating for American leaders and the public. The Soviet Union consistently achieved space firsts that seemed to demonstrate technological superiority. Following Sputnik 1, the Soviets launched Sputnik 2 in November 1957, carrying a dog named Laika into orbit as the first living creature in space. In April 1961, Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human to orbit Earth, achieving yet another milestone that seemed to prove communist technological supremacy. Each Soviet achievement generated newspaper headlines around the world, providing the USSR with enormous propaganda victories and forcing American officials to explain why the world's wealthiest nation kept finishing second. President John F. Kennedy, inaugurated in January 1961, inherited a space program that lagged behind Soviet achievements despite massive investments. Kennedy faced intense pressure to demonstrate American resolve and capability, particularly after the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba in April 1961 further damaged American prestige. Kennedy needed a dramatic gesture that would capture public imagination, restore American confidence, and shift the narrative of the Cold War competition. After consulting with NASA officials and advisors, Kennedy made the bold decision to commit America to achieving a lunar landing before the end of the decade. Kennedy's famous speech at Rice University in Houston, Texas, on September 12, 1962, became one of the defining moments of the space race and the Cold War era. Before a large crowd at Rice Stadium during a two-day tour of space facilities across the country, Kennedy reaffirmed the moon landing goal he had first proposed to Congress in May 1961. The speech addressed skeptics who doubted whether the massive investment and effort required for a moon landing made sense, with Kennedy asking rhetorical questions, but why some say the moon, why choose this as our goal, and they may well ask why climb the highest mountain, why 35 years ago fly the Atlantic. In an impromptu addition not included in the original prepared text, Kennedy added his own penciled-in question, "Why does Rice play Texas?" referring to the football rivalry between Rice University and the University of Texas. This line drew enormous cheering that nearly drowned out his next point, perhaps the most often remembered line of the entire speech. "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard." This eloquent framing transformed the moon landing from a strategic Cold War maneuver into a test of national character and human ambition, appealing to Americans' self-image as pioneers willing to tackle seemingly impossible challenges. Kennedy's speech successfully reframed the space race narrative. Rather than defensively responding to Soviet achievements, America would set an audacious goal that required sustained technological development, enormous financial investment, and years of dedicated effort. The moon landing became a national project that united political parties, mobilized scientific communities, and captured public imagination. In the 16 months between Kennedy's initial congressional address in May 1961 and his Rice University speech, NASA had made rapid and significant progress toward achieving the lunar landing goal, demonstrating that the objective, while extraordinarily difficult, was potentially achievable. The space race intensified throughout the 1960s as both nations pursued increasingly ambitious missions. The United States conducted the Mercury program, which successfully placed American astronauts in orbit, followed by the Gemini program, which developed crucial capabilities including spacewalking, orbital rendezvous, and docking procedures essential for eventual moon missions. Each program built upon lessons learned from previous flights, gradually developing the technologies, procedures, and confidence necessary for lunar exploration. The Gemini missions particularly proved critical as they demonstrated that astronauts could survive extended periods in space and that spacecraft could successfully rendezvous and dock, capabilities absolutely essential for the planned lunar landing approach. The Apollo program represented the culmination of these developmental efforts. The program suffered a devastating setback on January 27, 1967, when a cabin fire during a launch rehearsal test killed astronauts Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee aboard Apollo 1. This tragedy forced a comprehensive review of spacecraft design, safety procedures, and program management, delaying the moon landing timetable but ultimately producing a safer, more reliable spacecraft. The accident demonstrated the genuine dangers of space exploration and the very real possibility that the moon landing goal might not be achievable within Kennedy's deadline. The turning point came with Apollo 8 in December 1968, a mission of extraordinary daring that fundamentally shifted momentum in the space race. Launched on December 21, 1968, at 7:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from Launch Pad 39A using Saturn V rocket AS-503, Apollo 8 became the first crewed spacecraft to leave Earth orbit, travel to the Moon, orbit it, and return safely. Astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and William Anders became the first humans to break free of Earth's gravitational influence, lose sight of their home planet, and gaze upon the lunar far side that had remained hidden from human eyes throughout all of history. On the morning of December 21, 1968, Borman, Lovell, and Anders blasted off from Kennedy Space Center aboard the mighty Saturn V. After the vehicle was released, the noise in the cockpit got very loud, Borman recalled later. Effective crew communication was impossible. The last call that I heard was a faint tower clear call by the launch operations manager. Despite the overwhelming noise, the crew reported a smooth flight, and just 12 minutes later, Apollo 8 was safely orbiting Earth. During the second orbit, the rocket's third stage ignited again, blasting humans out of Earth orbit and toward the Moon for the very first time in history. On December 24th, the crew passed behind the Moon and fired the service module's engines for 4 minutes, injecting Apollo 8 into lunar orbit. Another burn at the end of the second orbit placed the spacecraft into a circular orbit approximately 113 kilometers above the lunar surface. The mission orbited the Moon at an altitude of 118.82 miles with an inclination of 32.509 degrees, completing 10 revolutions over 20 hours around the lunar surface. During the fourth orbit, as the crew rolled their spacecraft to take panoramic photographs of the surface, including potential landing sites for future missions, Anders noticed Earth rising above the lunar horizon. "Oh my God, look at that picture over there," Anders exclaimed. "Here's the Earth coming up. Wow, is that pretty?" Anders snapped a monochrome picture of the Earthrise while Lovell scrambled for a color film magazine. Anders then took 2 more color shots, the first of which became one of the most famous and influential images of all time. The Earthrise photograph profoundly shifted human perspective, showing our planet as a fragile blue marble suspended in the black void of space, fostering environmental consciousness and global awareness that transcended Cold War divisions. Jim Lovell later reflected, "The vast loneliness up here of the Moon is awe-inspiring, and it makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth." After a total of 10 orbits and 20 hours around the Moon, the crew fired their service module engine for 3 minutes, putting Apollo 8 on course for home. Splashdown occurred on December 27th in the Pacific Ocean, concluding a mission lasting 6 days, 3 hours, and 42 seconds that covered 579,606.9 miles. Apollo 8 demonstrated that astronauts could ride the Saturn V rocket to space, enter and depart from lunar orbit, and return safely to Earth, all crucial milestones toward the 1969 moon landing. The success of Apollo 8 proved America's capabilities and shifted momentum decisively in the space race. The mission demonstrated that the technological challenges of lunar travel could be overcome and that Kennedy's goal of landing on the moon before the decade's end was genuinely achievable. The psychological impact matched the technical achievement, showing the world that American technology, organization, and courage could accomplish extraordinary feats that seemed impossible just years earlier. This historic context set the stage for Apollo 11's landing on July 20, 1969, when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended to the lunar surface in the lunar module Eagle, while Michael Collins orbited above in the command module Columbia. Armstrong's manual piloting during the final descent, navigating around boulders and craters with limited fuel, added drama to an already tense moment watched by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. His famous words upon stepping onto the lunar surface, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," became instantly iconic, symbolizing human achievement and American triumph in the Cold War struggle. The United States ultimately sent 12 astronauts to the lunar surface over 6 successful landing missions between 1969 and 1972, cementing victory in the space race and delivering a powerful message of Western technological supremacy. These missions brought forth breakthroughs in engineering, science, and communications that transformed civilian technology and military applications for decades to come. The space race drove innovations in computing, materials science, telecommunications, and systems engineering that found applications far beyond space exploration, contributing to economic growth and technological leadership. The successful Apollo program vindicated Kennedy's vision and demonstrated that democratic societies could mobilize resources and talent to achieve extraordinary objectives when national will aligned behind clear goals. The achievement contrasted sharply with Soviet space program setbacks, including multiple failed attempts to develop their own moon rocket and the death of chief designer Sergei Korolev in 1966, which dealt a severe blow to Soviet space ambitions. By the early 1970s, the Soviet Union had effectively conceded defeat in the moon race, turning attention instead to space stations and long-duration orbital missions. Yet even as the Apollo program achieved its objectives, political support and public enthusiasm began waning. The enormous costs, over $25 billion at the time, equivalent to over $150 billion in current dollars, faced increasing scrutiny as domestic problems, including civil rights struggles, urban unrest, and the Vietnam War demanded attention and resources. Apollo missions after the initial landing received progressively less media coverage and public interest, with some television networks declining to broadcast later missions live. This declining interest created an environment where alternative narratives about the moon landings could emerge, as the heroic narrative of exploration gave way to more cynical assessments of government programs and official claims. The Cold War context that drove the moon race also created conditions favorable to conspiracy theories. The 1970s witnessed growing public skepticism toward government institutions following revelations about Vietnam War deceptions, the Watergate scandal, FBI surveillance programs, and CIA covert operations. Many Americans became receptive to claims that the government had lied about major national events, creating an audience for Bill Kaysing's assertions that NASA had perpetrated an elaborate hoax. The very political pressures that drove the space race, the desperate need to defeat the Soviets and restore American prestige, could be reframed as motivations for faking the landings if actually achieving them proved impossible. Understanding this historical context reveals why the moon landings happened when and how they did, while also explaining how conspiracy theories about them gained traction in subsequent decades. The space race was fundamentally about demonstrating superiority in the ideological struggle between democracy and communism, making it simultaneously one of humanity's greatest achievements and a target for those suspicious of government motives and capabilities. Chapter 3: NASA and the Apollo Program, Vision and Reality. NASA's Apollo program represented one of the most ambitious and complex technological undertakings in human history, transforming President Kennedy's audacious challenge into concrete hardware, procedures, and missions that ultimately placed 12 Americans on the lunar surface between 1969 and 1972. Program scale, technical challenges, and organizational complexity were unprecedented, requiring innovations in rocket propulsion, spacecraft design, navigation systems, materials science, and project management that pushed the boundaries of what seemed possible with 1960s technology. Understanding the Apollo program's actual development, engineering challenges, and achievements provides essential context for evaluating Bill Kaysing's claims that the moon landings were impossible hoaxes. The Apollo program emerged from earlier American space initiatives, building upon lessons learned during Project Mercury and Project Gemini, while dramatically expanding the scope and ambition of crewed spaceflight. Initially conceived during the Eisenhower administration as a three-person spacecraft for extended Earth orbital missions, Apollo's mission profile transformed dramatically after President Kennedy's May 1961 challenge to land a man on the moon and return him safely before the decade's end. This deadline imposed enormous pressure on NASA, requiring the agency to make critical decisions about mission architecture, hardware development, and operational approaches with limited time for the extensive testing that normally preceded such complex endeavors. Engineers and program managers debated several fundamentally different approaches for achieving the lunar landing goal, each with distinct advantages, disadvantages, and technical requirements. The direct ascent approach envisioned launching a single massive spacecraft directly from Earth to the moon, landing the entire vehicle on the lunar surface, then launching back to Earth without requiring orbital rendezvous or multiple vehicles. While conceptually simple, direct ascent required development of a rocket substantially larger and more powerful than the Saturn V ultimately built, potentially making it impossible to develop within Kennedy's timeframe. The Earth orbit rendezvous approach proposed launching multiple smaller rockets that would rendezvous and dock in Earth orbit, assembling a lunar spacecraft from components delivered separately before departing for the moon. Some versions of this approach envisioned as many as 15 launches to assemble all necessary vehicles and propulsion units in Earth orbit before beginning the lunar journey. While EOR reduced the size of individual launches, it created enormous complexity in orbital assembly operations and required multiple successful rendezvous and docking procedures, technologies that had never been attempted in space when Apollo planning began. The approach ultimately selected, lunar orbit rendezvous, was initially controversial, but proved to be the most practical solution given available technology and time constraints. Law involved launching 2 spacecraft toward the moon, a command and service module that would remain in lunar orbit with 1 astronaut, and a lightweight lunar module that would carry 2 astronauts to the surface and back to lunar orbit, where it would rendezvous and dock with the CSM for the return to Earth. This approach required developing rendezvous and docking capabilities, but only in the relatively forgiving environment of lunar orbit rather than during the critical descent to or ascent from the lunar surface. The lightweight LM could be optimized for lunar operations without needing to carry fuel and systems for the entire journey to and from Earth. Implementing the Law approach required developing the Saturn V rocket, the largest and most powerful launch vehicle ever successfully flown. Standing 363 feet tall and weighing over 6.2 million pounds fully fueled, the Saturn V represented an extraordinary engineering achievement. The rocket was designed under the direction of Wernher von Braun at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, with lead contractors Boeing, North American Aviation, Douglas Aircraft Company, and IBM responsible for constructing different components. 15 flight-capable Saturn V vehicles were built, not counting 3 used for ground testing, demonstrating the massive industrial mobilization required for Apollo. The Saturn V's first stage, designated SIC, was powered by 5 F1 engines that collectively generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust, more than all previous rockets combined. These engines burned RP-1 kerosene and liquid oxygen, consuming propellant at an astonishing rate of 15 tons per second. The second stage, SI, used 5 J2 engines burning liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, a more efficient but technically challenging propellant combination requiring cryogenic fuel handling. The third stage, SIVB, used a single J2 engine for final orbital insertion and the crucial translunar injection burn that sent Apollo's spacecraft toward the Moon. Rather than testing each major component separately through multiple developmental flights, NASA adopted an all-up testing philosophy for the Saturn V, meaning the first test flight would include complete versions of all 3 stages flying together. This approach dramatically reduced the number of test flights required before crewed launches, but increased risk if any single component failed during testing. The strategy reflected both NASA's confidence in its engineering and the time pressure imposed by Kennedy's end-of-decade deadline. The first Saturn V test flight, Apollo 4 SA-501, launched on November 9, 1967 at 12:00:01 UTC, marking the first uncrewed all-up test of the complete vehicle. Despite the enormous complexity and the unprecedented nature of the all-up testing approach, the mission succeeded spectacularly, validating the rocket's design and proving that the ambitious testing strategy could work. The second uncrewed test flight, Apollo 6 SA-52, launched on April 4, 1968, encountered significant problems when J2 engine failures caused early shutdown of 2 second-stage engines and prevented third-stage restart. These issues required extensive analysis and modifications before the rocket could be cleared for crewed missions. The first crewed Saturn V launch, Apollo 8 SA-53, occurred on December 21, 1968, representing an extraordinary leap of faith in the rocket's reliability. This mission, carrying astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and William Anders to lunar orbit, demonstrated NASA's confidence in the Saturn V and marked the beginning of the rocket's operational career. Subsequent launches through Apollo 17 proved remarkably reliable, with only minor issues affecting most missions. The Apollo 12 vehicle, SA-57, was struck twice by lightning shortly after liftoff, but did not suffer serious damage, demonstrating the rocket's robust design. The Apollo 13 vehicle, SA-58, experienced severe pogo oscillations in the second stage that caused early center engine shutdown, but guidance systems compensated by burning remaining engines longer, allowing the mission to continue despite subsequent service module failures that aborted the lunar landing. Developing the command and service module and lunar module posed enormous technical challenges beyond rocket propulsion. The CSM served as the main crew spacecraft, providing living space, control systems, life support, power generation, propulsion for orbital maneuvers, and the heat shield necessary for Earth re-entry. Designers had to solve unprecedented problems related to spacecraft weight constraints, materials capable of withstanding extreme temperature variations from lunar shadow to direct sunlight, radiation protection, and systems redundancy to ensure crew safety despite inevitable component failures. The command module's heat shield had to protect astronauts during re-entry at speeds approaching 25,000 miles per hour, generating temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit that would vaporize conventional materials. The lunar module represented perhaps the most unusual spacecraft ever designed, optimized purely for operation in the Moon's vacuum and low-gravity environment without any requirement to function in Earth's atmosphere. The LM's angular, insect-like appearance resulted from radical weight-saving measures, eliminating every unnecessary gram to maximize the vehicle's ability to land safely and return to lunar orbit. The LM used unconventional design features, including outward-opening triangular hatches, exposed wiring and plumbing, and thin aluminum alloy skin that could be punctured by mishandling. The vehicle's descent stage contained landing gear, the descent engine for powered landing, and equipment that would remain on the Moon. The ascent stage housed the crew compartment, ascent engine for returning to lunar orbit, and life support systems for the lunar surface stay. Alongside these engineering challenges, NASA had to master space navigation and guidance systems capable of controlling spacecraft across hundreds of thousands of miles with extraordinary precision. The Apollo guidance computer, developed by MIT's Instrumentation Laboratory, represented cutting-edge digital computing technology for the 1960s, despite having less processing power than a modern smartphone. The stakes were extraordinarily high. Even minor navigation errors could cause the spacecraft to miss the moon entirely, enter incorrect orbits, or crash during landing attempts. The development of accurate navigation systems drove significant advances in computing and electronics, pushing the boundaries of miniaturization, reliability, and software engineering. The harsh environment of space travel introduced additional technical hurdles that required innovative solutions. Spacecraft had to withstand the vacuum of space, protect against various forms of radiation, including solar particle events and cosmic rays, and maintain internal life-supporting conditions for extended missions lasting up to 2 weeks. NASA had to devise solutions for thermal control, using a combination of reflective surfaces, radiators, and a slow rotation technique called passive thermal control, nicknamed the barbecue roll, to prevent any single side of the spacecraft from becoming too hot or cold. Radiation protection proved particularly challenging, as the Van Allen radiation belts surrounding Earth and potential solar flares during translunar coast posed genuine dangers to crew health. Bill Kaysing's later conspiracy claims specifically targeted the Van Allen radiation issue, arguing that passing through these regions would have killed or severely injured astronauts, proving the missions never actually occurred. However, NASA engineers carefully planned trajectories that minimized time spent in the most intense radiation zones, passed through relatively thin portions of the belts, and benefited from the spacecraft's aluminum structure, providing some shielding. Total radiation exposure during Apollo missions ranged from approximately 1 to 6 rads, depending on mission duration and solar activity, well below dangerous levels and roughly equivalent to medical X-ray procedures. Astronauts did face increased lifetime cancer risk from this exposure, but nothing approaching the immediately lethal doses Kaysing's theory suggested. The Apollo 1 fire on January 27, 1967, which killed astronauts Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee, exposed serious flaws in spacecraft design and NASA's safety culture. The cabin fire erupted during a routine launch rehearsal test on the ground when electrical arcing ignited flammable materials in the pure oxygen atmosphere used in the command module. The inward opening hatch could not be opened quickly enough to save the crew, resulting in 3 deaths that shocked the nation and threatened to derail the entire Apollo program. The subsequent investigation identified numerous design problems, quality control failures, and organizational issues that required fundamental reforms before crewed missions could resume. The tragedy forced a comprehensive redesign of the command module, replacing flammable materials with fire-resistant alternatives, redesigning the hatch to open outward and operate in seconds rather than minutes, improving electrical systems to prevent arcing, and implementing a less flammable 2-gas atmosphere during launch rather than pure oxygen. Program management was restructured to improve communication between contractors and NASA, strengthen quality control procedures, and ensure that safety concerns could be raised without career penalties. These changes delayed the moon landing schedule by approximately 18 months, but ultimately produced a safer, more reliable spacecraft that successfully carried astronauts on 9 lunar missions without loss of crew during flight operations. Apollo 7, launched on October 11, 1968, marked the return to crewed spaceflight with the redesigned command and service module, conducting an 11-day Earth orbital shakedown cruise that tested all spacecraft systems and proved the redesigned vehicle was ready for lunar missions. The mission succeeded despite interpersonal tensions between the crew and mission control, validating the post-fire improvements and clearing the way for Apollo 8's dramatic lunar orbit flight just 2 months later. Apollo 9, launched on March 3, 1969, conducted the first crewed test of the complete Apollo spacecraft, including the lunar module in Earth orbit. Astronauts demonstrated the ability to transfer between the command module and lunar module through space, performed the first crewed EVA from the LM, tested the descent and ascent engines, and successfully performed rendezvous and docking operations essential for the actual lunar landing mission profile. Apollo 10, launched on May 18, 1969, served as a complete dress rehearsal for the landing, taking the full Apollo spacecraft to the Moon and separating the lunar module in lunar orbit for a descent to within 9 miles of the surface before returning to the command module. These careful build-up missions demonstrated NASA's methodical approach to risk management despite the intense schedule pressure. Each mission tested specific capabilities and hardware in progressively more challenging environments, ensuring that equipment and procedures worked correctly before committing to the actual landing attempt. This systematic approach contrasted sharply with Kaysing's later claims that NASA recklessly attempted an impossible mission based on inadequate technology and testing. Apollo 11, launched on July 16, 1969, represented the culmination of 8 years of intensive development, testing, and operational experience. The mission carried astronauts Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins toward their date with history aboard Saturn V rocket SA-506. On July 20th, Armstrong and Aldrin descended toward the lunar surface in the lunar module Eagle, while Collins remained in orbit aboard the command module Columbia. The planned landing site in the Sea of Tranquility had been selected as a flat, safe location and surveyed by Apollo 10 at an elevation of 10 miles above the Moon. However, a navigation error earlier in the mission caused Eagle to be approximately 7 kilometers beyond the planned landing location. As Eagle descended under increasingly precise computer control, Armstrong noticed that the intended landing site was rockier than surveillance photographs had indicated, filled with boulders that could damage the landing gear or tip the vehicle. Armstrong took manual control of the lunar module and guided it across the surface, searching for a smoother landing area while fuel gauges showed rapidly depleting reserves. The search for a safe landing site consumed precious fuel, creating enormous tension both in the spacecraft and at mission control in Houston. Finally identifying an acceptable location, later known as Tranquility Base, Armstrong expertly guided Eagle to touchdown, radioing the famous message, "Houston, Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed." At the time of landing, Mission Control believed the spacecraft had just 17 seconds of fuel remaining in the descent stage, suggesting Armstrong had landed with almost no margin for error. However, post-mission analysis revealed that sloshing in the fuel tank during Armstrong's search for a safe landing site caused the fuel gauge to give an inaccurate reading. Eagle actually had about 45 seconds of fuel remaining when it touched down. Nevertheless, the landing represented an extraordinary demonstration of skill, nerve, and the sophisticated interaction between human judgment and computer-assisted flight control. The successful Apollo 11 landing vindicated NASA's approach, demonstrating that the technical challenges could indeed be overcome through careful engineering, rigorous testing, and skilled astronaut piloting. 5 additional landing missions followed, Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17, between November 1969 and December 1972, each building on previous experience to conduct increasingly sophisticated scientific exploration. These later missions carried the lunar roving vehicle, allowing astronauts to travel several miles from the landing site, and deployed sophisticated scientific instruments, including seismometers, laser retroreflectors, and experiments studying the solar wind, lunar soil composition, and the Moon's internal structure. The Apollo program's achievements included returning 842 pounds of lunar rock and soil samples that have been studied by scientists worldwide for over 50 years, providing crucial insights into the Moon's formation, composition, and history. These samples show characteristics impossible to replicate on Earth, including microscopic meteorite impacts, solar wind particles embedded in surfaces, and chemical compositions reflecting formation in the Moon's unique environment. The samples represent perhaps the most tangible proof of the landing's authenticity, as faking such material would require scientific capabilities far beyond 1970s technology. The program also left equipment and experiments on the lunar surface that remain detectable from Earth today. The laser retroreflectors deployed by Apollo 11, 14, and 15 are still used by astronomers and geophysicists worldwide to bounce laser beams off the Moon, measuring the precise Earth-Moon distance with millimeter accuracy and providing data about lunar orbit evolution, gravitational physics, and Earth's interior structure. These retroreflectors provide ongoing evidence of the landing's authenticity that anyone with appropriate laser equipment can verify independently. Despite these achievements, the Apollo era was not free from controversy, secrecy, and legitimate questions about program management, safety decisions, and cost-benefit trade-offs. The program consumed over $25 billion at a time when America faced severe domestic challenges, including racial inequality, urban poverty, and the divisive Vietnam War. Critics argued that such enormous resources should address earthly problems rather than lunar exploration, while supporters countered that Apollo's technological spin-offs and inspirational value justified the investment. This political debate created an environment where alternative narratives about Apollo's motivations and authenticity could find receptive audiences. Program secrecy, driven by Cold War competition and desire to control public information about setbacks and dangers, also fed later conspiracy theories. NASA carefully managed information released to the press and public, emphasizing successes while downplaying failures and problems. This information control, while understandable given political pressures and legitimate national security concerns, created suspicion that NASA was hiding more significant secrets, potentially including the ultimate secret that the landings never actually occurred. The cultural context of the 1970s, with growing skepticism toward government institutions following Vietnam War deceptions and the Watergate scandal, made many Americans receptive to claims that NASA had perpetrated an elaborate hoax. It was within these shadows of genuine secrecy, legitimate cost-benefit debates, and growing anti-government skepticism that Bill Kaysing's conspiracy theories found fertile ground. His claims that Apollo represented an impossible hoax gained traction not because evidence supported them, but because broader cultural currents made such theories psychologically appealing to certain audiences. Understanding both the real achievements of Apollo and the political cultural context that enabled conspiracy theories requires appreciating the complexity of this historical moment, neither dismissing legitimate questions about the program nor accepting baseless claims that deny genuine human achievement. Chapter 4: Bill Kaysing's Insider Perspective. Bill Kaysing's credibility as the originator of moon landing conspiracy theories rested almost entirely on his employment at Rocketdyne from February 13, 1956, until May 31, 1963, a 7-year period during which he worked as a technical writer and eventually rose to head the technical publications unit at the company's propulsion field laboratory. Rocketdyne, a division of North American Aviation, designed and manufactured the powerful rocket engines that would eventually propel the Saturn V rocket toward the Moon, making the company central to NASA's Apollo ambitions. Kaysing's position at this critical aerospace contractor gave him access to engineers, technical documentation, and internal discussions about rocket development, creating what he would later characterize as insider knowledge, proving the moon landings were impossible. However, examining the actual scope, timing, and nature of his work reveals a more complicated picture than Kaysing himself typically presented. Kaysing began his Rocketdyne career on February 13, 1956, hired as a senior technical writer despite having no formal engineering or scientific education beyond a Bachelor of Arts degree in English literature from the University of Redlands. His lack of technical credentials became a point of controversy in later debates, with critics arguing that someone without engineering or scientific training could not properly evaluate the feasibility of complex spaceflight missions, while Kaysing countered that one did not need specialized degrees to recognize obvious impossibilities and inconsistencies. His job responsibilities centered on translating highly technical information about liquid rocket propellants and engine systems into language comprehensible to non-specialists, particularly for securing government funding for continued research and development. The position required Kaysing to work closely with engineers and scientists, attending briefings, reviewing technical documents, and participating in discussions about rocket development challenges and capabilities. This exposure gave him familiarity with the vocabulary, concepts, and problems facing rocket designers during the critical years when the United States was desperately attempting to catch up with Soviet space achievements following the Sputnik shock of 1957. Kaysing advanced through several positions during his tenure. He became a service analyst on September 24, 1956, advanced to service engineer on September 15, 1958, and finally served as publications analyst beginning October 10, 1962. By the early 1960s, he headed Rocketdyne's technical publications unit, giving him broader oversight of documentation efforts across various programs. According to Kaysing's later accounts, it was during these years at Rocketdyne that he developed the core convictions underlying his conspiracy theories. He claimed that conversations with Rocketdyne scientists and engineers revealed fundamental technological limitations that would make successful moon missions impossible with available or foreseeable technology. Specifically, Kaysing asserted that engineers expressed confidence that existing technology might suffice to send a crewed rocket to the moon, but serious doubts remained about whether the technology existed to return astronauts safely to Earth. This distinction between reaching the moon and safely returning became a central element of Kaysing's later arguments about why NASA would have been forced to fake the missions rather than admit failure. The Rocketdyne engineers allegedly discussed the very real problem of traveling through atmospheric radiation, particularly the Van Allen radiation belts discovered in 1958 by James Van Allen through data from the Explorer 1 satellite. These belts consist of charged particles trapped by Earth's magnetic field in toroidal regions surrounding the planet, creating zones of intense radiation that spacecraft must pass through when traveling between Earth and the Moon. According to Kaysing's account, the Rocketdyne scientists described this radiation problem as one that had yet to be solved, suggesting that existing shielding technology could not adequately protect astronauts from harmful or potentially lethal radiation exposure during the journey. Kaysing also claimed awareness of serious reliability problems with the F-1 rocket engines that Rocketdyne was developing for the Saturn V's first stage. In his book, We Never Went to the Moon, Kaysing alleged that these massive engines were totally unreliable and that NASA secretly replaced them with clusters of smaller, more dependable engines for actual launches while maintaining the fiction of using F-1 engines. According to this theory, preparation for launches proceeded normally, but the 5 F-1 engines in the Saturn V's first stage were secretly replaced with 5 booster engines of the more dependable B-1 type, as used in the C-1 cluster for the Atlas missile, with one installed inside each of the Saturn V's 5 F-1 engine casings. This claim suggested a conspiracy extending beyond simply faking lunar landings to include falsifying the entire rocket propulsion system. The environment at Rocketdyne's Santa Susana testing site provided additional fodder for Kaysing's suspicions about government and corporate willingness to conceal dangerous failures from the public. Unknown to most people for many years, several rocket engine tests at the facility resulted in nuclear meltdowns as dangerous as the infamous Chernobyl disaster. These catastrophic accidents were kept secret for decades, with the serious health effects only recently addressed through a class action lawsuit that took many years to settle. For Kaysing, this culture of secrecy and the concealment of potentially fatal mishaps demonstrated that Rocketdyne and its government overseers would readily hide devastating failures to protect programs and reputations. If they could suppress information about nuclear meltdowns threatening public health in surrounding communities, what else might they conceal to preserve the Apollo program's image and continued funding? Kaysing resigned from Rocketdyne on May 31, 1963, citing personal reasons for his departure. This timing is critically important for evaluating his claims of insider knowledge. Kaysing left the aerospace industry more than 6 years before the Apollo 11 landing in July 1969, and his departure occurred before the Apollo program had even launched its first crewed mission. The tragic Apollo 1 fire that killed Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee occurred in January 1967, nearly 4 years after Kaysing left Rocketdyne. The extensive spacecraft redesign, safety improvements, and technological developments that followed the fire all occurred after Kaysing's employment ended. Similarly, the crucial build-up missions, Apollo 7's Earth orbital test of the redesigned command module in October 1968, Apollo 8's historic lunar orbit flight in December 1968, Apollo 9's Earth orbital test of the complete spacecraft including lunar module in March 1969, and Apollo 10's dress rehearsal descent to 9 miles above the lunar surface in May 1969, all occurred years after Kaysing departed. This means Kaysing's direct knowledge of Apollo's technological development was limited to the program's earliest conceptual and planning phases, when many challenges had not yet been addressed, and when the ultimate solutions to problems remained uncertain or unknown. The engineers he spoke with in the late 1950s and early 1960s were discussing problems as they existed at that time, before billions of dollars and thousands of brilliant minds had been devoted to solving them. Presenting skepticism and concerns expressed during preliminary development as evidence that problems could never be solved represents a fundamental misunderstanding of how complex engineering projects evolve. Every ambitious technological program begins with seemingly insurmountable challenges. The entire purpose of research and development is to overcome those challenges through innovation, testing, and refinement. Nevertheless, Kaysing's experiences at Rocketdyne had already planted deep seeds of doubt even before he left the company. He later stated that during the summer of 1969, while living in a small house on the beach in Santa Barbara, he watched the Apollo 11 mission coverage with complete skepticism. Despite his 7-year stint at Rocketdyne, the firm that built the main propulsion units for Apollo, he could not work up the least interest in the entire astrophysical circus. He had developed what he described as a hunch, an intuition, a true conviction that Armstrong, Collins, and Aldrin, or anyone else, was not actually going to the moon. Consequently, he could not generate the least enthusiasm for watching what he considered a phony performance. This conviction, formed years before the actual landing attempts, suggests that Kaysing's skepticism was not based on careful analysis of evidence from the missions themselves, but rather on pre-existing beliefs about technological limitations that he maintained despite all contrary evidence. This confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as supporting one's existing beliefs, would characterize Kaysing's approach to Apollo evidence throughout the remaining decades of his life. Rather than objectively evaluating each mission's data and adjusting his views accordingly, he sought evidence supporting his predetermined conclusion that the landings were faked, while dismissing or explaining away evidence of their authenticity. After leaving Rocketdyne, Kaysing underwent his dramatic lifestyle transformation, selling his home and becoming a freelance writer, traveler, and advocate for unconventional living. This decision reflected his commitment to living outside mainstream societal constraints, embracing freedom over financial security and adventure over conformity. He moved through various locations, spending time in the Pacific Northwest, returning to Santa Barbara, eventually settling in West Point in the Sierra Nevada foothills, later moving to Lake Tahoe, then living on a refurbished Coast Guard cutter in the San Joaquin Delta, and finally relocating to Oakland Harbor. It was in Oakland that Kaysing met Vietnam War veterans whose disillusionment with government claims and official narratives resonated deeply with his existing suspicions. These conversations inspired him to research the moon landings more systematically, collecting what he considered evidence from worldwide sources that cast doubt on NASA's claims. The timing is significant. Kaysing began his intensive moon landing research in the mid-1970s, during a period when American public trust in government had collapsed following revelations about Vietnam War deceptions, the Watergate scandal, FBI surveillance abuses under COINTELPRO, and CIA covert operations exposed by the Church Committee hearings. This cultural context of pervasive distrust toward official institutions created an audience receptive to claims that the government had perpetrated an enormous hoax. Kaysing's research culminated in We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion swindle, initially self-published in 1974 and later republished in 1976, with subsequent editions including a 2002 republication by Health Research Books. The book synthesized Kaysing's Rocketdyne-era suspicions about technological limitations with post-mission analysis of photographs, films, and technical claims, creating what would become the foundational text for moon landing conspiracy theories. Kaysing positioned himself not merely as a skeptic, but as a whistleblower with insider credentials that gave his claims special authority. Kaysing argued that his book proved one did not need engineering or science degrees to determine that a hoax was being perpetrated. This populist framing positioned his theories as accessible to ordinary people rather than requiring specialized expertise to evaluate, democratizing conspiracy thinking by suggesting that common sense and basic reasoning could pierce through elaborate technical deceptions. This approach appealed to those who felt excluded from elite discussions of science and technology, offering them permission to reject expert consensus in favor of their own intuitive judgments. The credibility Kaysing claimed from his Rocketdyne employment became his most powerful asset in promoting conspiracy theories. Described in media coverage as a former NASA Rocketdyne engineer or similar titles, his background gave the appearance of technical expertise and insider knowledge that ordinary conspiracy theorists lacked. However, this characterization significantly overstated both his technical credentials and the nature of his work. Kaysing was never an engineer. He held a humanities degree and worked as a technical writer, translating others' engineering work into accessible language. He never worked directly for NASA, but rather for one of NASA's many contractors. His employment ended 6 years before the missions he claimed were hoaxed, meaning he had no direct knowledge of the actual hardware, procedures, or operations used in Apollo missions. Nevertheless, the insider label stuck, and Kaysing leveraged it effectively throughout decades of public advocacy for conspiracy theories. He appeared in numerous documentaries including Conspiracy Theory, Did We Land on the Moon?, broadcast by Fox Television in 2001, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, The Truth Behind the Moon Landings, and What Happened on the Moon, an investigation into Apollo. In these appearances, his Rocketdyne background was prominently featured, lending apparent credibility to claims that might otherwise be dismissed as uninformed speculation. Kaysing also expanded his conspiracy claims beyond the lunar landings themselves to encompass other space program events. He asserted that NASA deliberately staged both the Apollo 1 fire and the Space Shuttle Challenger accident, murdering the astronauts aboard to silence whistleblowers who were about to expose the conspiracy. According to this theory, the astronauts had learned the truth about faked moon landings and needed to be eliminated before they could reveal it to the public. Kaysing similarly viewed the disappearance of Thomas Barron's 500-page report on the Apollo 1 fire and Barron's death in a rail traffic accident 1 week after he testified before Congress as evidence of conspiracy rather than tragic coincidence. These additional theories demonstrated how conspiracy thinking can expand infinitely, incorporating every anomaly and tragedy as further proof of malevolent plots. In later interviews and writings, Kaysing refined his theory about how the hoax was executed. In the Fox documentary, he proposed that astronauts were indeed launched with the Saturn V rocket, but then simply orbited Earth for 8 days, while NASA showed fake pictures of astronauts on the moon to television audiences. On the 8th day, according to this version, the command module separated from the vehicle and descended to Earth as shown in broadcast films, completing the illusion of a successful lunar mission. This modified theory attempted to address criticisms that the Saturn V launches were witnessed by hundreds of thousands of spectators and tracked by independent observers worldwide, by conceding that launches occurred but claiming the spacecraft never actually traveled to the moon. The revised theory still required explaining how NASA could broadcast hours of apparently lunar footage, including live broadcasts that responded in real time to events and questions, without anyone among the thousands of people involved revealing the deception. It required explaining how the Soviet Union, with extensive space tracking capabilities and powerful political motivations to expose American fraud, failed to detect that Apollo spacecraft were orbiting Earth rather than traveling to the moon. It required explaining the lunar samples, the laser retroreflectors, and countless other pieces of physical evidence. Kaysing's theories never adequately addressed these problems, instead focusing on perceived anomalies in photographs and technical claims that seemed implausible to non-experts. Kaysing's battles extended beyond NASA to include confrontations with the IRS and FBI, advocacy for homeless people, investigations of food quality and pricing issues, and inquiries into suspicious deaths, such as that of Apollo 15 astronaut James Irwin, who died of a heart attack in 1991. He positioned himself as a fighter against corporate imperatives, viewing himself as a voice for truth in a society dominated by powerful institutions with vested interests in deception. This broader anti-establishment stance resonated with countercultural movements and those alienated from mainstream American institutions, providing a receptive audience for his moon landing claims. Throughout his later life, Kaysing maintained an outwardly cheerful disposition and adventurous lifestyle that contrasted with the dark conspiratorial worldview underlying his theories. He moved to Henderson, Nevada, to be near the desert he had always loved, and dedicated his final years to helping his friend Sylvia Renee Liss run an abandoned cat sanctuary. He continued advocating for homeless and impoverished people, giving his time, money, food, and other resources to those in need. He literally worked until he dropped, dying in Santa Barbara in April 2005, following complications after an angioplasty, surrounded by his two daughters. Kaysing's legacy as the originator of moon landing conspiracy theories far outlived him. While mainstream scientists, engineers, and historians universally reject his claims as thoroughly debunked pseudoscience, he succeeded in creating an alternative narrative that continues attracting believers decades after his death. His insider credentials, however exaggerated or misrepresented, gave his theories an appearance of legitimacy that purely external critics could not match. His populist framing, that ordinary people could recognize obvious impossibilities without needing technical expertise, empowered conspiracy thinking by dismissing expert knowledge as potentially corrupted by institutional interests. His timing, launching his theories during an era of collapsing public trust in government, ensured a receptive audience primed to believe official accounts were deceptive. The question of whether Kaysing genuinely believed his theories or cynically promoted them for attention and profit remains unresolved. His daughter Wendy, in her biographical tribute, noted that he often stated that he used the moon hoax theory to inspire people to question authority, especially our country's leadership, and to live life, as he had done, free of Madison Avenue or corporate influences. This statement suggests Kaysing may have viewed his conspiracy theories instrumentally as tools for promoting broader anti-authoritarian values, rather than as literal truth claims requiring rigorous evidence. If so, he succeeded remarkably, inspiring generations of conspiracy theorists who continue questioning official narratives about humanity's greatest exploratory achievement. Chapter 5: Influence of Kaysing's book, We Never Went to the Moon. Bill Kaysing's self-published book, We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion swindle, initially released in 1974 and later reissued in 1976, became the foundational text for moon landing conspiracy theories, transforming scattered skepticism into a coherent alternative narrative that would influence popular culture, media coverage, and public opinion for decades. Before Kaysing's book, doubts about the Apollo missions existed only as fragmentary questions and vague suspicions without systematic articulation or widespread dissemination. Kaysing provided conspiracy thinking with its origin story, its core arguments, and its most frequently cited evidence, establishing a template that subsequent conspiracy theorists would endlessly repeat, elaborate, and modify. Understanding the book's influence requires examining not only its specific claims, but also the cultural context that made Americans receptive to its message, and the media mechanisms that amplified its reach far beyond what a self-published book would normally achieve. The book's central thesis was straightforward and audacious. NASA lacked the technological capability to safely send humans to the moon and return them to Earth, so the agency orchestrated an elaborate hoax involving staged photography, falsified telemetry, and coordinated deception of the American public and the world. Kaysing calculated that the chance of a successful crewed landing on the moon was just 0.0017%, a figure that lent his claims an appearance of mathematical precision despite having no legitimate basis in probability theory or engineering analysis. This extraordinarily low probability became a frequently cited statistic among conspiracy believers, who repeated it as though it represented objective scientific assessment rather than Kaysing's personal speculation, unsupported by actual risk analysis. Kaysing argued that despite close monitoring by the Soviet Union, it would have been easier for NASA to fake the moon landings than to actually accomplish them. This claim attempted to preemptively address the most devastating objection to conspiracy theories, that the Soviet Union, with its extensive intelligence networks, sophisticated space tracking capabilities, and enormous political incentive to expose American fraud, never questioned the landing's authenticity. Kaysing's assertion that faking was easier than going essentially dismissed this objection by suggesting that clever deception could fool even capable adversaries, while ignoring the extraordinary improbability that thousands of Soviet scientists, engineers, and intelligence analysts would all fail to detect fraud in data they were actively monitoring and analyzing. The book synthesized multiple categories of claimed evidence for the hoax, creating what appeared to be overwhelming proof when taken collectively. Kaysing focused heavily on alleged photographic anomalies, arguing that shadows fell in inconsistent directions, suggesting multiple light sources, that backgrounds appeared identical in photos supposedly taken miles apart, that the absence of stars in lunar sky photographs proved they were taken on Earth, and that various optical oddities indicated studio photography rather than genuine lunar surface imagery. Each individual claim might seem plausible to readers lacking photography expertise, and their cumulative effect created an impression that NASA's photo collection contained pervasive evidence of fakery impossible to explain away. Kaysing argued that the absence of blast craters beneath lunar modules proved they never landed on the moon, claiming that rocket engines should have generated enormous dust clouds and excavated substantial craters during the final seconds of descent. He pointed to the absence of stars in photographs as indicative of a hoax, suggesting that NASA deliberately excluded stars because astronomers could have used them to determine whether photos were taken from Earth or the moon by analyzing their celestial positions and parallax. He claimed unexplained optical anomalies in the photographs taken on the moon demonstrated studio origin rather than authentic lunar environment. He argued that the American flag appeared to flutter despite the moon's airless environment, proving the footage was filmed on Earth where breezes could move fabric. The Van Allen radiation belt argument became one of Kaysing's most frequently cited claims, asserting that astronauts could not have survived passage through these regions of intense radiation surrounding Earth. This claim resonated powerfully because radiation is invisible, poorly understood by most people, and genuinely dangerous, making it easy to convince non-experts that inadequate shielding would have killed or severely injured crew members. Kaysing could cite the very real existence of the radiation belts, discovered by James Van Allen in 1958, and the genuine concerns engineers expressed about radiation exposure during early space program planning, then argue that these problems were never adequately solved despite NASA's claims. The book's structure and tone contributed significantly to its influence. Rather than presenting himself as a fringe theorist promoting outlandish claims, Kaysing adopted the voice of a reasonable investigator, simply following evidence wherever it led. He positioned his skepticism as healthy questioning rather than paranoid conspiracy thinking, appealing to readers' self-image as independent thinkers, unwilling to blindly accept official narratives. He explicitly stated that one did not need engineering or science degrees to recognize obvious impossibilities, democratizing conspiracy thinking by suggesting that common sense sufficed to pierce through elaborate technical deceptions. This populist framing proved enormously influential, empowering readers to trust their intuitive reactions over expert analysis. Kaysing's timing proved crucial to his book's reception and influence. The mid-1970s, when We Never Went to the Moon first appeared, represented a nadir in American public trust toward government institutions. The Vietnam War had exposed systematic governmental deception about military progress, casualty figures, and war aims. The Pentagon Papers, published in 1971, revealed that 4 presidential administrations had deliberately misled the public about Vietnam involvement. The Watergate scandal, unfolding from 1972 through President Nixon's resignation in August 1974, demonstrated that the highest levels of government engaged in criminal conspiracies and cover-ups. The Church Committee hearings in 1975 exposed decades of illegal FBI and CIA operations, including surveillance of American citizens, assassination plots against foreign leaders, and manipulation of domestic political movements. This cascade of revelations fundamentally altered how many Americans viewed official government claims. If the government had lied about Vietnam, covered up Watergate, and conducted illegal domestic surveillance operations, why should citizens believe official accounts about anything, including space achievements? Kaysing's conspiracy theories arrived in a cultural moment when skepticism toward government had shifted from fringe position to mainstream posture. His book tapped into existing currents of distrust and cynicism, providing a specific focus for generalized suspicions about governmental honesty. The 1970s also witnessed the emergence of New Age movements, alternative spirituality, and countercultural rejection of establishment institutions and conventional knowledge. These movements created audiences receptive to narratives challenging scientific consensus and institutional authority. Conspiracy theories about moon landings fit comfortably alongside beliefs about UFO cover-ups, ancient astronauts, pyramid power, and other alternative explanations for historical and contemporary phenomena. This cultural environment treated official scientific explanations with suspicion while granting credibility to unconventional theories simply because they challenged orthodoxy. Popular culture amplified conspiracy theories through entertainment media that gave them far greater reach than Kaysing's self-published book could have achieved alone. Writer-director Peter Hyam's film, Capricorn 1, released in 1978, depicted a hoax journey to Mars in a spacecraft closely resembling Apollo hardware, with NASA staging the entire mission in a desert film studio after discovering that a life support failure would kill the crew. While the film concerned Mars rather than the Moon, its premise, that space agencies might fake missions rather than admit failure, lent cinematic legitimacy to Kaysing's theories. Folklorist Linda Daig suggests that Capricorn 1 gave a significant boost to hoax theory popularity in the post-Vietnam, post-Watergate era, when Americans were inclined to distrust official accounts. The Flat Earth Society, lending its eccentric credibility to moon landing denial, accused NASA in 1980 of faking the landings, claiming they were staged by Hollywood with Walt Disney sponsorship, based on a script by Arthur C. Clarke and directed by Stanley Kubrick. This Baroque conspiracy theory, incorporating multiple cultural icons into the alleged plot, demonstrated how conspiracy thinking could expand infinitely by connecting any famous person or institution to the supposed fraud. The involvement of Stanley Kubrick became particularly persistent in later conspiracy theories, with believers claiming that Kubrick's 1968 film, 2001, A Space Odyssey, proved his ability to create convincing space scenes and that NASA recruited him to film fake lunar footage. This theory persisted despite having zero evidence and requiring belief that Kubrick would risk his reputation and freedom to participate in massive governmental fraud. Kaysing's book influenced not only conspiracy believers, but also generated substantial effort from scientists, engineers, and science communicators to debunk its claims. This defensive response, while necessary for preserving public understanding of genuine scientific achievement, paradoxically kept conspiracy theories in public discussion. Each debunking article, documentary, or public statement about moon landing hoaxes reminded audiences that such theories existed and were taken seriously enough to require rebuttal. For some skeptical readers, the very fact that establishment institutions felt compelled to address conspiracy theories suggested the theories might have merit, operating under the assumption that obviously false claims would simply be ignored rather than generating elaborate refutations. Opinion polls taken in various locations between 1994 and 2009 revealed that between 6 and 20% of Americans, 25% of Britons, and 28% of Russians surveyed believed that the crewed landings were faked. These figures demonstrated that Kaysing's theories had achieved remarkable penetration into public consciousness, convincing substantial minorities across multiple countries that one of the 20th century's most documented historical events never actually occurred. The polls also revealed demographic patterns, with younger people and those with less scientific education more likely to doubt the landings, suggesting that direct memory of the Apollo era and scientific literacy both serve as protective factors against conspiracy thinking. The Fox television network's documentary, Conspiracy Theory, Did We Land on the Moon?, broadcast in 2001, gave Kaysing's theories their largest audience yet, reaching millions of viewers during prime time. The documentary featured Kaysing prominently, presenting his Rocketdyne background as qualification for evaluating Apollo missions while uncritically airing his various claims about photographic anomalies, radiation dangers, and technological impossibilities. The program's format, presenting both sides of the controversy as though conspiracy theories and mainstream historical accounts deserved equal consideration, lent false legitimacy to claims that had been thoroughly debunked decades earlier. By treating moon landing denial as a legitimate controversy rather than fringe pseudoscience, Fox normalized conspiracy thinking for mainstream audiences. The documentary generated substantial backlash from the scientific community, astronauts, and science educators who objected to giving platform to thoroughly discredited theories. Former astronaut Buzz Aldrin became particularly vocal in defending the Apollo mission's authenticity, famously punching conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel in 2002 after Sibrel confronted him repeatedly with a Bible and demands that he swear he had actually walked on the moon. The incident, captured on video and widely circulated online, demonstrated the intense frustration that Apollo veterans felt about persistent conspiracy theories, diminishing their achievements and questioning their integrity. The internet age dramatically amplified Kaysing's influence by providing new platforms for conspiracy theory dissemination. Websites, forums, social media, and video sharing sites allowed conspiracy believers to connect globally, share evidence, and recruit new adherents with unprecedented efficiency. Kaysing's core arguments, initially published in a self-published book with limited circulation, became endlessly reproducible and modifiable as digital content. YouTube videos elaborating on photographic anomalies, radiation concerns, and alleged impossibilities of space travel reached audiences numbering in the millions, far exceeding anything Kaysing could have imagined when writing his book in the mid-1970s. The conspiracy theory community extended well beyond Kaysing's original arguments, incorporating new claims about computer technology, video analysis, and alleged inconsistencies in later revelations. Some conspiracy theorists claimed that moon rocks returned by Apollo missions were actually petrified wood or terrestrial minerals, Others argued that shadows in photographs proved impossible sun angles. Still others focused on claims about astronaut behavior during press conferences, arguing that uncomfortable or evasive responses proved guilty consciences. Each new generation of conspiracy theorists added their own elaborations to Kaysing's foundational narrative, creating an ever-expanding ecosystem of interconnected claims. Educational responses to conspiracy theories included detailed websites, documentaries, and books systematically addressing every major claim. The Clavius Moon Base website, maintained by aerospace engineer and skeptic Jay Winley, provides comprehensive technical rebuttals to conspiracy claims, explaining photographic oddities, radiation exposure, flag movement, and countless other alleged impossibilities. NASA's own website includes sections addressing common misconceptions about Apollo missions. Science educators like Phil Platt, author of Bad Astronomy, have dedicated substantial effort to explaining why conspiracy theories fail under scrutiny. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched in 2009, photographed Apollo landing sites from lunar orbit, capturing images of descent stages, scientific instruments, and even tracks left by astronauts and rovers, providing new visual evidence that conspiracy theorists typically dismiss as fake or misinterpreted. The psychological appeal of conspiracy theories helps explain their persistence despite overwhelming contrary evidence. Conspiracy thinking offers simple explanations for complex events, identifies clear villains responsible for problems, and provides believers with a sense of possessing secret knowledge unavailable to ordinary people who naively accept official accounts. These psychological rewards can outweigh mere factual evidence, as conspiracy theories fulfill emotional and social needs beyond truth-seeking. Believers in moon landing hoaxes often describe their awakening in quasi-religious terms, suggesting that recognizing the alleged fraud represents enlightenment, separating them from the deceived masses. Kaysing's book also influenced broader conspiracy culture by demonstrating that elaborate narratives challenging major historical events could gain substantial followings despite lacking credible evidence. The success of moon landing denial inspired or emboldened conspiracy theories about the September 11, 2001 attacks, claiming they were inside jobs by the U.S. government. Holocaust denial, long predating Kaysing, gained tactical lessons from moon landing conspiracy methods. Flat Earth beliefs experienced unexpected revival in the 21st century, with believers using similar argumentative strategies to those Kaysing pioneered. Each successful conspiracy theory normalizes conspiratorial thinking generally, making audiences more receptive to subsequent theories regardless of their specific content. The damage caused by conspiracy theories extends beyond mere historical inaccuracy. Moon landing denial insults the hundreds of thousands of engineers, scientists, technicians, and support personnel who devoted years of their lives to accomplishing humanity's most ambitious exploratory goal. It dishonors the memory of astronauts who died in service of space exploration, including the Apollo 1 crew killed during ground testing. It undermines public understanding of science and engineering, teaching people to distrust expert knowledge in favor of intuitive skepticism. It contributes to broader erosion of shared factual reality, fragmenting society into communities with incompatible understandings of basic historical events. Bill Kaysing died in 2005, but his intellectual legacy persists in ongoing conspiracy theories, internet communities, and periodic media coverage, presenting moon landing denial as a legitimate controversy worth examining. His book, We Never Went to the Moon, succeeded in creating an alternative narrative powerful enough to survive decades of debunking and mountains of contrary evidence. The book's influence demonstrates how conspiracy theories, once established, can achieve self-sustaining momentum independent of factual merit, spreading through cultural transmission, psychological appeal, and systematic exploitation of scientific literacy gaps. Understanding this influence remains essential for combating conspiracy thinking generally, as the methods Kaysing pioneered continue appearing in new conspiracy theories addressing contemporary events and controversies. Chapter 6. Analyzing Kaysing's core claims. Bill Kaysing's conspiracy theories about the Apollo moon landings rested on multiple categories of alleged evidence, each supposedly demonstrating that NASA lacked either the technological capability or the physical evidence to support claims that astronauts actually walked on the lunar surface. These core claims, first systematically articulated in "We Never Went to the Moon," and subsequently elaborated through media appearances and follower contributions, created an interconnected web of assertions that believers treated as mutually reinforcing proof of hoax. Examining these claims individually and understanding why mainstream science rejects them as fundamentally flawed provides essential context for evaluating the entire conspiracy theory edifice. The claims fall into several broad categories: alleged rocket failures and reliability problems, Van Allen radiation belt dangers, photographic and film anomalies, missing blast craters and dust displacement issues, and various technical impossibilities that Kaysing argued made successful moon missions impossible with 1960s technology. Kaysing's claims about rocket reliability centered on his assertions that the F-1 engines powering the Saturn V's first stage were totally unreliable during his Rocketdyne employment, leading him to believe NASA could not have safely launched astronauts toward the moon using this technology. According to his theory presented in "We Never Went to the Moon," NASA secretly replaced the 5 massive F-1 engines with clusters of smaller, more dependable engines for actual launches while maintaining the fiction that F-1 engines were used. Specifically, Kaysing claimed that 5 booster engines of the more dependable B-1 type, as used in the C-1 cluster for the Atlas missile, were secretly installed, one inside each of the Saturn V's 5 F-1 engine casings. This claim fails scrutiny on multiple levels. The F-1 engines, each producing 1.5 million pounds of thrust, were the most powerful single-chamber liquid-fueled rocket engines ever developed. 5 of them together generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust, more power than all previous rockets combined. No cluster of smaller engines could possibly fit within an F-1 engine casing while generating equivalent thrust. The physical dimensions make Kaysing's claim geometrically impossible. The F-1 stood 19 feet tall and weighed over 18,000 pounds, while multiple smaller engines producing equivalent thrust would require substantially more space and support structure than a single F-1 occupies. Furthermore, the Saturn V launches were witnessed by hundreds of thousands of spectators who could clearly see the 5 massive engines igniting and producing their characteristic flame and sound. The launches were extensively photographed and filmed from multiple angles, showing the distinctive appearance of F-1 engine exhaust. Independent observers worldwide tracked the rockets using radar and optical systems, confirming their trajectories and velocities consistent with the thrust profiles expected from F-1 engines. The acoustic signature of 5 F-1 engines firing simultaneously, producing sound levels that could be physically felt miles away, would be impossible to replicate with smaller engines. The vibrations measured by seismic stations matched the expected patterns from F-1 engine ignition and operation. Kaysing's claim also ignores that F-1 engines underwent extensive testing, both individually and in complete first-stage configurations, at multiple facilities, including NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama and the Santa Susana Field Laboratory in California. These tests were documented, observed by independent visitors, and produced data matching the engine's performance during actual launches. 3 Saturn V vehicles were built specifically for ground testing, demonstrating that NASA thoroughly validated rocket performance before committing to crewed launches. The notion that NASA could secretly swap engine types without detection by the thousands of engineers, technicians, and independent observers involved in launch operations reflects fundamental misunderstanding of how complex aerospace projects function. The Van Allen radiation belt argument became perhaps Kaysing's most frequently cited technical claim, asserting that astronauts could not have survived passage through these zones of intense radiation without suffering fatal or severely damaging exposure. Some conspiracy theories claimed that no living organism from Earth can cross the Van Allen radiation belt and survive, whether using the primitive technology of the 1960s or today's most advanced technology, arguing that high-energy radiation emissions or ionization of particles would vaporize any living organism attempting to travel through the belt. This dramatically overstated claim suggested that the radiation belts represented absolute barriers to space travel, making lunar missions physically impossible regardless of shielding or trajectory planning. The actual physics of Van Allen belt passage tells a very different story. The belts consist of two main regions, an inner belt containing energetic protons at altitudes of roughly 600 to 3,000 miles, and an outer belt containing low-energy electrons at altitudes of roughly 10,000 to 37,000 miles. A transient third belt occasionally forms during periods of high solar activity. The inner belt poses greater danger due to its energetic protons, but the belt's intensity varies substantially with altitude, magnetic latitude, and solar activity levels. Apollo mission planners carefully designed translunar injection trajectories to minimize time spent in the most intense radiation regions and to pass through relatively thin portions of the belts where radiation intensity was lower. Apollo spacecraft passed through the inner belt in a matter of minutes and the outer belt in approximately 1.5 hours. The aluminum hulls of the spacecraft provided shielding from ionizing radiation, particularly effective against the low-energy electrons in the outer belt. The combination of rapid passage and structural shielding dramatically reduced astronaut exposure compared to what prolonged residence in the most intense belt regions would produce. Even James Van Allen himself, the scientist who discovered the radiation belts, publicly rebutted claims that radiation levels were too harmful for Apollo missions, explaining that proper trajectory planning and basic shielding made safe passage entirely feasible. Actual radiation dosimeter readings from Apollo missions confirmed that exposure remained within acceptable limits. Apollo 8 Commander Frank Borman reported in his book, Countdown, that personal radiation dosimeter readings showed the crew received radiation doses, about the same as we'd get from a chest X-ray, even in the thickest part of the belt. Astronomer Phil Platt calculated that Apollo crews received an average dose of less than 1 rem, equivalent to the ambient radiation received by living at sea level for 3 years. The total radiation received during a complete mission was approximately equivalent to what workers in the nuclear energy field are permitted to receive annually, and not significantly more than space shuttle astronauts routinely experienced during low Earth orbit missions. The claim that film in cameras would have been fogged by radiation exposure has been addressed by noting that film was kept in metal containers that shielded the emulsion from radiation. Uncrewed lunar probes, including the Lunar Orbiter series and the Soviet Luna 3, which used onboard film development processes, successfully photographed the Moon without radiation fogging, demonstrating that proper shielding protected photographic materials. The conspiracy claim that lunar surface temperatures during daytime would have melted camera film ignores that in vacuum environments, heat transfer occurs primarily through radiation rather than conduction or convection. The lack of atmosphere means lunar surface heat is not efficiently transferred to objects not in direct contact with the surface. Passive optical coatings and paints controlled temperature within cameras and spacecraft, using the same principles that gave the lunar module its distinctive gold coloration. Every Apollo landing occurred shortly after lunar sunrise, when surface temperatures were much lower than at lunar noon, further reducing thermal challenges. The claim that Apollo 16 astronauts could not have survived a big solar flare during their mission fails because no large solar flare actually occurred during Apollo 16's flight. Large solar flares did occur in August 1972, after Apollo 16 returned to Earth and before Apollo 17's flight, demonstrating that mission planners monitored solar activity and successfully avoided periods of dangerous solar radiation. Had major solar particle events occurred during missions, increased radiation exposure would have posed genuine risks, but careful monitoring and some degree of fortune meant no crew encountered worst case. Photographic anomalies formed another major category of Kaysing's claims, with conspiracy theorists arguing that shadows fell in inconsistent directions, that multiple light sources were clearly present, that backgrounds appeared identical in photos taken miles apart, and that the absence of stars in the lunar sky proved studio photography. The shadow argument claimed that non-parallel shadows required multiple artificial lights, supposedly revealing sound stage origins. In reality, shadows on the moon are complicated by multiple factors, including reflected light from the lunar surface, uneven ground creating varied shadow lengths, wide-angle lens distortion, and lunar dust scattering light in multiple directions. There are several light sources present: direct sunlight, sunlight reflected from Earth providing earthshine, sunlight reflected from the moon's surface, lunar albedo of approximately 8%, and sunlight reflected from the astronauts' white spacesuits and the lunar module's reflective surfaces. Shadows also display properties of vanishing point perspective, causing them to converge toward a point on the horizon, even when cast by parallel light from a distant source like the sun. This perspective effect can make shadows appear non-parallel, even though they actually are parallel, confusing observers unfamiliar with how perspective works in photography. The uneven topography of the lunar surface, featuring hills, craters, slopes, and bumps, further affects shadow appearance and length. What conspiracy theorists interpret as evidence of multiple light sources actually demonstrates normal behavior of shadows in complex terrain illuminated by a distant point source with additional reflected light. The absence of stars in Apollo photographs has a straightforward explanation that any photographer understands. Cameras were set for daylight exposure with short shutter speeds to properly expose brightly lit subjects in the foreground. Stars are extremely faint compared to sunlit objects, requiring long exposures to register on film. With camera settings optimized for photographing astronauts, spacecraft, and lunar surface in bright sunlight, stars were simply too dim to expose the film sufficiently to appear in images. This is identical to why stars are not visible in photographs taken during sporting events at night, or in most photographs taken from the International Space Station. The bright foreground objects require camera settings that render faint background stars invisible. Astronauts stated in post-mission press conferences that they did not remember seeing stars during extravehicular activity, which conspiracy theorists cited as suspicious. However, the astronauts were specifically discussing naked-eye sightings of stars during the lunar daytime. Human eyes adapted to the brightly sunlit landscape could not simultaneously perceive extremely faint stars, just as people cannot see stars in Earth's daytime sky despite their constant presence. Astronauts regularly sighted stars through spacecraft navigation optics while aligning inertial reference platforms, demonstrating that stars were visible when viewing conditions allowed. The far ultraviolet camera taken to the lunar surface on Apollo 16 photographed many stars, some dim in visible light but bright in ultraviolet, with positions matching those expected for the time and location. Apollo 15 photographed the planet Mercury and background stars from lunar orbit, and Apollo 14 astronauts photographed Venus from the moon's surface, further demonstrating that celestial objects were visible and photographed when appropriate equipment and viewing conditions existed. The claim that identical backgrounds in photos taken miles apart proved studio sets fails when examining actual photographs carefully. Backgrounds were not identical, merely similar. What appear as nearby hills in some photos are actually mountains many miles distant. On Earth, objects far away appear fainter, paler, bluer, and less detailed due to atmospheric haze and aerial perspective. On the moon's airless environment, no atmosphere obscures distant objects, making them appear clearer and nearer than equivalent distances on Earth would suggest. This creates difficulty distinguishing large objects far away from small objects nearby without additional visual cues like trees or buildings for scale. The lack of familiar reference objects combined with unusual visibility in airless conditions creates counterintuitive perception that conspiracy theorists misinterpret as evidence of studio photography. The flag flutter argument, that the American flag appeared to wave despite the moon's airless environment ignores that the flag was attached to an L-shaped rod specifically designed to extend it horizontally rather than letting it hang limp. The flag only moved when astronauts were physically manipulating it during positioning. Without air resistance, these movements caused the free corner to swing like a pendulum, continuing to oscillate for some time after astronauts released the flagpole. The flag appeared rippled because it had been folded during storage, and these ripples could be mistaken for motion in still photographs. Videos clearly show that when astronauts let go of the flagpole, it vibrates briefly but then remains perfectly still, exactly as expected in airless conditions. The Mythbusters television program explicitly tested and debunked this claim, demonstrating that the observed flag behavior matched vacuum conditions rather than atmospheric conditions. Claims about missing blast craters beneath lunar modules argued that the descent engines should have excavated substantial craters during landing. In reality, no significant crater should be expected for multiple reasons. The descent propulsion system was throttled down substantially during final landing, as the lunar module was no longer rapidly decelerating, and the engine only needed to support the lander's weight against lunar gravity while descent propellants neared exhaustion. A touchstone engine thrust divided by nozzle exit area produced only about 1.5 pounds per square inch of pressure. Beyond the engine nozzle, exhaust plumes spread rapidly and pressure dropped very quickly. In vacuum conditions, rocket exhaust gases expand much more quickly than in atmospheric conditions, causing the plume to spread dramatically and pressure to dissipate rapidly. The descent engines did scatter substantial amounts of fine surface dust, clearly visible in 16mm film footage of each landing, and frequently mentioned by mission commanders discussing visibility challenges during final approach. Photographs show scouring of the surface along final approach. Chapter 6, Analyzing Kaysing's Core Claims, continued. Descent paths, with darker areas radiating outward from landing sites where the engine exhaust swept away lighter-colored fine dust to reveal darker subsurface material. This disturbed surface pattern is clearly visible in orbital photographs taken by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter decades after the missions, providing independent confirmation that rocket exhaust interacted with the lunar surface exactly as physics predicts. The footprint preservation argument that astronaut boot prints remained sharply defined despite the absence of moisture needed to hold particles together reflects misunderstanding of how granular materials behave in vacuum conditions. Lunar regolith consists of extremely fine particles with angular, interlocking shapes created by billions of years of micrometeorite bombardment. These particles mechanically interlock when compressed, maintaining their arrangement without requiring moisture as a binding agent. The same principle allows sand castles to maintain some structural integrity even when completely dry, though moisture certainly helps. Laboratory experiments with lunar regolith simulants in vacuum chambers have repeatedly demonstrated that fine, angular particles can hold sharply defined impressions without any moisture present. Conspiracy theorists have claimed that the number of photographs taken during missions is implausibly high, allegedly up to one photo every 50 seconds throughout entire moonwalks. This calculation assumes a lone astronaut taking all photographs while simultaneously conducting all other mission activities, failing to account that two astronauts shared the workload and often took photographs simultaneously during extravehicular activities. The Hasselblad cameras used simplified gear with fixed settings that allowed 2 photos per second when desired. Many photographs were taken immediately after each other as stereo pairs or panorama sequences, with astronauts rapidly clicking multiple exposures of the same scene from slightly different positions. The total number of photographs, when properly analyzed by mission duration and crew size, falls well within reasonable ranges for professional photographers documenting important events. Some conspiracy claims focus on alleged crosshair anomalies, arguing that reticle marks appear behind objects in certain photos, supposedly proving photographic manipulation. The crosshairs were etched onto glass plates in the camera bodies, creating reference marks that should always appear in front of photographed objects. When crosshairs appear to disappear behind white objects, the actual explanation involves photographic overexposure and optical bleeding. Extremely bright white objects in photographs can cause light to bleed into adjacent darker areas during film exposure and development, creating apparent overlap where bright subjects seem to extend beyond their actual boundaries. This optical effect, familiar to experienced photographers, creates the illusion that dark crosshairs disappear behind bright objects when they are actually being optically overwhelmed by excessive brightness. The waving flag, perhaps the most widely cited visual evidence of hoax, demonstrates fundamental misunderstanding of physics in vacuum environments. The flags used horizontal support rods along the top edge, specifically designed to extend them for visibility, since flags hang limp without atmospheric resistance. The flag only moved when astronauts physically manipulated the flagpole during positioning and planting. Video footage clearly shows that when astronauts released the flagpole, it vibrated briefly from the physical disturbance. Then the fabric stopped moving and remained perfectly still, exactly as physics predicts in airless conditions where no air resistance damps oscillations quickly as on Earth. The ripples visible in photographs result from the flag being folded during storage, creating permanent creases that make it appear to be waving when actually motionless. Television broadcasts showed the flag moving only during astronaut handling, never independently fluttering as would occur if atmospheric air currents were present. Kaysing's claims about technological impossibilities extended beyond specific photographic or physical anomalies to encompass broader assertions that 1960s technology could not support successful lunar missions. He argued that computer systems lacked sufficient power and reliability, that life support systems could not maintain habitable environments for mission durations, that heat management in extreme temperature swings from lunar day to night would have failed, and that numerous other technical challenges exceeded available solutions. These arguments often sound convincing to non-technical audiences unfamiliar with actual engineering specifications and the extensive testing that validated each system before committing to crewed missions. The Apollo guidance computer, while primitive by modern standards, with only 74 kilobytes of memory and operating at a speed of approximately 0.043 MHz, was specifically designed for its mission requirements and proved entirely adequate for navigation, guidance, and control functions. The computer was programmed with carefully optimized code written in assembly language by some of the most talented programmers of the era at MIT's Instrumentation Laboratory. The system included multiple redundancies, manual backup modes, and carefully designed interfaces, allowing astronauts to override automatic systems when necessary. The AGC's reliability benefited from using core rope memory for permanent programs, essentially hand-woven magnetic core memory that was physically robust and radiation-resistant. The famous 1202 program alarm during Apollo 11's descent, caused by an unnecessary radar update overloading the computer's processing capacity, demonstrates both system vulnerability and sophisticated software design. The computer successfully prioritized critical guidance tasks over lower priority functions, allowing the landing to proceed safely despite the overload condition. Life support systems for Apollo missions were extensively tested during Mercury and Gemini programs, progressively increasing mission durations from minutes to hours to days as engineers validated that closed-loop environmental control systems could maintain breathable atmospheres, remove carbon dioxide and other contaminants, provide adequate cooling, and supply water and oxygen for extended periods. The tragic Apollo 1 fire led to complete redesign of atmospheric management systems, eliminating the pure oxygen environment during ground operations while maintaining it during spaceflight where fire risks could be better controlled. The environmental control system aboard Apollo spacecraft regulated temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide levels, and cabin pressure through sophisticated mechanical and chemical processes that had been proven through thousands of hours of ground testing and multiple successful missions before attempting lunar landings. Temperature management on the lunar surface, and in transit required ingenious engineering solutions, but nothing exceeding available technology. Spacecraft used reflective coatings, thermal paints, radiators, and the barbecue roll, passive thermal control mode during transit, slowly rotating the spacecraft to prevent any single side from becoming too hot or too cold. The lunar module's distinctive gold coloring came from Kapton film thermal insulation, protecting internal systems from extreme external temperature swings. Spacesuits incorporated liquid cooling garments that circulated chilled water through tubes to remove body heat, preventing overheating during demanding extravehicular activities. These cooling systems drew from lessons learned during Gemini spacewalks, when astronauts experienced dangerous overheating before adequate thermal management was implemented. All Apollo landings occurred shortly after lunar sunrise, when surface temperatures were much lower than at lunar noon, reducing thermal challenges for both equipment and astronauts. The timing was deliberate, balancing thermal management needs against lighting requirements for visibility during landing and surface operations. Mission planners carefully calculated sun angles to provide adequate illumination for photography and surface navigation, while avoiding the hottest lunar surface temperatures that occurred during midday. This methodical approach to operational planning demonstrates the careful engineering analysis underlying every aspect of Apollo missions. Nothing was left to chance or attempted without thorough analysis and testing. The conspiracy claim that Coca-Cola bottles or mysterious reflections appear in helmet visors or in lunar sky photographs typically involves mistaken identification of optical artifacts, spacecraft components reflected in curved visor surfaces, or deliberate misrepresentation of images. Conspiracy websites frequently present heavily zoomed, low-resolution crops of photographs where compression artifacts, optical lens characteristics, or simple ambiguity create shapes that imaginative observers interpret as impossible objects. When examining original high-resolution photographs, these alleged anomalies disappear or reveal mundane explanations like camera reflections, spacecraft parts, or shadow effects. Kaysing's book included various statistical arguments attempting to prove the mission's impossibility, including his frequently cited calculation that chances of successful crewed lunar landing were just 0.0017%. This figure has no basis in legitimate probability analysis or reliability engineering. Actual aerospace reliability calculations involve fault tree analysis, failure modes and effects analysis, and extensive component testing to determine realistic probabilities of system failures and mission success. These sophisticated analyses, conducted by teams of engineers throughout Apollo's development, consistently showed that successful missions were not only possible, but probable given proper design, testing, and operational procedures. Kaysing's calculation appears to represent personal incredulity rather than technical analysis, assigning an arbitrary low probability that reflected his predetermined conclusion that missions were impossible. The cumulative effect of Kaysing's multiple claims created what appeared to conspiracy believers as overwhelming proof of hoax. Each individual claim might seem to provide partial evidence, and their combinations suggested a pattern impossible to explain away. However, this argumentative strategy, sometimes called the Gish Gallop, works by overwhelming audiences with numerous weak arguments rather than providing strong evidence for any individual claim. When each assertion is examined individually with appropriate technical expertise, every claim fails. The photographs show exactly what should be expected from lunar surface photography with 1960s camera technology. The radiation exposure fell within safe limits given proper trajectory planning and basic shielding. The rocket technology, while extraordinarily complex and pushing engineering boundaries, functioned as designed through rigorous testing and development. The absence of blast craters, the flag behavior, the shadow patterns, and every other alleged anomaly have straightforward explanations grounded in physics, photography, and engineering. Independent verification of Apollo accomplishments came from multiple sources beyond NASA's control. The Soviet Union tracked Apollo missions with sophisticated radar and radio receivers, analyzing telemetry and communications throughout each flight. Soviet space program officials, despite enormous political incentive to expose American fraud if it existed, never questioned the mission's authenticity because their independent tracking confirmed spacecraft trajectories, timing, and locations matched NASA's claims. Soviet scientists analyzed lunar samples shared through scientific exchange programs, confirming their lunar origin and ages matching American analyses. If the Cold War enemy, with the most to gain from exposing hoax, instead confirmed mission authenticity, conspiracy theories requiring Soviet cooperation in the deception become absurdly complicated. Independent observatories worldwide tracked Apollo spacecraft using radio receivers, optical telescopes, and radar when possible. The Jodrell Bank Observatory in England, the Parkes Observatory in Australia, and numerous other facilities independently received telemetry and television signals from lunar orbit and the surface, confirming that transmissions originated from the Moon's location rather than from Earth orbit or ground stations. The specific signal characteristics, time delays consistent with lunar distance, and Doppler shifts matching expected spacecraft velocities all provided independent technical confirmation that could not have been faked without detection. The retroreflectors placed on the lunar surface by Apollo 11, 14, and 15 missions continue providing measurable proof of human presence on the Moon. Scientists worldwide routinely bounce laser beams off these arrays to measure Earth-Moon distance with millimeter precision. These measurements have enabled refined understanding of lunar orbit evolution, gravitational physics tests, and studies of Earth's internal structure. The retroreflectors work precisely because they consist of corner-cube prisms that reflect light directly back toward its source regardless of array orientation, a design specifically intended for precise laser ranging. While the Soviet Union placed 2 retroreflectors on the Moon using robotic lunar missions, the 3 larger American retroreflector arrays installed by astronauts are readily distinguishable and have been used for 5 decades of continuous scientific measurements that could not occur if they did not physically exist on the lunar surface. Lunar samples returned by Apollo missions provide perhaps the most incontrovertible physical evidence of authentic lunar exploration. 842 pounds of rocks and soil were collected across 6 missions, representing diverse locations with varied geological histories. These samples exhibit characteristics impossible to replicate on Earth or to collect through robotic missions given 1960s technology. The rocks are extremely old, dating between 3.2 and 4.5 billion years, older than any rocks naturally found on Earth's surface, where plate tectonics and weathering continuously recycle surface materials. The samples contain previously unknown minerals formed in lunar conditions, including ammalcolite, tranquilityite, and pyroxferate. The rocks show microscopic impact craters from micrometeorite bombardment over billions of years, with no weathering or oxidation that would occur in Earth's atmosphere. Solar wind particles are embedded in exposed surfaces at concentrations impossible to achieve through terrestrial simulation. Isotopic compositions differ from terrestrial and meteoritic materials in ways consistent with lunar formation models. Professor Trevor Ireland from the Australian National University, a space rock expert, stated unequivocally that no conspiracy would have or could have made the Moon rocks. The sample's characteristics reflect genuine lunar origin and could not have been manufactured or collected through any means other than human exploration of multiple lunar sites. Scientists worldwide have studied these samples for over 50 years, publishing thousands of peer-reviewed papers analyzing their composition, age, structure, and formation history. The consistent findings across independent laboratories using different analytical techniques confirm that the samples are genuinely ancient lunar materials collected from the locations NASA claims. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched in 2009, photographed all 6 Apollo landing sites from lunar orbit, capturing images showing descent stages, scientific instruments, tracks from astronauts and rovers, and other equipment left behind. These high-resolution photographs provide independent visual confirmation that hardware remains at the claimed landing locations decades after missions ended. The images show details matching mission photographs and video footage, including the specific orientations and locations of equipment as documented during surface operations. Conspiracy theorists typically dismiss these images as fake or claim that equipment could have been placed robotically, but such claims require believing that NASA maintained the hoax conspiracy for additional decades and convinced new generations of scientists and engineers to participate in ongoing fraud, expanding the conspiracy far beyond its original 1960s timeframe. Every core claim advanced by Bill Kaysing and subsequent conspiracy theorists fails when examined with appropriate technical expertise and compared against physical evidence. The photographs, the radiation exposure, the rocket technology, the lunar samples, independent tracking data, retroreflector measurements, and orbital imagery all provide mutually reinforcing confirmation that Apollo missions occurred as NASA described. The extraordinary consistency across multiple independent evidence categories, each of which would need to be separately faked or explained away, makes conspiracy theories exponentially less plausible than the straightforward conclusion that the missions were genuine historical events documented with unprecedented thoroughness. Chapter 7: The Alleged Photography Hoax. The photographic record of Apollo missions represents one of the most comprehensive documentation efforts of any historical event, with astronauts capturing over 32,000 still photographs and hundreds of hours of film and video footage during lunar missions between 1968 and 1972. This extensive visual archive became both the most powerful evidence of authentic lunar exploration and, paradoxically, the primary focus of conspiracy theorists who claimed that photographic anomalies proved the missions were elaborate hoaxes filmed on Earth. Bill Kaysing and subsequent conspiracy advocates devoted enormous attention to analyzing Apollo photographs, identifying alleged inconsistencies, impossibilities, and evidence of artificial lighting, studio sets, and photographic manipulation that supposedly revealed NASA's deception. Understanding both the conspiracy claims about photography and the scientific explanations that refute them requires examining the specific images, the cameras and techniques used, the physics of light and shadow in lunar conditions, and the broader context of how conspiracy theorists selectively interpret ambiguous evidence to support predetermined conclusions. The shadow arguments constituted perhaps the most frequently cited photographic evidence of hoax, with conspiracy theorists pointing to numerous images where shadows appeared to fall in non-parallel directions, supposedly proving that multiple artificial light sources illuminated studio sets rather than the single distant light source of the sun. The famous photograph of Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11's moonwalk, designated AS 1145903, became a focal point for these claims, with conspiracy theorists arguing that Aldrin's shadow and shadows from other objects in the frame point in obviously different directions that could not result from solar illumination alone. Similar arguments were applied to countless other Apollo photographs, where shadows seemed inconsistent, creating the impression that studio lighting crews had carelessly positioned lights that exposed the fraudulent nature of supposedly lunar scenes. The reality of lunar shadows involves considerably more complexity than conspiracy theorists acknowledge. Multiple factors contribute to shadow appearance and direction in Apollo photographs, including the uneven lunar topography, reflected light from various surfaces, perspective effects in wide-angle photographs, and the unique optical environment of an airless world. The moon's surface is far from flat, covered with craters, hills, ridges, slopes, and countless smaller irregularities that affect how shadows fall and appear in photographs. When objects sit on slopes or in depressions, their shadows naturally appear different lengths and orientations compared to objects on level ground, even when illuminated by the same distant light source. Conspiracy theorists examining two-dimensional photographs often fail to account for three-dimensional terrain variations that profoundly affect shadow. Reflected light on the moon comes from multiple sources beyond direct sunlight. Earthshine sunlight reflected from Earth's surface and atmosphere provides substantial illumination during lunar day, with Earth appearing much larger and brighter in the lunar sky than the moon appears from Earth. The lunar surface itself reflects approximately 8% of incident sunlight, creating significant fill light that illuminates shadowed areas. The astronauts' white spacesuits reflected substantial sunlight in all directions. The highly reflective surfaces of the lunar module, particularly its gold-capped insulation and metallic structures, bounced light throughout the landing site. These multiple reflected light sources, while much dimmer than direct sunlight, were sufficient to illuminate shadowed areas and create subtle lighting variations that conspiracy theorists misinterpret as evidence of studio lights. Perspective effects in wide-angle photography cause shadows to appear non-parallel even when cast by perfectly parallel light from a distant source. This phenomenon results from vanishing point perspective, the same optical principle that makes parallel railroad tracks appear to converge toward a point on the horizon. Shadows cast by parallel light rays appear to converge toward a vanishing point in photographs, creating the illusion of non-parallel shadows even though the actual shadow directions are parallel in three-dimensional space. Conspiracy theorists unfamiliar with photographic perspective interpret this normal optical effect as proof of multiple light sources, failing to recognize that even photographs taken on Earth under indisputably solar illumination show apparently non-parallel shadows when wide-angle lenses capture sufficient field of view. Detailed ray tracing analysis of specific Apollo photographs has been attempted by some conspiracy theorists, arguing that shadows cannot be explained by any single light source position. One analysis of the famous Aldrin photograph claimed that, according to the present analysis, the shadow of the astronaut seems to be produced by an extra light source located at a higher elevation angle relative to the light which illuminates the background, concluding that multiple light sources were necessary to explain observed shadow patterns. However, these analyses typically make simplified assumptions about terrain flatness, ignore reflected light contributions, fail to account for wide-angle lens distortion, and selectively analyze only portions of photographs that seem to support predetermined conclusions while ignoring other image areas where shadows behave exactly as expected from solar illumination. Professional photographers and cinematographers have consistently defended Apollo photography as genuine, noting that the observed lighting effects match what should be expected in lunar conditions rather than studio environments. Peter Jackson, director of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, stated during a BBC interview that the technology to fake the Apollo footage simply did not exist in 1969, explaining that the slow-motion photography techniques required to simulate lunar low-gravity movement would have required camera technology that had not yet been invented. Film expert and cinematographer David Crofton analyzed the Apollo footage and concluded it would have been impossible to fake with 1960s technology, noting that the lighting, camera movements, and dust behavior all demonstrated genuine lunar environment rather than studio simulation. The claim that Stanley Kubrick directed faked lunar footage, supposedly recruited by NASA after demonstrating his ability to create convincing space scenes in 2001, A Space Odyssey, represents one of the more elaborate conspiracy theories surrounding Apollo photography. This theory typically claims that Kubrick's perfectionism and technical mastery made him the ideal candidate to film fake lunar footage, and that his later film, The Shining, contained hidden confessions and clues about his involvement in the Apollo hoax. The theory requires believing that Kubrick would risk his reputation, freedom, and life to participate in massive governmental fraud, that he could have directed such an enormous project in complete secrecy, and that he would have left cryptic clues in subsequent films admitting his participation. No credible evidence supports any aspect of this theory, and it relies entirely on symbolic interpretation of ambiguous imagery in Kubrick's later works that could support virtually any predetermined conclusion. The absence of stars in Apollo photographs became one of the most emotionally resonant conspiracy claims, with believers arguing that NASA deliberately excluded stars because astronomers could have used stellar positions to determine whether photographs were taken from the Moon or from Earth. The black starless sky in lunar surface photographs strikes many observers as intuitively wrong. People expect that the Moon's airless environment, free from Earth's light pollution and atmospheric haze, should reveal spectacular stellar vistas far exceeding anything visible from Earth. The fact that Apollo photographs show featureless black skies seems suspicious to those unfamiliar with photography and leads to claims that NASA could not convincingly fake a proper star field and therefore simply omitted stars entirely, inadvertently exposing the hoax. The explanation for missing stars is straightforward and involves basic photographic principles understood by any professional photographer. Cameras expose film or digital sensors based on available light, with settings adjusted to properly expose the primary subject being photographed. During lunar surface operations, astronauts photographed brightly sunlit subjects, other astronauts in white spacesuits, the reflective lunar module, scientific equipment, and the lunar surface itself illuminated by intense, unfiltered sunlight. To properly expose these bright subjects, cameras required fast shutter speeds and small aperture openings that limited total light reaching the film. Stars, being extremely faint point sources compared to sunlit objects, simply could not expose the film adequately with camera settings optimized for daylight photography. This exact phenomenon occurs in terrestrial photography constantly. Photographs taken at sporting events under stadium lights show no stars despite clear nighttime skies overhead. Photographs from the International Space Station typically show no stars when astronauts photograph Earth, spacecraft, or other brightly lit subjects. Time-lapse photography from Earth's surface, capturing both landscape and stars, requires either HDR techniques, combining multiple exposures, or accepting that properly exposing foreground objects will render stars invisible, while properly exposing stars will overexpose everything else. The laws of physics and optics governing photography apply identically whether pictures are taken on Earth or the Moon. Expecting stars to appear in daylit lunar surface photographs demonstrates fundamental misunderstanding of how cameras work. Astronauts did indeed observe and photograph stars during Apollo missions when viewing conditions and camera settings allowed. During translunar and trans-Earth coast phases, when spacecraft interiors were dark and no bright objects appeared in the field of view, astronauts could clearly see stars and used them for navigation, sighting through specialized optics. Apollo 16 carried the far ultraviolet camera to the lunar surface, operating in the shadow of the lunar module where no bright objects contaminated the field of view. This camera, using long exposures and specialized filters, photographed Earth and numerous stars, some dim in visible light, but bright in ultraviolet wavelengths. The stellar positions in these photographs exactly match predicted positions for the date, time, and location, confirming both the camera's lunar location and the consistency of celestial mechanics. Apollo 15 photographed Mercury and background stars from lunar orbit, while Apollo 14 astronauts photographed Venus from the Moon's surface. These images prove that celestial objects were visible and photographable when appropriate equipment and viewing conditions existed. The flag behavior, particularly the apparent waving or fluttering of the American flag in Apollo footage, generated enormous attention from conspiracy theorists who argued that fabric motion proved atmospheric conditions rather than the Moon's vacuum. Video clips showing the flag appearing to wave have been widely circulated online, often with commentary insisting that the movement is impossible in airless conditions and therefore proves filming occurred on Earth. For many conspiracy believers, the waving flag represents the single most damning piece of evidence. a smoking gun that conclusively exposes NASA's fraud through simple visual observation, requiring no technical expertise to interpret. Detailed analysis of the actual footage reveals that the flag moved only when astronauts physically manipulated it, never moving independently as would occur in atmospheric conditions. The flags were attached to L-shaped support rods along the top edge, designed specifically to extend them horizontally for visibility, since fabric hangs completely limp in airless conditions. During flag positioning and planting, astronauts gripped and rotated the flagpole, physically disturbing the fabric and causing it to swing. In vacuum conditions, this movement continues much longer than on Earth because no air resistance damps the motion. The fabric behaves like a pendulum, gradually losing energy only through internal friction in the fabric and mechanical losses in the pole attachment. Video footage clearly shows that when astronauts released the flagpole, the fabric oscillated briefly, then became completely motionless, remaining frozen in whatever configuration the prior motion left it. This behavior precisely matches physics predictions for fabric in vacuum. The ripples and creases visible in still photographs of the flag result from it being folded during storage, creating permanent wrinkles that remain visible when the flag is deployed. These creases can create the illusion of motion in still images, as observers interpret the three-dimensional ripples as evidence that the flag is waving. However, comparing multiple photographs taken at different times shows the ripples in identical configurations, proving the fabric was motionless between shots. The Mythbusters television program explicitly tested flag behavior in vacuum conditions, demonstrating that the observed motion in Apollo footage matched vacuum rather than atmospheric behavior, thoroughly debunking the conspiracy claim. Crosshair anomalies in some Apollo photographs, where the reticle marks etched into camera windows appear to pass behind bright objects in the scene, have been cited as evidence of photographic manipulation or composite images. The crosshairs, properly called fiducial marks or Rousseau marks, were physically etched onto glass plates in the camera bodies, creating reference marks that should always appear in front of all photographed objects since they existed between the lens and the film. When crosshairs appear to vanish behind white objects, conspiracy theorists argue that NASA carelessly composited foreground objects onto background scenes, allowing bright pasted-in elements to cover the crosshairs and expose the fraud. The actual explanation involves photographic overexposure and halation, optical bleeding, that occurs when extremely bright objects in photographs cause light to scatter and spread beyond the object's actual boundaries during film exposure and development. This scattered light can overwhelm the relatively dark crosshair lines where they pass across very bright white surfaces, creating the optical illusion that the crosshairs disappear behind the bright object when they are actually being optically swamped by excessive brightness. This phenomenon is familiar to experienced photographers working with high-contrast subjects and occurs regularly in terrestrial photography of bright objects against darker backgrounds. The conspiracy interpretation requires believing that NASA's photo manipulation experts were sophisticated enough to create perfect composite images, but somehow carelessly allowed crosshairs to appear behind pasted objects, an inconsistency suggesting that simpler optical explanations are more plausible than elaborate hoax scenarios. Identical backgrounds in photographs allegedly taken miles apart have been cited as proof that NASA reused the same backdrop across multiple scenes, exposing the studio filming operation. Conspiracy theorists point to images showing similar-looking hills or mountains in the background, arguing that these features should appear different from widely separated locations, and that their similarity proves they were artificial backdrops photographed from slightly different positions on a studio set. This argument appeals to common experience from terrestrial environments, where nearby objects clearly shift position relative to distant backgrounds when the observer moves even short distances, creating parallax that allows depth perception. Lunar environment differs fundamentally from terrestrial experience in ways that create counterintuitive visual effects. The absence of atmosphere means no aerial perspective. Distant objects remain sharp, clear, and detailed, rather than fading into hazy indistinctness as they would on Earth. without familiar reference objects like trees, buildings, or other structures to provide scale cues. Distinguishing large objects far away from small objects nearby becomes extraordinarily difficult. What appear as modest hills in some Apollo photographs are actually mountains dozens of miles distant, so far away that moving several hundred feet or even a mile or two barely changes their apparent position or appearance. The moon's smaller size compared to Earth also affects horizon distances and how quickly landscape features appear to change with observer movement. When analyzing photograph pairs with allegedly identical backgrounds, careful examination typically reveals subtle differences in mountain positions, shadow patterns, and foreground objects that demonstrate the photos were indeed taken from different locations. The backgrounds appear similar, not identical, in the same way that photographs taken a mile apart on Earth's surface might show the same distant mountain range in similar configurations. Conspiracy theorists selectively crop images to emphasize background similarities while excluding foreground differences that would make the separate locations. The quality and resolution of Apollo photographs has itself been questioned, with some conspiracy theorists arguing that images are too perfect, too well composed, and too technically excellent to have been taken in the challenging conditions of lunar surface operations. This argument suggests that astronauts wearing bulky spacesuits with limited mobility, using cameras mounted on chest brackets without viewfinders, could not possibly have captured the consistently excellent images seen in the Apollo archive. The high success rate supposedly proves that professional photographers in controlled studio conditions actually took the images. Conversely, other conspiracy theorists argue that certain technical imperfections prove fraud, claiming that overexposed areas, lens flares, or occasional focus problems demonstrate manipulation or reveal lighting equipment that should not appear in lunar scenes. The reality involves extensive photographic training provided to astronauts before missions, simplified camera operation procedures that minimized user error, and inevitable selection effects in published images. Astronauts received substantial photography instruction from professional photographers, learning composition, exposure, and documentation techniques. They practiced extensively with the specific camera equipment they would use during missions, becoming thoroughly familiar with operation while wearing pressurized gloves. The Hasselblad cameras used were modified for simplified operation with preset exposures appropriate for common lighting conditions, reducing the technical decisions required during shooting. Most importantly, astronauts took thousands of photographs during missions, and the published images represent the best results. Naturally, the most technically excellent, well-composed, and historically significant photographs were selected for publication and public display, while imperfect images remained in archives. The calculation that astronauts took implausibly many photographs, supposedly one every 50 seconds throughout entire moonwalks, reflects flawed analysis that assumes a single astronaut took all pictures while simultaneously performing all other mission tasks. The actual situation involved two astronauts sharing responsibilities, both carrying cameras and frequently photographing simultaneously or in rapid succession. The simplified camera operation allowed very rapid shooting when desired. Astronauts could capture multiple images per second when documenting sequences or panoramas. Many photographs were deliberately taken as stereo pairs or panorama sequences, with astronauts rapidly clicking numerous exposures of the same scene from slightly different positions. When properly analyzing total photographs by mission duration, number of photographers, and shooting techniques, the numbers fall well within reasonable ranges. Reflections in astronaut helmet visors became another focus of conspiracy analysis, with believers claiming to identify impossible objects, lighting equipment, or suspicious figures supposedly revealing studio filming operations. The curved, gold-coated visors acted as convex mirrors, reflecting wide-angle views of the surrounding environment, including the photographer, astronaut, nearby equipment, the lunar module, surface features, and other objects within the field of view. Conspiracy theorists examining heavily zoomed low-resolution crops of visor reflections claim to identify lighting rigs, unspace-suited personnel, or mysterious structures that should not appear in genuine lunar scenes. However, when examining original high-resolution images, these alleged anomalies typically resolve into mundane explanations: camera reflections, spacecraft components, or optical artifacts from the curved, reflective surface. One detailed analysis of visor reflections in the famous Aldrin photograph attempted to use ray tracing to determine light source positions, claiming that analysis revealed multiple inconsistent light sources that could only be explained by studio lighting rather than solar illumination. The analysis argued that different portions of the scene required different sun positions to explain observed shadows and lighting, concluding that at least two separate light sources were necessary. However, such analyses typically ignore reflected light contributions, make simplified assumptions about terrain geometry, fail to account for lens and visor optical distortions, and selectively focus on apparent inconsistencies while dismissing areas where single-source lighting perfectly explains observations. The lunar module's appearance generated various conspiracy claims, including arguments that its flimsy construction could not have survived the journey, that its landing pads show no dust despite claims about dust being blown away during landing, and that various components appear wrong or suspicious. The LM's angular, seemingly fragile appearance results from radical weight-saving measures for a vehicle operating exclusively in vacuum and low-gravity conditions. The thin aluminum alloy skin did not need to withstand atmospheric pressure differences or aerodynamic loads, allowing construction far lighter than would be possible for atmospheric vehicles. The exposed wiring, foil-like thermal blankets, and spindly landing legs all reflect optimization for lunar environment rather than Earth-like conditions. The landing pads show minimal dust accumulation because the descent engine exhaust, while blowing surface dust radially outward during final approach, settled back to the surface after engine shutdown in patterns determined by ballistic trajectories in airless, low-gravity conditions. Some dust fell onto landing pads, but the amounts varied depending on approach trajectory, engine throttle history, and local surface composition. Photographs show varying amounts of dust on different landing pads of the same vehicle, consistent with asymmetric dust dispersal during landing. The footpads rest on surface material that appears both disturbed and undisturbed in different areas, exactly matching expectations for the complex interaction between rocket exhaust plumes, granular surface materials, and ballistic particle trajectories in vacuum conditions. Every photographic anomaly cited by conspiracy theorists has straightforward explanations rooted in photography principles, lunar environmental physics, and careful analysis of actual evidence rather than selective interpretation of ambiguous details. The extensive photographic record, far from exposing hoax, provides overwhelming documentation of genuine lunar exploration captured with technology and techniques appropriate for 1960s space missions. The fact that conspiracy theories continue despite these explanations demonstrates that belief persists not because evidence supports it, but because psychological and social factors make conspiracy thinking appealing regardless of factual reality. Chapter 8: Determining the Truth, Testing Kaysing's Evidence. The scientific method provides a systematic framework for evaluating extraordinary claims through observation, experimentation, hypothesis testing, and peer review, principles that apply equally to assessing Bill Kaysing's allegations about faked moon landings as they do to any other testable propositions about the physical world. When conspiracy theories challenge established historical events supported by extensive documentation, the burden of proof rests with those making extraordinary claims to provide compelling evidence that withstands rigorous scrutiny. Conversely, defenders of mainstream historical accounts must demonstrate that claimed anomalies have plausible explanations consistent with known physics, technology, and human behavior. The decades since Kaysing first published his theories have witnessed exhaustive scientific analysis of every major conspiracy claim, with researchers conducting experiments, analyzing original materials, consulting primary documentation, and applying modern analytical tools to definitively test whether Apollo evidence supports authentic lunar exploration or elaborate fraud. The Van Allen radiation belt controversy provides an ideal case study for systematic scientific testing of conspiracy claims. Kaysing and subsequent theorists argued that astronauts could not have survived passage through these zones of intense radiation surrounding Earth, supposedly proving the missions never actually occurred. Testing this claim requires understanding the actual radiation environment, the shielding provided by spacecraft structures, the trajectories Apollo missions followed through the belts, the duration of exposure, and the total radiation doses astronauts received compared to dangerous threshold levels. The Van Allen belts consist of two main regions, an inner belt dominated by energetic protons at altitudes of roughly 1,000 to 6,000 kilometers, and an outer belt dominated by electrons at altitudes of roughly 13,000 to 60,000 kilometers. A transient third belt occasionally forms during periods of high solar activity. The radiation intensity varies dramatically with altitude, magnetic latitude, and solar activity levels, creating a complex three-dimensional structure rather than uniform deadly zones that spacecraft must penetrate. The belts were discovered by physicist James Van Allen analyzing data from Explorer 1 and subsequent satellites in 1958, providing scientists with 11 years to study the radiation environment before Apollo 11's historic landing. NASA's pre-Apollo studies of the Van Allen belts clearly documented both the danger and the mitigation strategies. In 1962, Van Allen himself, believing that protons of the inner belt could seriously threaten human spaceflight missions, suggested clearing them away by detonating a nuclear bomb near the outer belt, which would give particles extra energy to escape Earth's magnetic field. This dramatic proposal reflected genuine concern about radiation dangers, but also demonstrated scientists' confidence that engineering solutions existed for managing the threat. The proposal was never implemented for Apollo, though both American and Soviet nuclear tests in space during 1962 actually increased radiation belt intensity rather than clearing it, temporarily destroying several satellites, including Telstar 1. Instead of attempting to eliminate the radiation belts, NASA mission planners designed translunar injection trajectories that minimized time spent in the most intense regions and passed through relatively thin portions of the belts where radiation intensity was substantially lower. The first recommendations for dealing with the Van Allen belts on possible missions to the Moon came in summer 1960 at a NASA Space Task Group meeting, where scientists suggested that moderate shielding could protect crews from outer belt particles. By January 1961, NASA's Group on Trajectory Analysis listed as an urgent requirement a standard model of the Van Allen radiation belt, which could be used in all trajectory analyses related to the Apollo program, recognizing the need to thoroughly understand the radiation environment before routing crews through it. Apollo spacecraft passed through the inner belt in a matter of minutes and the outer belt in approximately 1.5 hours. The combination of rapid passage, trajectory planning to avoid the most intense regions, and shielding provided by spacecraft aluminum hulls dramatically reduced astronaut exposure compared to what prolonged residence in peak intensity zones would produce. Official NASA documents describing pre-Apollo studies clearly state that shielding was recommended for the Apollo spacecraft, and adequate shielding was incorporated into spacecraft design. The command module's aluminum pressure vessel, equipment racks, supplies, and other internal structures all contributed to cumulative shielding mass between radiation sources and astronaut positions. To monitor radiation exposure during flights, Apollo crews carried dosimeters both aboard their spacecraft and on their persons. These radiation measuring devices provided direct empirical data about actual exposure levels experienced during missions. The readings confirmed that NASA's trajectory planning and shielding strategies had been effective. Apollo 8 Commander Frank Borman reported in his book, Countdown, that personal radiation dosimeter readings showed the crew received doses, about the same as we'd get from a chest X-ray, even in the thickest part of the belt. At the program's conclusion, NASA determined that its astronauts had avoided the large radiation doses many feared would ground flights to the moon. Over the course of the lunar missions, astronauts were exposed to doses lower than the yearly 5 rem average experienced by workers with the Atomic Energy Commission, who regularly dealt with radioactive materials. Astronomer Phil Platt calculated that Apollo crews received an average dose of less than 1 rem, roughly equivalent to ambient radiation received by living at sea level for 3 years. The total radiation received during complete missions was approximately equivalent to what workers in the nuclear energy field are permitted to receive annually, and not significantly more than space shuttle astronauts routinely experienced during low Earth orbit missions. These doses fell well below thresholds for acute radiation sickness, which require exposures exceeding 100 rem delivered over short periods. Long-term cancer risk increased slightly from the exposure, but nothing approaching the immediately lethal or severely damaging doses conspiracy theories predicted. James Van Allen himself publicly rebutted claims that radiation levels were too harmful for Apollo missions, explaining that proper trajectory planning and basic shielding made safe passage entirely feasible. The scientist whose name attached to the radiation belts, who discovered them and understood their properties better than anyone, explicitly confirmed that Apollo missions could and did safely traverse the regions. For conspiracy theorists, to maintain their radiation-based objections requires believing they understand the radiation environment better than Van Allen and thousands of radiation physicists who have studied the belts for over 6 decades. Modern satellite data has further refined understanding of Van Allen belt structure and intensity. The twin Van Allen probes launched by NASA in 2012 discovered that the inner belt radiation was actually much weaker than earlier models assumed. Scientists found that the most dangerous highly relativistic electrons, those with energies of 0.7 to 1.5 million electron volts, could not penetrate the slot region between inner and outer belts, except rarely during severe solar storms. This finding confirmed that Apollo-era models had been conservative, overestimating rather than underestimating radiation dangers and providing additional safety margin beyond what mission planners realized. Photographic analysis provides another avenue for systematic testing of conspiracy claims. Kaysing and followers argued that shadow directions, lighting inconsistencies, crosshair anomalies, and various other photographic oddities proved studio origin rather than lunar surface photography. Testing these claims requires both theoretical analysis of how light behaves in lunar conditions and experimental recreation of claimed anomalies under controlled conditions. Multiple research groups and science educators have conducted experiments demonstrating that Apollo photographic characteristics match lunar environmental conditions rather than terrestrial studio setups. The Mythbusters television program dedicated an episode to testing major moon landing conspiracy claims, including flag behavior, boot print preservation, radiation exposure, and photographic lighting. For the shadow experiment, they constructed a small-scale lunar surface with rocks and uneven terrain, illuminated it with a single distant light source simulating the sun, and photographed the scene with wide-angle lenses similar to those used during Apollo missions. The resulting photographs showed apparently non-parallel shadows identical to those conspiracy theorists cite as proof of multiple light sources, demonstrating that uneven terrain and photographic perspective create the observed effects without requiring studio lights. For flag behavior testing, Mythbusters placed a flag on a horizontal support rod in a vacuum chamber and filmed astronauts manipulating it. The flag behaved exactly as Apollo footage showed, moving only when physically disturbed, then oscillating for extended periods without air resistance to damp the motion, finally becoming completely motionless in configurations that appeared rippled due to fabric creases. The experiment definitively proved that flag behavior in Apollo footage matched vacuum conditions rather than atmospheric environments. The boot print experiment tested whether fine particles could hold sharply defined impressions without moisture. Using lunar regolith simulant, material engineered to match lunar soil's grain size, shape, and mechanical properties, in vacuum conditions, experimenters demonstrated that angular particles mechanically interlock when compressed, maintaining sharp impressions without requiring water as a binding agent. The boot prints in vacuum matched the quality and definition seen in Apollo photographs, refuting claims that moisture-free lunar soil could not preserve detailed footprints. Professional cinematographers and special effects experts have analyzed Apollo footage to determine whether it could have been faked with 1960s technology. Film director Peter Jackson, whose Lord of the Rings trilogy demonstrated mastery of practical and digital special effects, stated during a BBC interview that the technology to fake Apollo footage simply did not exist in 1969. Jackson explained that slow-motion photography techniques required to simulate lunar low-gravity movement would have required camera technology that had not yet been invented. Filming at higher frame rates to allow slow-motion playback that convincingly replicated 1/6 gravity was theoretically possible. But the video technology of the era could not have broadcast high frame rate footage in the real-time format that television audiences witnessed. Cinematographer David Crofton analyzed Apollo footage and concluded it would have been impossible to fake with 1960s technology. Crofton noted that lighting, camera movements, and particularly dust behavior all demonstrated genuine lunar environment rather than studio simulation. The parabolic trajectories of dust particles kicked up by astronaut boots and rover wheels, falling immediately back to the surface without billowing or lingering as they would in atmospheric conditions, could not have been convincingly simulated with available effects technology. Each dust particle followed a precise ballistic trajectory in vacuum and low gravity, with thousands of particles simultaneously visible in some footage, each behaving according to lunar physics. Creating this effect practically would have required filming in a massive vacuum chamber with reduced gravity, essentially recreating actual lunar conditions rather than faking them. Lunar sample analysis provides perhaps the most definitive scientific test of Apollo authenticity. The 842 pounds of rocks and soil collected across 6 missions have been studied by thousands of scientists in laboratories worldwide for over 50 years. These samples exhibit characteristics impossible to replicate terrestrially or to collect through robotic missions given 1960s technology. Testing samples for authenticity involves multiple analytical approaches, including radiometric age dating, mineralogical analysis, isotopic composition studies, examination of surface features, and comparison with meteoritic materials. Radiometric dating, using uranium lead, potassium argon, and other decay systems, consistently shows lunar samples are extremely old, ranging between 3.2 and 4.5 billion years. These ages are older than any rocks naturally found on Earth's surface, where plate tectonics continuously recycles crustal materials and surface weathering erodes ancient rocks. The oldest terrestrial surface rocks are approximately 4 billion years old and extremely rare, found only in specialized geological settings. The consistent great age across hundreds of lunar samples from diverse locations proves they did not originate from Earth's surface. The samples contain minerals previously unknown to science, including amorcolite, named for Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, tranquilityite, and pyroxferite. These minerals form under conditions of extremely slow cooling in oxygen-poor environments, matching lunar formation scenarios, but not occurring naturally on Earth's oxidizing surface. The discovery of new minerals with properties predicted by lunar formation models provides powerful confirmation of genuine lunar origin. Microscopic examination reveals that lunar rock surfaces exposed on the Moon for millions or billions of years show countless tiny impact craters from micrometeorite bombardment. These microscopic pits, called zap pits, form as high-velocity particles strike exposed surfaces in the absence of atmospheric protection. Earth's atmosphere burns up or slows most small particles before they reach the surface, preventing comparable micrometeorite damage to terrestrial rocks. The density and characteristics of ZAP pits on lunar samples match the expected flux of micrometeorites in Earth-Moon space accumulated over geological timescales, providing another independent confirmation of lunar surface exposure. Solar wind particles, primarily protons and helium nuclei streaming from the Sun, are embedded in exposed lunar rock surfaces at concentrations impossible to achieve through terrestrial simulation. The Moon's lack of atmosphere and weak magnetic field allow solar wind to directly impact the surface, where particles implant themselves in the outer layers of rocks and soil grains. Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere shield the surface from direct solar wind exposure, preventing comparable implantation. The isotopic signatures of implanted solar wind particles match predictions from solar physics models and provide yet another independent marker of genuine lunar surface exposure. Isotopic compositions of lunar samples differ systematically from terrestrial and meteoritic materials in ways consistent with lunar formation models. The Moon is thought to have formed from debris ejected when a Mars-sized body collided with early Earth approximately 4.5 billion years ago. This giant impact hypothesis predicts specific isotopic patterns reflecting both the terrestrial origin of most lunar material and the unique conditions of lunar formation and evolution. Oxygen isotope ratios, chromium isotope ratios, and other isotopic systems in lunar samples match predictions from the giant impact model while differing from typical meteorites that sample other solar system bodies. Professor Trevor Ireland from the Australian National University, a space rock expert specializing in lunar sample analysis, stated unequivocally that no conspiracy would have or could have made the Moon rocks. The sample's characteristics reflect genuine lunar origin through multiple independent lines of evidence, each requiring different physical processes and geological histories. Faking materials that simultaneously satisfied radiometric ages, mineralogy, micrometeorite damage, solar wind implantation, isotopic compositions, and comparison with subsequently collected samples would require scientific capabilities far exceeding anything available in the 1960s or even today. The internally consistent story, told by multiple analytical techniques across hundreds of samples from diverse locations, provides overwhelming proof of authentic lunar collection. Independent tracking of Apollo spacecraft provided real-time verification that missions traveled to the Moon rather than remaining in Earth orbit, as some conspiracy variants proposed. The Soviet Union tracked Apollo missions using sophisticated radar and radio receivers throughout each flight, analyzing telemetry and communications. Soviet space program officials, despite enormous political incentive to expose American fraud, never questioned mission authenticity because their independent tracking confirmed spacecraft trajectories, timing, and locations matched NASA's claims. Soviet scientists analyzed lunar samples shared through scientific exchange programs, confirming their lunar origin and ages matching American analyzers. Independent observatories worldwide tracked Apollo spacecraft using radio receivers, optical telescopes, and radar. The Jodrell Bank Observatory in England, the Parkes Observatory in Australia, and numerous other facilities independently received telemetry and television signals from lunar orbit and the surface, confirming that transmissions originated from the Moon's location rather than Earth orbit or ground stations. The specific signal characteristics, including time delays consistent with lunar distance, Doppler shifts matching expected spacecraft velocities, and signal strength variations as spacecraft moved relative to Earth, all provided technical confirmation that could not have been faked without detection by independent observers equipped with sophisticated tracking equipment. The laser retroreflectors placed on the lunar surface by Apollo 11, 14, and 15 continue providing measurable proof of human presence on the Moon through experiments anyone with appropriate equipment can independently verify. Scientists worldwide routinely bounce laser pulses off these arrays to measure Earth-Moon distance with millimeter precision. The retroreflectors consist of corner-cube prisms that reflect light directly back toward its source, regardless of array orientation, a design specifically intended for precise laser ranging. The round-trip light travel time of approximately 2.5 seconds confirms the retroreflector's lunar location at the specific coordinates where Apollo missions reported placing them. These measurements have continued for over 50 years, providing ongoing experimental confirmation of human presence at the landing sites that conspiracy theories cannot explain away without proposing increasingly elaborate fraud scenarios. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched in 2009, photographed all 6 Apollo landing sites from lunar orbit with unprecedented resolution. The images show descent stages still standing at landing locations, scientific instruments including seismometers and retroreflector arrays, tracks from astronauts and rovers, and other equipment left behind. The photographs provide independent visual confirmation decades after missions ended that hardware remains exactly where NASA claimed it was placed. The images show details matching mission photographs and video footage, including specific orientations and locations of equipment as documented during surface operations. This independent verification from a spacecraft launched 40 years after Apollo 11 requires believing that conspiracy theories are correct, that NASA maintained fraud for additional decades, convinced new generations of scientists and engineers to participate in ongoing deception, and successfully launched additional spacecraft to place confirming evidence on the Moon, expanding the conspiracy far beyond its original 1960s timeframe into logical incoherence. Every systematic scientific test of conspiracy claims, from radiation exposure calculations to photographic recreation to sample analysis to independent tracking verification, has confirmed that Apollo evidence is consistent with authentic lunar exploration and inconsistent with elaborate hoax. The extraordinary convergence of multiple independent evidence categories, each requiring different technologies and expertise to evaluate, makes conspiracy theories exponentially less plausible than the straightforward conclusion that missions occurred as documented. Science works by proposing hypotheses, testing them against observable evidence, and rejecting hypotheses contradicted by facts. When applied rigorously to moon landing conspiracy theories, this scientific process conclusively demonstrates that Kaysing's claims fail every legitimate test. Chapter 9: The Van Allen Radiation Belts Controversy. The Van Allen radiation belts represent perhaps the most scientifically substantive argument advanced by Bill Kaysing and subsequent moon landing conspiracy theorists, who claim that astronauts could not have survived passage through these zones of intense radiation surrounding Earth without suffering fatal or severely damaging exposure. Unlike photographic anomalies that can be dismissed through straightforward explanations of lighting and perspective, or rocket reliability questions that involve engineering details unfamiliar to most people, radiation hazards invoke genuine scientific concerns that NASA engineers actually confronted during Apollo planning and that continue affecting space mission design today. The radiation belt controversy demonstrates how conspiracy theorists exploit public unfamiliarity with radiation physics, misrepresent technical literature, and present partial truths without context to create the false impression that NASA attempted impossibly dangerous missions that inevitably would have killed crew members, thereby supposedly proving the missions never actually occurred. Understanding the radiation belt controversy requires examining the belt's discovery, their actual structure and composition, the radiation doses they would deliver under various exposure scenarios, NASA's specific strategies for minimizing exposure during Apollo missions, the actual doses astronauts received as measured by onboard instrumentation, and the broader context of how radiation risks are assessed and managed in space exploration. The story begins with physicist James Van Allen, whose analysis of data from early American satellites in 1958 revealed the existence of regions where Earth's magnetic field traps energetic charged particles from solar wind and cosmic rays, creating zones of elevated radiation intensity at specific altitudes above the planet. The discovery occurred through happy scientific accident during the International Geophysical Year, a collaborative international scientific program spanning 1957 to 1958 that emphasized Earth and space research. The Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1 on October 4, 1957, initiating the space age and providing the first artificial satellite to orbit Earth. Sputnik 2, launched November 3, 1957, carried more sophisticated instrumentation, including radiation detectors that registered unexpected high readings at certain orbital positions. However, the Soviet scientists initially struggled to interpret these results, with some believing their instruments had malfunctioned. The United States launched Explorer 1 on January 31, 1958, carrying cosmic ray detection equipment designed by James Van Allen. The instruments showed peculiar readings in specific orbital regions, with cosmic ray detectors registering nearly no radiation where Van Allen had anticipated high counts. Unconvinced the data was accurate, Van Allen offered an alternative explanation. The low reading was false, and the instruments were actually saturated with particles trapped in Earth's magnetic field, overwhelming the detector's capacity to register individual events. Instruments aboard Explorer 3, launched in March 1958, confirmed Van Allen's hypothesis, revealing the existence of what became known as the Van Allen radiation belts. The belts consist of two primary regions with distinct characteristics. The inner belt extends from approximately 1,000 to 6,000 kilometers altitude, concentrated near the equatorial plane, and contains primarily energetic protons with energies ranging from hundreds of kiloelectron volts to hundreds of megaelectron volts. These protons originate from cosmic ray interactions with Earth's upper atmosphere. When cosmic rays strike atmospheric atoms, they produce neutrons that subsequently decay into protons and electrons, some of which become trapped by Earth's magnetic field. The inner belt's intensity varies relatively slowly, remaining fairly stable except during major geomagnetic disturbances. The outer belt extends from approximately 13,000 to 60,000 kilometers altitude, also concentrated near the equatorial plane, and contains primarily energetic electrons with energies from hundreds of kiloelectron volts to several megaelectron volts. These electrons originate from solar wind particles captured by Earth's magnetosphere and subsequently energized through various plasma physics processes. The outer belt's intensity varies dramatically over timescales from minutes to years, responding to solar wind conditions, geomagnetic storms, and other space weather phenomena. During severe geomagnetic disturbances, the outer belt can temporarily disappear or dramatically intensify, creating highly dynamic radiation environments. Between the inner and outer belts lies a slot region where radiation intensity drops substantially. This region experiences periodic incursions of energetic particles during geomagnetic storms, but generally maintains lower intensities than the main belt regions. The slot's existence reflects the balance between processes that inject particles into the magnetosphere and processes that remove them through interactions with atmospheric atoms, electromagnetic waves, and loss through the magnetospheric boundaries. Occasional transient third radiation belts form during periods of intense solar activity and geomagnetic disturbances. The twin Van Allen probes launched in 2012 observed a third belt formation in September 2012 that persisted for approximately 4 weeks before merging back into the outer belt. These observations demonstrated that radiation belt structure is more complex and dynamic than earlier models suggested, with implications for understanding space radiation hazards. The radiation doses delivered by Van Allen belts depend critically on exposure duration, spacecraft trajectory, shielding mass, and particle energies. Energetic protons in the inner belt penetrate substantial material thickness, requiring significant shielding mass to attenuate their intensity. Electrons in the outer belt, while less penetrating individually, can collectively deliver substantial doses during prolonged exposure. Galactic cosmic rays, high-energy particles originating from beyond the solar system, contribute additional radiation exposure throughout cislunar space and on the lunar surface. NASA's pre-Apollo radiation studies thoroughly characterized the threat and developed mitigation strategies. The first recommendations for dealing with Van Allen belts on possible moon missions came at a NASA Space Task Group meeting in summer 1960, where scientists suggested moderate shielding could protect crews from outer belt particles. By January 1961, as NASA embarked on the Apollo program following President Kennedy's challenge, the Group on Trajectory Analysis listed as an urgent requirement a standard model of the Van Allen radiation belt, which could be used in all trajectory analyses related to the Apollo program. This requirement reflected recognition that understanding the radiation environment in precise quantitative detail was essential for designing safe mission profiles. In 1962, Van Allen himself proposed a dramatic solution, clearing the inner belt protons by detonating a nuclear bomb near the outer belt, giving particles additional energy to escape Earth's magnetic field. This proposal reflected both the seriousness of radiation concerns and scientists' confidence that engineering solutions existed. The proposal was never implemented for Apollo, but both American and Soviet nuclear tests in space during 1962 provided inadvertent experiments in radiation belt manipulation. The American Starfish Prime test on July 9, 1962, detonated a 1.4 megaton warhead at 400 kilometers altitude over the Pacific Ocean. However, instead of clearing the inner belt, as Van Allen's proposal envisioned, the explosion actually added substantial radiation, increasing inner belt intensity by a factor of approximately 1 million. Soviet nuclear tests in October 1962 further increased radiation belt intensity, with devastating effects on operational satellites. Telstar 1, launched just one day after Starfish Prime, initially functioned perfectly, relaying the first television pictures, fax images, and transatlantic TV feeds across the Atlantic. By October, increased radiation from the Soviet tests had damaged Telstar's transistors through cumulative radiation effects, and the satellite ceased operations in 1963. These nuclear test consequences demonstrated that radiation belt intensities could indeed be modified by human activities, but also that attempts to beneficially modify them risked creating worse radiation environments than originally existed. Rather than pursuing radical belt modification schemes, NASA mission planners focused on trajectory optimization and spacecraft shielding to minimize crew exposure. Apollo translunar injection trajectories were designed to pass rapidly through belt regions, minimizing exposure duration. The trajectories also avoided the highest intensity zones by passing through thinner portions of the belts at higher or lower magnetic latitudes where trapped particle concentrations were reduced. Apollo's spacecraft passed through the inner belt in a matter of minutes, typically less than 15 minutes, and the outer belt in approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. This rapid transit dramatically reduced total exposure compared to scenarios involving prolonged residence in peak intensity regions. Spacecraft structural shielding provided additional radiation protection. The command module's aluminum pressure vessel, typically about 1.5 inches thick in most areas, attenuated incoming radiation through energy absorption and scattering. Equipment racks, supplies, water tanks, and other internal structures provided additional shielding mass between external radiation sources and astronaut positions. While the total shielding mass was modest compared to what would be ideal for comprehensive radiation protection, and far less than the meters of soil or rock that provide natural shielding on Earth's surface, it was sufficient to reduce exposure to manageable levels given the relatively brief transit time through belt regions. Official NASA documents from the Apollo era explicitly addressed radiation protection requirements. The Apollo Experience Report Protection against radiation. Technical note: documented pre-mission radiation studies, shielding analyses, trajectory planning considerations, and dosimetry results. Conspiracy theorists claiming NASA ignored radiation hazards or attempted missions without adequate protection directly contradict these detailed technical documents that demonstrate radiation was thoroughly studied and systematically addressed through multiple engineering approaches. To directly measure actual radiation exposure during missions, Apollo crews carried multiple types of dosimeters both aboard spacecraft and on their persons. Passive dosimeters using thermoluminescent materials provided time-integrated dose measurements over entire missions. Active dosimeters provided real-time readings during critical mission phases. The Van Allen belt dosimeter was designed specifically for Apollo dosimetry within the radiation belts and proved satisfactory for measuring the expected dose ranges. This comprehensive dosimetry program provided empirical data about actual exposure rather than relying solely on pre-mission predictions from radiation transport calculations. The dosimetry results confirmed that Apollo mission planning had been effective in minimizing radiation exposure. Apollo 8 Commander Frank Borman reported that personal radiation dosimeter readings showed the crew received doses about the same as we'd get from a chest X-ray, even in the thickest part of the belt. At the conclusion of the Apollo program, NASA determined that astronauts had avoided the large radiation doses many had feared would ground lunar flights. Over the course of all lunar missions, astronauts were exposed to radiation doses lower than the yearly 5 rem average experienced by workers with the Atomic Energy Commission, who regularly handled radioactive materials. Astronomer Phil Platt calculated that Apollo crews received an average dose of less than 1 rem, roughly equivalent to the ambient background radiation received by living at sea level for 3 years. Total radiation doses during complete Apollo missions ranged from approximately 0.2 rem to 1.14 rem, depending on mission duration, solar activity levels, and specific trajectory parameters. These doses fell far below the threshold of approximately 100 rem required for acute radiation sickness symptoms. For comparison, radiation therapy for cancer patients delivers doses of several thousand rem to targeted tissue volumes, demonstrating that controlled radiation exposure at Apollo-level doses poses minimal short-term health risks. Long-term cancer risk does increase with cumulative radiation exposure following a linear no-threshold model commonly used for radiation protection purposes. Apollo astronauts' additional radiation exposure translated to a small increment in lifetime cancer probability, perhaps 1 to 2% above baseline cancer rates. Subsequent epidemiological studies of Apollo astronaut health outcomes have not detected statistically significant increases in cancer rates or other radiation-related illnesses, though the small population size limits statistical power for detecting modest increases in disease rates. James Van Allen himself, the physicist whose discovery of the radiation belts made him the foremost expert on their properties, publicly rebutted conspiracy theory claims that radiation levels were too harmful for Apollo missions. Van Allen explained in multiple forums that proper trajectory planning combined with modest structural shielding made safe passage entirely feasible. His authoritative statements directly contradicted conspiracy theorists who invoked his name and discovery to argue that Apollo missions were impossible. For believers to maintain radiation-based objections requires claiming they understand Van Allen belt physics better than Van Allen himself and thousands of radiation physicists who have studied the belts for over 6 decades. Modern satellite missions have provided refined measurements of Van Allen belt structure and dynamics. The twin Van Allen probes launched in 2012 carried sophisticated instrumentation to map radiation environments with unprecedented precision. Scientists analyzing Van Allen probe data found that the inner belt radiation was actually much weaker than earlier models assumed. The most dangerous highly relativistic electrons, with energies of 0.7 to 1.5 million electron volts could not penetrate the slot region between inner and outer belts, except rarely during severe solar storms. These findings confirmed that Apollo-era radiation models, while adequate for mission planning, had actually overestimated rather than underestimated hazards, providing additional safety margin beyond what mission planners realized at the time. Conspiracy theorists frequently misrepresent radiation belt hazards through selective quotation, overgeneralization of specific scenarios, and failure to distinguish between acute high-dose exposure and chronic low-dose exposure. Claims that no living organism can cross the Van Allen radiation belt and survive, or that radiation would vaporize any living organism attempting to travel through the belt, represent extreme exaggerations that contradict basic radiation physics. While sufficiently intense radiation can indeed kill living organisms, the dose rates in Van Allen belts during brief transits produce total exposures far below lethal or even immediately harmful levels. The conspiracy theory tactic involves presenting worst-case scenarios, such as prolonged unshielded exposure to peak radiation intensity regions, as though they represented unavoidable conditions for any lunar mission. In reality, trajectory planning, modest shielding, and relatively brief exposure duration combine to reduce actual doses to manageable levels. This argumentative approach parallels claiming that driving automobiles is impossible because unprotected humans cannot survive 60-mile-per-hour collisions with solid barriers. Technically true, but irrelevant when seat belts, airbags, crumple zones, and careful driving reduce collision risks to acceptable levels. Some conspiracy theorists cite a 2013 video featuring NASA engineer Kelly Smith discussing Orion spacecraft development, in which Smith stated that radiation belts are an area of dangerous radiation, and we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Conspiracy believers present this statement as NASA admission that Van Allen belt passage remains unsolved, supposedly proving Apollo never actually flew through the belts. However, Smith's comments referred to Orion's planned trajectories through the heart of the inner belt, where radiation intensity peaks, for extended durations far exceeding Apollo transit times, combined with modern safety standards more conservative than Apollo-era requirements. Apollo missions passed rapidly through thinner belt portions, while Orion development aimed for maximum crew safety using contemporary engineering standards that demand larger safety margins than 1960s practices accepted. The radiation belt controversy also intersects with broader questions about interplanetary radiation environments beyond Earth's magnetosphere. Galactic cosmic rays, high-energy particles originating from supernova explosions, and other violent astrophysical processes beyond the solar system permeate interplanetary space and deliver continuous low-level radiation exposure during translunar transit and lunar surface operations. Solar particle events, sudden releases of energetic particles from solar flares and coronal mass ejections, can deliver dangerous radiation doses over timescales of hours to days. These deep space radiation sources posed genuine hazards that NASA monitored continuously throughout Apollo missions. Fortunately, no major solar particle events occurred during crewed lunar missions, though several occurred during the Apollo program timeframe when crews were safely on Earth. A large solar flare in August 1972, after Apollo 16 returned but before Apollo 17 launched, would have posed serious risks to astronauts on the lunar surface or in transit had timing been different. This close call demonstrated both the reality of space radiation hazards and the importance of monitoring solar activity to schedule missions during quiescent periods. Mission planners accepted calculated risks while implementing monitoring and contingency procedures to manage unavoidable uncertainties. The Van Allen radiation belt controversy demonstrates how conspiracy theorists exploit public unfamiliarity with technical subjects to create false impressions of scientific impossibility. By presenting partial information without context, emphasizing worst-case scenarios while ignoring actual mission parameters, and misrepresenting technical statements from scientists and engineers, conspiracy advocates construct narratives that sound superficially convincing to non-experts while failing completely under informed scrutiny. The radiation belt passage was indeed challenging and required careful engineering, but NASA's systematic approach to understanding the threat and implementing multiple mitigation strategies successfully protected astronauts during brief transits through regions that would be hazardous during prolonged, unshielded exposure. The measured doses astronauts actually received, confirmed by onboard dosimetry and subsequent health outcomes, proved definitively that radiation hazards were successfully managed rather than representing impossible barriers to lunar exploration. Chapter 10: Apollo Astronaut Testimonies Under Oath and Scrutiny. The 24 astronauts who flew to the Moon during the Apollo program, 12 of whom walked on its surface, have consistently defended the authenticity of their missions throughout decades of public scrutiny, media interviews, scientific presentations, and confrontations with conspiracy theorists. These men trained as military test pilots, engineers, and scientists before joining NASA's astronaut corps, staked their professional reputations, personal credibility, and historical legacies on the truth of their reported achievements. Their testimonies, delivered in countless forums ranging from formal congressional hearings to casual television appearances, have remained remarkably consistent over more than 5 decades, despite the natural fading of memory and the inevitable evolution of perspectives that comes with age and reflection. Understanding how astronauts responded to conspiracy theories, the emotional toll of having their greatest achievements questioned, and the various ways they defended the moon landings provides crucial insight into both the human dimension of Apollo and the persistent nature of conspiracy thinking that refuses to accept even the most authoritative firsthand. Neil Armstrong, commander of Apollo 11 and the first human to set foot on the moon, maintained a famously private demeanor throughout his post-Apollo life, granting few interviews and generally avoiding the celebrity that came with his historic achievement. In a rare 2005 interview with the television program 60 Minutes, Armstrong discussed the landing experience with characteristic modesty and technical precision. He described the harrowing final moments of the descent when the automatic guidance system was steering the lunar module Eagle toward a boulder-filled crater where landing would have been catastrophic or impossible. Armstrong manually overrode the computer, flying horizontally across the lunar surface while rapidly depleting fuel reserves, searching desperately for a smoother landing site as warning alarms sounded and mission control counted down remaining seconds of fuel. Armstrong's account emphasized the genuine danger and uncertainty of the mission, contradicting conspiracy theories that portray the landings as scripted performances rather than authentic exploration facing real peril. He recalled the enormous relief when Eagle finally touched down with perhaps 17 seconds of fuel remaining, later revised to approximately 45 seconds when engineers realized that fuel sloshing in the tank during the extended search for landing sites had caused inaccurate gauge readings. Armstrong never expressed anger or frustration about conspiracy theories in his limited public statements, instead choosing to let the evidence and the work of countless engineers, scientists, and support personnel speak for itself. His dignified silence on the controversy reflected both his personal temperament and perhaps recognition that engaging directly with conspiracy theorists often amplifies their reach rather than discrediting their claims. Buzz Aldrin, lunar module pilot for Apollo 11 and the second person to walk on the moon, took a dramatically different approach to defending the moon landings, becoming one of the most vocal and passionate advocates for Apollo's authenticity. Aldrin's decades of public engagement included hundreds of interviews, numerous television appearances, advocacy for continued space exploration, and most famously, a 2002 physical confrontation with conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel that became an iconic moment in the ongoing cultural battle between factual history and conspiracy mythology. Understanding Aldrin's response to conspiracy theories requires appreciating both his personality, confident, assertive, and deeply proud of Apollo achievements, and the cumulative frustration of enduring decades of accusations that he and his colleagues perpetrated fraud. Aldrin's descriptions of the Apollo 11 mission consistently emphasized specific sensory details and technical challenges that demonstrate genuine experience rather than rehearsed performance. In multiple interviews spanning decades, he described the moment when he and Armstrong attempted to open the lunar module hatch to begin their moonwalk, only to find it would not budge despite following proper depressurization procedures. After checking the pressure gauge and trying again without success, Aldrin realized that residual air pressure inside the cabin, though minimal, was sufficient to keep the hatch sealed. With characteristic pragmatism, he grabbed the corner of the hatch and flexed it back slightly, creating a hiss of escaping oxygen that equalized pressure and allowed the hatch to swing open. "We didn't fly 240,000 miles to not explore the moon," Aldrin explained, adding with a chuckle that "you do want to be a little careful about not bending that door, however." These kinds of specific, unrehearsed details, including minor problems, improvised solutions, and humorous asides, characterize authentic recollection rather than scripted performance. Conspiracy theorists occasionally cite astronauts' inability to recall certain details decades after missions as evidence of deception, failing to recognize that memory naturally fades with time and that even genuine participants in historic events cannot recall every moment with perfect clarity years later. The fact that astronauts consistently remember major mission phases, dramatic moments, and emotionally significant experiences, while sometimes struggling with minor technical details, demonstrates normal human memory patterns rather than revealing coached testimony. Aldrin coined the phrase "magnificent desolation" to describe the lunar surface upon first stepping onto it, a poetic description that captured both the stark beauty and alien nature of the moon's landscape. He has recounted in multiple forums how the phrase occurred to him spontaneously as he turned from the ladder and gazed across the Sea of Tranquility, seeing a landscape utterly unlike Earth, lifeless, colorless, marked by ancient impact craters, bathed in harsh, unfiltered sunlight under a black sky. The phrase became one of the most memorable quotations from Apollo 11, frequently cited alongside Armstrong's famous "one small step" declaration. The spontaneous poetry of the moment contrasts sharply with conspiracy theories, suggesting that lunar surface activities were carefully scripted theatrical performances. The confrontation between Buzz Aldrin and conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel on September 9, 2002, outside a Beverly Hills hotel, became perhaps the most famous interaction between an Apollo astronaut and a moon landing denier. Sibrel, a filmmaker who produced conspiracy documentaries including "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," lured the 72-year-old Aldrin to the hotel under the false pretense of being interviewed for a Japanese children's television program. Instead, Sibrel confronted Aldrin with a film crew, aggressively demanding that he swear on a Bible that he had actually walked on the moon. The footage shows Sibrel repeatedly thrusting a Bible toward Aldrin while calling him a thief, liar, and coward, refusing to leave despite requests from hotel staff and following Aldrin as he attempted to walk away. Aldrin maintained composure for several minutes of harassment, but when Sibrel called him a coward, a particularly insulting term for a decorated fighter pilot and astronaut who had repeatedly risked his life in military and space service, Aldrin snapped and punched Sibrel once in the face. The video shows Sibrel immediately turning to his camera crew and twice asking, "Did you get that?" suggesting that provoking a physical response had been part of his deliberate strategy. Police investigated but declined to press charges, with Beverly Hills Deputy District Attorney Elizabeth Ratanoff stating that based on the totality of circumstances, including Sibrel's aggressive behavior, provocative language, and physical proximity, it was unlikely a jury would find Aldrin guilty of misdemeanor battery. Public reaction to the incident overwhelmingly supported Aldrin, with most commentators viewing his response as understandable given the extreme provocation. Social media users and news commentators described the punch as iconic and praised Aldrin for defending both his own honor and that of the entire Apollo program. However, some observers noted that Aldrin's heated response provided ammunition for conspiracy theorists, who could argue that someone with nothing to hide would remain calm rather than reacting violently. This interpretation ignores the psychological reality that false accusations attacking someone's integrity and life's greatest achievement naturally provoke emotional responses, and that maintaining perfect composure under sustained harassment represents an unrealistic standard rarely met by anyone regardless of innocence or guilt. Conspiracy theorists have attempted to misrepresent various Aldrin statements as admissions that the moon landings were faked. One frequently circulated video clip shows Aldrin discussing with talk show host Conan O'Brien how television networks used animations during their coverage of the moon landing. Conspiracy believers selectively edit and misrepresent this discussion as Aldrin admitting that the lunar footage was animated rather than real. In fact, Aldrin was explaining that broadcasters employed animations and graphics to illustrate mission phases and provide visual interest during extended mission coverage when live footage was unavailable or showed relatively static scenes. These animations, blended with genuine footage during network broadcasts, helped audiences understand mission progression, but did not constitute the primary evidence of lunar exploration. Reuters and other fact-checking organizations have thoroughly debunked the claim that Aldrin's comments prove the landings were faked. Other Apollo astronauts provided their own testimonies defending mission authenticity through various forums. Michael Collins, command module pilot for Apollo 11, who orbited the moon alone, while Armstrong and Aldrin explored the surface, described the profound loneliness and isolation he experienced during each orbit when the spacecraft passed behind the moon, cutting off all contact with Earth and his crewmates. Collins spoke of the responsibility he felt maintaining Columbia in proper condition for the critical rendezvous and docking when Eagle returned from the surface, knowing that any failure on his part would doom Armstrong and Aldrin with no possibility of rescue. These accounts of genuine emotional experiences, loneliness, responsibility, fear, relief, demonstrate authentic participation rather than coached performance of a scripted hoax. Apollo astronauts participated in numerous press conferences both immediately after missions and during anniversary commemorations in subsequent decades. The Apollo 11 post-mission press conference, held in quarantine through glass to prevent potential lunar contamination, showed three exhausted men recounting their experiences with technical precision and obvious authenticity. Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins fielded questions about everything from landing site selection to surface exploration activities to re-entry procedures, providing detailed responses that demonstrated comprehensive knowledge of every mission phase. Conspiracy theorists occasionally cite astronauts' awkward or uncomfortable demeanor during these press conferences as evidence of guilty consciences, failing to recognize that test pilots and engineers are not typically skilled public speakers, and that extreme exhaustion following demanding missions naturally affects demeanor and presentation quality. The Apollo 13 crew, James Lovell, Fred Hayes, and Jack Swigert, provided particularly compelling testimony about genuine dangers in space exploration when their missions suffered catastrophic failure of the service module oxygen system, forcing mission abortion and desperate improvisation to bring the crew home alive. The post-flight press conference showed three men who had narrowly survived a near disaster through extraordinary teamwork between crew and mission control, demonstrating that space missions involved genuine mortal peril rather than safe theatrical performances. The successful rescue of Apollo 13, despite multiple cascading failures, provided powerful evidence that NASA possessed genuine deep space flight capabilities and could solve novel problems in real time under extreme pressure. Later Apollo missions included increasingly sophisticated scientific exploration as crews gained confidence and capabilities expanded. Apollo 15, 16, and 17 astronauts spent multiple days on the lunar surface, drove lunar roving vehicles across miles of terrain, deployed complex scientific instruments, and collected carefully selected samples guided by extensive geological training. The detailed scientific observations these crews made, describing rock types, crater structures, regolith characteristics, and landscape features with precision that matched subsequent analysis of returned samples, demonstrate authentic exploration by trained observers rather than staged performances following scripts. Astronauts from later missions sometimes expressed frustration that public attention focused overwhelmingly on Apollo 11, while subsequent missions received minimal coverage despite conducting more ambitious and scientifically productive exploration. Apollo 17 Commander Eugene Cernan, the last person to walk on the moon, frequently noted the irony that the final and most capable lunar mission garnered far less public interest than earlier flights, with television networks declining to broadcast much of the surface activities live. This declining public interest created conditions where conspiracy theories could later flourish, as many people never witnessed the later missions and could more easily be convinced they never occurred. Some astronauts beyond the Apollo program have also encountered conspiracy theory harassment. Several space shuttle astronauts reported being confronted by conspiracy theorists demanding they admit the moon landings were faked, despite having no personal involvement in Apollo missions. These incidents demonstrate how conspiracy theories expand to encompass anyone associated with space exploration, creating a general climate of suspicion toward NASA and governmental space programs, regardless of specific evidence or individual participation. The psychological toll on astronauts of having their greatest achievements questioned and their integrity impugned cannot be fully quantified, but clearly affected many who flew Apollo missions. These were men who risked their lives repeatedly, endured years of grueling training, performed under extreme pressure during missions where minor errors could prove fatal, and accomplished humanity's most ambitious exploratory goal. Having these achievements dismissed as elaborate fraud by conspiracy theorists who typically lack any relevant expertise represents a profound insult that many astronauts found difficult to simply ignore. Some chose Aldrin's path of active defense and public engagement, while others followed Armstrong's example of dignified silence, but all lived with the frustration of knowing that no amount of evidence or testimony would convince true believers to abandon conspiracy theories. The consistency of astronaut testimonies across decades, the specific technical and experiential details they recount, the natural variation in how different individuals remember and describe shared experiences, and the emotional authenticity of their responses all provide powerful evidence of genuine participation in authentic lunar exploration rather than coordinated deception. Conspiracy theories requiring that all 24 men who flew to the moon maintained perfect secrecy about an elaborate hoax for over 5 decades, never breaking character, never experiencing guilty revelations, never providing evidence of fraud, despite the enormous financial incentives that exposure would bring, strain credulity beyond any reasonable assessment of human psychology and behavior. Chapter 11: The Media's Role and Public Perception. The relationship between mass media coverage, conspiracy theory dissemination, and public perception of the Apollo moon landings represents a complex interplay of journalistic practices, entertainment imperatives, educational responsibilities, and the psychological factors that make certain narratives compelling regardless of their factual basis. Media outlets, including television networks, newspapers, magazines, documentary filmmakers, and increasingly internet platforms, have alternated between celebrating Apollo achievements, providing platforms for conspiracy theories under the guise of balanced coverage, and attempting to debunk false claims through investigative journalism and scientific explanation. Understanding the media's role requires examining specific influential programs and coverage decisions, the economic and editorial incentives that shape content choices, and the broader cultural consequences of treating demonstrably false conspiracy theories as legitimate controversies worthy of serious consideration and both sides' presentation. The original Apollo 11 broadcast on July 20th, 1969, and July 21st in some parts of the world, reached approximately 500 million people globally, representing one of the largest shared media experiences in human history. Television networks devoted extensive resources to covering the mission, with CBS enlisting special effects expert Doug Trumbull, who had worked on Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey, to create animations and graphics illustrating mission phases when live footage was unavailable or showed relatively static scenes. These animations helped audiences understand complex maneuvers like translunar injection, lunar orbit insertion, and the descent to the surface during periods when visual documentation was limited by camera positions and transmission capabilities. The use of animations and studio graphics during network coverage inadvertently provided material for later conspiracy theories. Decades after the missions, conspiracy theorists would point to these animations as supposed proof that all lunar footage was fabricated, deliberately misrepresenting the distinction between explanatory graphics used during broadcast coverage and the actual mission footage documenting genuine events. The connection to Stanley Kubrick through Trumbull's involvement in CBS coverage also fed conspiracy theories claiming Kubrick directed faked lunar footage, despite no evidence supporting such claims and the obvious distinction between creating broadcast graphics for network coverage and actually producing fake mission documentation. Quality of broadcast television images from the moon's surface was notably poor compared to the later-released still photographs taken with Hasselblad cameras. The television camera used a slow-scan format incompatible with standard broadcast television, requiring conversion that significantly degraded image quality. Additionally, the camera's Vidicon tube suffered from ghosting, blooming, and other artifacts that created the grainy, low-contrast images familiar from historical footage. Conspiracy theorists occasionally cite the poor television image quality as evidence of fakery, arguing that clearer images should have been possible. In reality, the television technology of 1969 faced severe constraints for space applications, and the fact that still photographs show much higher quality simply demonstrates that different camera systems have different capabilities. The Hasselblad film cameras did not face the same electronic transmission limitations as the television system. NASA lost the original high-quality slow-scan television recordings of the moonwalks in the decades following Apollo missions, a revelation that fueled conspiracy theories when announced in 2006. The agency admitted that the original tapes containing the highest quality version of the television footage could not be located, likely having been recycled for later use according to standard tape management practices of the era. However, NASA subsequently released a digitally restored and enhanced version of the moon landing footage in 2009, improving clarity and detail of the images showing Armstrong and Aldrin walking on the lunar surface. The lost original tapes represent a regrettable failure of historical preservation, but do not constitute evidence of hoax. Numerous contemporary recordings of the broadcast exist from television networks that received the transmission, and the restored footage shows the same content as the originals with enhanced technical quality. The Fox Television Network's documentary, Conspiracy Theory, Did We Land on the Moon?, broadcast in February 2001, gave moon landing conspiracy theories their largest mainstream media platform and dramatically expanded their reach to millions of viewers who might not otherwise have encountered such claims. The 43-minute special, hosted by X-Files actor Mitch Pileggi, presented a series of experts laying out supposedly damning evidence, including shadow inconsistencies in photographs, the waving American flag, and alleged similarities between the lunar surface and Nevada desert terrain. The program featured Bill Kaysing prominently, presenting his Rocketdyne background as qualification for evaluating Apollo missions, while uncritically accepting his various technical claims without proper scientific rebuttal. Fox officials reportedly bragged about the program's impact on public opinion, citing polling data suggesting that moon landing skepticism increased from approximately 11% of Americans in 1999 to approximately 20% after the special, which was seen by about 15 million viewers. According to one report, even a few people at the National Science Foundation thought the hoax was possible after watching the program. The documentary employed sophisticated production techniques, dramatic music, and selective presentation of evidence to create an impression of legitimate controversy rather than fringe pseudoscience. By treating conspiracy theories and mainstream historical accounts as equally credible positions deserving balanced presentation, Fox legitimized baseless claims for mainstream audiences and normalized conspiracy thinking about space exploration. The program was broadcast twice in prime time in 2001, maximizing its audience and cultural impact. Slate magazine reported in 2019 that one person's science teacher showed the Fox special to their class, using it apparently as educational content despite its thoroughly debunked claims. This anecdote demonstrates how media platforms lending credibility to conspiracy theories can infiltrate educational settings when teachers lack sufficient scientific background to recognize the program's fundamental dishonesty. The decision to air such content raises serious questions about journalistic responsibility and the ethics of presenting demonstrably false information as legitimate controversy simply to attract viewers and generate advertising revenue. Scientific and educational communities responded with alarm to the Fox documentary's influence. NASA issued detailed rebuttals addressing each major claim presented in the program. Numerous scientists, engineers, and science communicators published articles, created websites, and produced counter-documentaries explaining why conspiracy claims fail under scrutiny. The Argonne National Laboratory website featured detailed responses from scientists Vince Calder and Andrew Johnson addressing conspiracists' claims, showing that NASA's portrayal of moon landings is fundamentally accurate, allowing for common mistakes like mislabeled photos and imperfect personal recollections. These educational efforts reached substantial audiences, but likely had less dramatic impact than the slickly produced primetime conspiracy special. The Public Broadcasting Service's three-part documentary, Chasing the Moon, broadcast in 2019 for the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, took a dramatically different approach by comprehensively documenting the space race from its 1940s origins through the Apollo program without giving credibility to conspiracy theories. The series uncovered fascinating archival material and provided context, showing the genuine technical achievements, political pressures, and human drama behind lunar exploration. PBS demonstrated that responsible historical documentaries can engage audiences without resorting to false controversies or treating pseudoscience as legitimate debate. Fox News continued engaging with moon landing conspiracy theories in later years beyond the 2001 documentary. In November 2017, Fox News tweeted, "You be the judge. Skeptics say picture debunks moon landing," linking to a story citing an anonymous YouTube conspiracy theorist's video claiming to show discrepancies in an Apollo 17 photograph. The tweet and accompanying story, which lacked a byline, treated moon landing authenticity as an open question rather than established historical fact. By afternoon, the story had reached the front page of Google News, and other outlets including Newsweek and the Daily Mail amplified the conspiracy theory. This incident demonstrated how major news organizations occasionally promote fringe theories, either through genuine confusion about the facts or through cynical calculation that controversy generates traffic and engagement. CNN covered conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel in an online story in 2009 and covered NASA's response to the Fox documentary in 2001, showing that multiple major networks have given platform to moon landing denial at various times. The coverage often follows a balanced format, presenting both conspiracy claims and scientific rebuttals, but this structure implicitly suggests that the controversy represents legitimate scientific debate rather than pseudoscience versus established fact. Journalists trained to present multiple perspectives on political and social issues sometimes misapply this framework to scientific questions, where the evidence overwhelmingly supports one conclusion and alternative theories lack any credible foundation. Entertainment media has explored moon landing conspiracy theories through both serious examination and satirical treatment. The film Capricorn 1, released in 1978, depicted a hoax journey to Mars in a spacecraft closely resembling Apollo hardware, with NASA staging the entire mission in a desert film studio after discovering that life support failure would kill the crew. While the film concerned Mars rather than the Moon, its premise that space agencies might fake missions rather than admit failure resonated with post-Watergate cynicism and gave cinematic legitimacy to the idea that governmental space programs could perpetrate massive fraud. Folklorist Linda Daig suggested the film significantly boosted hoax theory popularity by providing a compelling narrative framework for understanding how such deception might work. Later films approached the subject more satirically. The 2004 French mockumentary Dark Side of the Moon, directed by William Kael, playfully suggested that Stanley Kubrick filmed fake lunar footage for NASA. The film used deliberately absurd claims and obvious fabrications to satirize conspiracy thinking, but some viewers apparently accepted it as serious documentary, demonstrating how difficult distinguishing satire from genuine conspiracy content can be for audiences predisposed toward suspicion. Christopher Nolan's 2014 film, Interstellar, included a scene where the protagonist's children are taught in school that the Apollo landings were faked as Soviet propaganda, using this dystopian detail to illustrate a future society that has abandoned scientific knowledge and space exploration ambitions. The film ultimately refuted this conspiracy theory by showing that humanity's future depends on space exploration, but the scene demonstrated how conspiracy theories have permeated popular culture. Documentary filmmakers have produced numerous works examining moon landing conspiracy theories from various perspectives. The Truth Behind the Moon Landings, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, and What Happened on the Moon, an investigation into Apollo, all promoted conspiracy theories with varying degrees of sophistication and production quality. These documentaries reached audiences through television broadcasts, DVD sales, and increasingly through internet streaming platforms that make conspiracy content easily accessible worldwide. The production values and narrative techniques employed in these documentaries often match or exceed those of legitimate educational programming, making it difficult for non-expert viewers to distinguish credible historical analysis from pseudoscientific conspiracy promotion. Counter-documentaries debunking conspiracy claims have also proliferated, including Moon Machines, Moon Landing, The Lost Tapes, and various programs featured on Science Channel, Discovery Channel, and National Geographic networks. These productions typically feature interviews with Apollo engineers, scientists, and astronauts, detailed technical explanations of how missions were accomplished, and systematic rebuttals of major conspiracy claims. However, these educational documentaries likely reach audiences already inclined to accept moon landing authenticity, while conspiracy-promoting content attracts viewers skeptical of official accounts. This self-selection creates parallel information ecosystems where different audiences consume fundamentally incompatible accounts of the same historical events. Opinion polling has tracked public belief in moon landing conspiracy theories across decades and geographic regions, revealing that substantial minorities consistently doubt Apollo authenticity. Polls taken between 1994 and 2009 showed that between 6 and 20% of Americans, 25% of Britons, and 28% of Russians surveyed believed the crewed landings were faked. These figures demonstrate that conspiracy theories achieve remarkable penetration into public consciousness, despite overwhelming evidence of moon landing authenticity and near-universal rejection by scientific experts. Demographic analysis reveals that younger people and those with less scientific education are more likely to doubt the landings, suggesting both that direct memory of the Apollo era and scientific literacy serve as protective factors against conspiracy thinking. The sustained media attention to moon landing conspiracy theories, both promoting and debunking them, keeps the controversy alive in public discourse decades after the events themselves. Each anniversary of Apollo 11 generates new articles, documentaries, and social media discussions that inevitably include conspiracy theory coverage alongside celebration of achievement. This cycle ensures that new generations encounter conspiracy claims even if they lack detailed knowledge of actual Apollo history, creating ongoing recruitment opportunities for conspiracy belief. Media outlets face difficult choices between ignoring conspiracy theories entirely, risking that they spread unchallenged, and engaging with them through debunking efforts that paradoxically increase their visibility and apparent legitimacy. Social media platforms have dramatically amplified conspiracy theory reach and normalized their presence in mainstream discourse. YouTube hosts thousands of videos promoting moon landing conspiracy theories, many with millions of views and sophisticated production values rivaling professional documentaries. Algorithms that recommend related content can create pathways where viewers watching one conspiracy video are subsequently exposed to increasingly extreme claims, radicalizing beliefs through cumulative exposure. Facebook, Twitter, and other platforms allow conspiracy theorists to build communities, share evidence, and coordinate messaging in ways impossible during the pre-internet era when Bill Kaysing first published his theories. The media's role in shaping public perception of moon landings demonstrates broader challenges facing journalism and education in an era where information abundance, paradoxically, enables misinformation spread. When major television networks provide primetime platforms for thoroughly debunked pseudoscience, when news organizations treat established historical facts as open questions, and when entertainment media blurs boundaries between satire and serious claims, distinguishing truth from fiction becomes increasingly difficult for general audiences. The moon landing conspiracy phenomenon shows how media choices about content, framing, and presentation profoundly affect public understanding of science and history, with consequences extending far beyond debates about specific Apollo missions to encompass broader erosion of shared factual reality and trust in expertise. Chapter 12: International Space Observers, Russia, China, and Beyond. The global nature of space exploration during the Cold War created a unique situation where the Soviet Union, despite being America's primary geopolitical adversary, possessed both the technical capability and overwhelming political motivation to monitor Apollo missions and expose any fraud if it existed. Independent tracking of spacecraft trajectories, radio communications, and telemetry by multiple nations provided real-time verification that missions traveled to the moon rather than remaining in Earth orbit, as some conspiracy variants proposed. Understanding how international observers monitored Apollo and what their tracking revealed provides some of the most compelling evidence for mission authenticity, since hostile intelligence services would have celebrated exposing American deception rather than confirming achievements that demonstrated Western technological superiority during the height of Cold War competition. The Soviet Union operated the Space Transmissions Corps, a sophisticated monitoring facility equipped with advanced intelligence gathering and surveillance equipment specifically designed to track American space activities. During Apollo 11's historic mission in July 1969, Soviet facilities were fully engaged in monitoring every aspect of the flight. According to accounts from Soviet space program personnel, all television monitors and radio receivers were tuned to transmissions from Apollo 11 during the early morning hours, evening in Houston, as Neil Armstrong guided the lunar module Eagle toward the moon's surface. Soviet engineers and scientists watched transfixed as crackling transmissions from 250,000 miles away documented humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The Soviets had established deep space tracking facilities at IP-15 in Ushariysk and IP-16 in Evpatoria on the Crimean Peninsula during 1962, with Saturn communication stations added to IP-3, IP-4, and IP-14, the last of which had a range of 100 million kilometers. This extensive tracking network provided comprehensive coverage of cislunar space, allowing Soviet operators to independently verify spacecraft positions, velocities, and trajectories throughout Apollo missions. The technical specifications of Soviet tracking equipment matched or exceeded NASA's capabilities in many respects, ensuring that any significant discrepancies between claimed and actual spacecraft locations would be immediately detected. The Soviet motivation to expose American fraud, had any existed, cannot be overstated. The space race represented perhaps the most visible competition between communist and capitalist systems, with each achievement serving as propaganda demonstrating the superiority of one ideology over the other. Soviet prestige suffered enormously when Apollo 11 succeeded in landing on the Moon, accomplishing what Soviet engineers had attempted but failed to achieve despite years of effort and massive resource investments. Vasily Mishin, deputy chief designer of Soviet spacecraft and head of the Soviet moon program after Sergei Korolov's death in 1966, described in interviews how the Soviet lunar program dwindled after Apollo's success, as political and financial support evaporated once Americans claimed victory in the race. If Soviet tracking had revealed any evidence that Apollo spacecraft remained in Earth orbit rather than traveling to the Moon, or that transmissions originated from terrestrial locations rather than lunar distance, Soviet officials would have immediately publicized these findings to humiliate the United States and undermine American claims of technological leadership. The fact that Soviet tracking instead confirmed every major aspect of Apollo missions, spacecraft trajectories, timing, communications originating from lunar distance, and successful returns to Earth, provides extraordinarily powerful evidence of authenticity. Conspiracy theories requiring Soviet cooperation in covering up American fraud become absurdly implausible when considering the geopolitical context and the utter lack of incentive for Soviets to help their adversaries maintain false claims of superiority. The Soviet Union even launched their own robotic mission, Luna 15, in a last-ditch attempt to upstage Apollo 11 by returning lunar samples before American astronauts could. Luna 15 launched 3 days before Apollo 11's liftoff, arriving at the Moon while Armstrong and his crew were still in transit. The mission attempted to land on the lunar surface and return samples to Earth autonomously, potentially achieving the symbolic victory of Soviet robots succeeding before American astronauts. Armstrong and his crew initially were unaware of Luna 15's existence, with mission control informing them of the Soviet craft only while they were en route to the Moon. The Soviets expected Luna 15 to land less than 2 hours after Apollo 11's touchdown, but unknown terrain delayed their landing by 18 hours. This delay allowed Armstrong and Aldrin to walk on the Moon and begin collecting samples before Luna 15 made contact. Tragically for Soviet ambitions, Luna 15 crashed during its landing attempt, ending any possibility of upstaging American achievement. The Luna 15 mission demonstrated Soviet confidence that Apollo 11 was genuinely attempting a lunar landing, as the timing of the competing mission only made sense if Soviets believed Americans would actually be on the Moon's surface when their robotic spacecraft arrived. Had Soviet intelligence suspected Apollo was a hoax, there would have been no purpose in hastily launching Luna 15 to compete with a mission they knew would fail or never actually attempt landing. The mission also provided additional independent tracking data, as observatories worldwide monitored both spacecraft simultaneously, confirming that Apollo 11 and Luna 15 were both in lunar vicinity at the times claimed. Russian space agency Roscosmos has repeatedly confirmed Apollo mission authenticity in more recent decades. In 2024, Roscosmos CEO Yuri Borisov addressed conspiracy theories directly, explaining that the United States once provided Russia with a lunar soil sample delivered by Apollo astronauts. Borisov stated that examination by Russia's Academy of Sciences confirmed the sample was genuine lunar material, discrediting conspiracy theories that claimed returned samples were fabricated or collected through unmanned missions. This verification occurred decades after Apollo missions ended, demonstrating that even contemporary Russian scientists with access to sophisticated analytical equipment confirmed sample authenticity. In 2018, Roscosmos director Dmitry Rogozin made tongue-in-cheek comments about a proposed Russian lunar mission verifying whether American astronauts really landed in 1969. While Rogozin's remarks were clearly humorous, he stressed that no single country could carry out a modern lunar program alone and that Russia hoped to work together with the United States, Europe, and China. The comments generated international media attention and were sometimes misinterpreted as genuine Russian skepticism about Apollo. In reality, Russian space officials have consistently affirmed Apollo authenticity when speaking seriously, with humorous comments about verification, reflecting the persistence of conspiracy theories in popular culture rather than actual doubt about historical facts. Beyond the Soviet Union, numerous other nations independently tracked Apollo missions using various technologies. Jodrell Bank Observatory in the United Kingdom used its radio telescope to observe Apollo missions just as it had tracked Sputnik years earlier. During Apollo 11, Jodrell Bank scientists simultaneously tracked both the American mission and the Soviet Luna 15, demonstrating the observatory's capability to independently monitor multiple spacecraft in lunar vicinity. In July 2009, Jodrell Bank released recordings they made during Apollo missions, providing independent documentation of mission communications that matched NASA's official accounts. Bochum Observatory in Germany tracked Apollo astronauts and intercepted television signals directly from Apollo 16. The observatory re-recorded the intercepted television imagery in black and white using the 625 line, 25 frames per second European television standard onto 2-inch videotape. Significantly, these transmissions contained only astronaut imagery and activities without any voice communications from Houston, proving that the signals received originated from the moon rather than being relayed through ground stations. The videotapes remain in storage at the observatory, providing independent verification that could be examined by researchers seeking to confirm signal authenticity. During the Apollo 13 emergency, when an oxygen tank explosion in the service module crippled the spacecraft and forced mission abortion, independent observatories played crucial roles in tracking the endangered crew. All observatories that might have provided certain critical tracking data were clouded over except Oakland's Chabot Observatory in California, where members of the East Bay Astronomical Society had been tracking moon flights. NASA Ames Research Station, which maintained ties with Chabot's educational program since the 1960s, made an urgent call to the society. EAS members put the observatory's historic 20-inch refractor telescope to work and successfully sent needed data to Ames, enabling the Apollo 13 crew to make necessary course corrections and return safely to Earth. This incident demonstrated both the genuine dangers of space exploration and the reality that independent observers could and did track spacecraft positions, providing verification beyond NASA's internal systems. The Soviet radio telescope RATAN 600 observed all 5 transmitters of ALSEP scientific packages placed on the moon's surface by Apollo landing missions, excluding Apollo 11, during October and November 1977. These observations occurred years after the missions ended, confirming that equipment remained operational on the lunar surface at the precise selenographic coordinates and transmitter power outputs documented in NASA reports. The 20-watt transmitters were detected exactly where Apollo missions claimed to have placed them, providing independent verification that human missions had indeed visited those locations and deployed functioning scientific instruments. The laser retroreflectors placed on the lunar surface by Apollo 11, 14, and 15 provide ongoing proof that human-made equipment reached those exact locations at precisely the times those missions occurred. Scientists from multiple nations routinely bounce laser pulses off these retroreflector arrays to measure Earth-Moon distance with millimeter precision. The corner-cube prism arrays reflect light directly back toward its source regardless of orientation, enabling precise ranging measurements. While the Soviet Union placed 2 retroreflectors on the Moon using robotic lunar missions, the 3 larger American arrays installed by astronauts are readily distinguishable and have provided continuous data for over 5 decades. This verification can be independently conducted by any facility with appropriate laser equipment, making it one of the most accessible proofs of lunar missions available to the scientific community. China's space program, which achieved its first lunar landing with the Chang'e 3 mission in 2013, has also confirmed Apollo landing site evidence. Chinese lunar orbiters have photographed Apollo landing sites, and Chinese scientists have analyzed Apollo sample data shared through international scientific cooperation. China announced in June 2024 that its Chang'e 6 mission successfully delivered lunar soil samples from the Moon's far side for the first time in history. Russia and China established a joint center for sharing lunar research data, with both nations building on Apollo-era knowledge while developing their own lunar exploration programs. Chinese space officials, despite potential propaganda value in questioning American achievements, have consistently treated Apollo landings as established historical facts incorporated into mission planning and scientific research. India's space agency ISRO, which successfully landed the Chandrayaan 3 mission on the Moon's south polar region in 2023, similarly treats Apollo as verified history. Indian mission planners study Apollo documentation, and Indian scientists analyze Apollo samples through international research collaborations. The nation is planning Chandrayaan 4 to collect and return lunar samples, building on knowledge gained from both Apollo missions and India's own lunar exploration program. Like China, India has no political incentive to validate false American claims and would benefit from exposing fraud if evidence existed, yet Indian space officials accept Apollo authenticity based on the overwhelming evidence. European space agencies, including ESA and national agencies from member states, have participated in lunar science using Apollo data and samples. European researchers have published thousands of scientific papers analyzing Apollo samples and using Apollo landing site data. European tracking stations monitored Apollo missions in real time, and European scientists contributed to understanding lunar geology, geophysics, and formation history using Apollo evidence. The international scientific community's acceptance of Apollo evidence reflects its verification through multiple independent analytical methods that would reveal fraud if samples or data were fabricated. Japan's space agency JAXA launched the Kaguya lunar orbiter in 2007, which photographed Apollo 15 landing site terrain from orbit, confirming landscape features visible in Apollo 15 surface photography. While Kaguya's resolution was insufficient to directly image Apollo hardware, the terrain matching provided independent verification that Apollo 15 photographs were taken from the surface of the specific lunar region claimed. Japan's subsequent lunar missions and scientific program incorporate Apollo findings as foundational knowledge, demonstrating Japanese scientific community acceptance of Apollo authenticity. Australia played crucial roles in Apollo communications, with the Parkes Observatory's radio telescope receiving television signals from multiple missions, including the historic Apollo 11 moonwalk broadcast. Australian tracking stations provided essential communications coverage during portions of lunar orbits when spacecraft were not visible from American tracking stations. The 2000 film, The Dish, dramatized Parkes Observatory's role during Apollo 11, bringing international cooperation in space exploration to public attention. Australian scientists and engineers who participated in Apollo support operations have consistently affirmed mission authenticity based on their first-hand involvement in tracking The international verification of Apollo missions extends beyond governmental space agencies to amateur radio operators and independent observers worldwide who tracked missions using available equipment. Ham radio operators received transmissions from Apollo spacecraft and could verify that signals originated from lunar distances based on time delays and Doppler shifts. Optical observers using telescopes reported seeing spacecraft during Earth orbit phases before translunar injection. While these amateur observations lacked the precision of professional tracking facilities, they provided additional independent confirmation that spacecraft were where NASA claimed them to be. Conspiracy theories requiring international cooperation in covering up American fraud face insurmountable logical problems. Soviet officials would have needed to suppress evidence of fraud despite their overwhelming motivation to expose it, abandoning the greatest propaganda victory imaginable for no conceivable benefit. Neutral nations like Britain, Australia, and Germany would have needed to maintain conspiracy silence despite lacking any stake in American Cold War propaganda. Hostile nations like China could have exposed fraud during subsequent lunar missions, but instead confirmed Apollo evidence. Scientists worldwide would need to maintain conspiracy silence across generations, despite the career-making potential of exposing the greatest scientific fraud in history. The cumulative improbability of this international conspiracy makes it exponentially less believable than the straightforward conclusion that Apollo missions occurred as documented. The international tracking and verification of Apollo missions represents one of the strongest evidential categories supporting mission authenticity. When adversarial nations with sophisticated monitoring capabilities and powerful incentives to expose American fraud instead confirm mission success, conspiracy theories lose their most potent potential evidence source. The fact that modern space programs from China, India, Russia, and other nations treat Apollo as verified history incorporated into their own mission planning demonstrates that international space community acceptance of Apollo authenticity reflects evidence evaluation rather than blind acceptance of American claims. Chapter 13: The Endurance of Apollo Technology, from Saturn V to Present. The technological legacy of the Apollo program extends far beyond the immediate achievement of landing humans on the Moon, encompassing innovations in rocket propulsion, spacecraft design, materials science, computer systems, and project management that continue influencing space exploration and terrestrial applications more than half a century after the last lunar mission. Understanding how Apollo technologies evolved, what happened to the hardware after the program ended, and how subsequent space programs built upon Apollo foundations provides crucial context for evaluating conspiracy claims that the technology was inadequate or that NASA somehow lost the capability to return to the Moon. The endurance and continued relevance of Apollo technology demonstrates both the genuine nature of the original achievements and the extraordinary engineering accomplishment they represented, pushing the boundaries of what seemed possible with 1960s industrial and computational capabilities. The Saturn V rocket, standing 363 feet tall and capable of lifting approximately 260,000 pounds to low Earth orbit or 105,000 pounds on translunar trajectories, represented the pinnacle of chemical rocket development and remained the most powerful launch vehicle successfully flown until the debut of the Space Launch System in 2022. Designed under the direction of Wernher von Braun's team at Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, with major components contracted to Boeing, North American Aviation, Douglas Aircraft Company, and IBM, the Saturn V emerged from a development program that emphasized rapid progress and innovative testing strategies to meet President Kennedy's end-of-decade deadline. NASA approved construction of the C-5 rocket, which would become Saturn V, on January 25, 1962. The three-stage configuration included the SIC first stage powered by 5 F-1 engines burning RP-1 kerosene and liquid oxygen, the SI second stage with 5 J-2 engines burning liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and the SIVB third stage with a single J-2 engine. Rather than testing each major component separately through multiple developmental flights, NASA adopted an unprecedented all-up testing philosophy where the first test flight would include complete versions of all three stages flying together. This approach, championed by George Mueller, who became NASA's Associate Administrator for manned space flight in 1963, dramatically reduced the number of test flights required before crewed launches, but increased risk if any single component failed during early tests. The decision reflected both confidence in NASA's engineering and design capabilities and recognition that conventional incremental testing would consume too much time to meet Kennedy's deadline. Critics within NASA and the aerospace industry questioned whether all-up testing was too risky, but the strategy ultimately proved successful. The first Saturn V test flight, Apollo 4 designated SA-501, launched on November 9, 1967, carrying a complete vehicle with all three stages, the instrument unit guidance system, and a complete command and service module. Despite the enormous complexity and the unprecedented nature of launching an entirely new rocket configuration without prior component-by-component testing, the mission succeeded spectacularly, validating both the vehicle design and the audacious testing strategy. The second test flight, Apollo 6 designated SA-502, encountered significant problems when J-2 engine failures caused early shutdown of two second-stage engines and prevented third-stage restart, exposing issues requiring extensive analysis and modifications. Engineers traced the problems to severe pogo oscillations, longitudinal vibrations caused by feedback between engine thrust variations and propellant feed system dynamics that damaged engine components and LOX lines. The fixes included adding helium gas accumulators in the liquid oxygen lines to dampen pressure oscillations, redesigning engine components to withstand higher vibration levels, and implementing various structural modifications to reduce oscillation amplitudes. These problems demonstrated genuine engineering challenges that required sophisticated solutions, contradicting conspiracy claims that Saturn V development involved no real difficulties or that the rocket was merely theatrical props. First-stage SIC production occurred at NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility in New Orleans, Louisiana, where 15 flight vehicles were manufactured between 1964 and 1970. The massive first stage measured 33 feet in diameter and 138 feet in length, containing 5 F-1 engines that collectively generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust, more than all previous rockets combined. Each F-1 engine stood 19 feet tall, weighed over 18,000 pounds, and burned 3 tons of propellant per second at full thrust. The engines incorporated sophisticated turbopump systems spinning at up to 5,600 revolutions per minute, delivering propellants at extraordinary flow rates while maintaining combustion stability in a thrust chamber experiencing temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Development of the F-1 engine encountered numerous technical challenges, including combustion instability that caused destructive pressure oscillations, potentially leading to engine failure. Engineers employed innovative diagnostic techniques, including installing small bomb injectors in the thrust chamber that deliberately triggered instability events, allowing systematic study of oscillation characteristics and testing of potential fixes. The solution involved redesigning fuel injector patterns, modifying combustion chamber geometry, and implementing baffles that prevented pressure waves from reinforcing across the entire chamber. This problem-solving process demonstrated the kind of sophisticated engineering development required for unprecedented rocket systems, creating knowledge that informed subsequent engine designs for decades. After the Apollo program ended, NASA retained 3 complete Saturn V vehicles for display at space centers, where they remain as testament to the rocket's reality and technical sophistication. One Saturn V is displayed horizontally at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex in Florida, with all 3 stages accessible for close viewing by millions of visitors annually. Another stands vertically at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, while a third is displayed at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama, near where the vehicle was designed. These preserved rockets demonstrate genuine hardware with authentic engines, propellant tanks, and flight systems that any engineer can examine, photograph, and analyze. Conspiracy theories claiming Saturn V was merely theatrical props fail to explain why NASA would maintain elaborate fakes for over 50 years, when the deception would be immediately obvious to any knowledgeable observer examining the hardware closely. Additionally, numerous F-1 engines and other Saturn V components are preserved at various museums and institutions, available for detailed technical examination. In 2013, a team led by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos recovered F-1 engine components from the Apollo 11 first stage that fell into the Atlantic Ocean after stage separation, confirming their identity through serial numbers and configuration details matching Apollo 11 specifications. The recovered hardware showed the expected characteristics of engines that had operated at extreme temperatures and pressures for the brief intense burn before stage separation and ocean impact. This recovery demonstrated both the physical reality of Apollo hardware and the feasibility of forensic examination confirming component. The Apollo guidance computer, while extraordinarily primitive by modern standards, with only 74 kilobytes of memory and operating at approximately 0.043 MHz, represented cutting-edge digital computing technology for aerospace applications in the 1960s. Designed by MIT's Instrumentation Laboratory under the direction of Charles Stark Draper, the AGC was among the first computers to use integrated circuits, driving early demand for microchips and contributing to the semiconductor industry's development. The computer incorporated innovative software techniques, including priority-based multitasking, restart protection, allowing recovery from failures, and user interfaces enabling astronauts to monitor and control autonomous systems. The software development process for the AGC created methodologies that influenced subsequent aerospace and mission-critical software engineering. The famous 1202 and 1201 program alarms during Apollo 11's descent, caused by an unnecessary radar update overloading the computer's processing capacity, demonstrated both system vulnerability and the sophisticated software design that successfully prioritized critical guidance tasks over lower priority functions. The incident showed genuine engineering facing real unexpected problems during critical mission phases, exactly the kind of challenge that scripted hoax scenarios would not include, since they serve no propaganda purpose and risked mission failure. The integrated circuit technology, driven by Apollo requirements, contributed directly to the personal computer revolution of the 1980s. Jack Kilby of Texas Instruments, who integrated circuits into Apollo spacecraft, and Robert Noyce of Intel, who invented the microchip, created technologies that NASA's demand for reliable, lightweight electronics helped refine and commercialize. The Apollo program was not the sole driver of semiconductor development, but it provided crucial early demand for expensive new technologies before commercial markets matured, helping establish manufacturing capabilities and design expertise that subsequently enabled consumer electronics revolution. Other technological spin-offs from Apollo development include advances in materials science, miniaturization, systems engineering, and project management. Cordless power tools, including the Dustbuster vacuum cleaner, originated from portable self-contained drills developed for Apollo missions by Black & Decker. Freeze-dried food technology, water purification systems, thermal insulation materials, fire-resistant fabrics, and numerous other innovations either originated in or were substantially advanced by Apollo development requirements. These spin-offs demonstrate genuine engineering programs solving real technical challenges, as fraudulent programs would generate no authentic technological innovations applicable to other domains. NASA's decision not to continue manufacturing Saturn V rockets after Apollo has been cited by some conspiracy theorists as suspicious, suggesting that NASA abandoned the technology because it never actually worked. In reality, Saturn V production ended for multiple straightforward reasons, including the cancellation of later Apollo missions due to budget constraints and declining public interest, the decision to focus resources on developing the space shuttle as a reusable launch system, and the enormous costs of maintaining Saturn V production infrastructure for limited launch cadence. The rocket was optimized for lunar missions and was far more capable and expensive than required for low Earth orbit operations that became NASA's focus after Apollo. The knowledge and expertise from Saturn V development was not lost, but rather evolved into subsequent rocket programs. The Space Shuttle's solid rocket boosters incorporated lessons from Saturn development. The Space Launch System currently under development for Artemis lunar missions uses design concepts and manufacturing facilities related to Apollo-era hardware, though incorporating modern materials, electronics, and manufacturing techniques. The RS-25 engines that powered the Space Shuttle and will power SLS core stage evolved from J2 engine technology originally developed for Saturn V's second and third stages. Some engineers and enthusiasts have examined whether Saturn V production could be restarted using original documentation, concluding that while the technical drawings and specifications still exist, recreating the rocket would require essentially starting from scratch due to changes in manufacturing technology, materials availability, supplier networks, and workforce expertise. This does not mean Saturn V was never real, but rather that industrial capabilities evolve continuously and that complex systems optimized for 1960s manufacturing technology cannot simply be restarted decades later without substantial re-engineering for modern production methods. The situation parallels other historical technologies like World War II aircraft or vintage automobiles. The designs existed and functioned as intended, but exact reproduction decades later faces challenges due to changed industrial infrastructure. Apollo spacecraft technologies similarly influenced subsequent programs. The Command Module Heat Shield, which protected crew during atmospheric re-entry at speeds approaching 25,000 miles per hour, pioneered ablative thermal protection systems that have been used in virtually every subsequent crewed spacecraft. The lunar module's descent and ascent propulsion systems, designed for throttling and precise control in lunar gravity, contributed knowledge applied to subsequent landing vehicles. The life support systems that maintained breathable atmospheres, temperature control, and waste management for extended missions evolved into systems used aboard Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and commercial crew. The management techniques developed during Apollo, including systems engineering approaches for integrating extremely complex projects involving hundreds of contractors and thousands of components, became standard practice for subsequent large-scale programs. The concept of configuration control, carefully documenting and tracking every component and change to ensure system integrity, was refined during Apollo and became essential methodology for aerospace and other high-stakes engineering domains. The testing philosophy, emphasizing multiple levels of verification, from component through system testing, informed quality assurance practices across industries. Modern lunar missions are explicitly building on Apollo foundations while incorporating half a century of technological advances. NASA's Artemis program aims to return humans to the Moon using the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft, both designed with knowledge gained from Apollo while utilizing contemporary materials, electronics, and capabilities. The program acknowledges Apollo's accomplishments while pursuing different objectives, including sustainable lunar presence, resource utilization, and using the Moon as a proving ground for eventual Mars missions. The preservation of Apollo hardware in museums worldwide, the continued scientific use of lunar samples in active research programs, the operation of laser retroreflectors placed during missions, and the integration of Apollo knowledge into subsequent space programs all demonstrate the enduring reality and value of Apollo achievements. technologies that enable ongoing scientific discoveries decades after missions ended, that can be physically examined by anyone visiting major space museums, and that provide foundations for contemporary exploration programs, represent genuine accomplishments rather than elaborate fraud. The endurance of Apollo technology demonstrates not only that the missions actually occurred, but that they advanced human capabilities in ways still yielding benefits over 50 years later. Chapter 14: Conspiracy Culture, Lasting Impact in Popular Media. The persistence of moon landing conspiracy theories in popular culture demonstrates how fringe beliefs can migrate from the margins of society into mainstream entertainment, becoming self-perpetuating phenomena that thrive independently of factual evidence through psychological appeal, social reinforcement, and media amplification. Bill Kaysing's original theories, published in a self-published book with limited initial distribution, evolved into a vast cultural ecosystem encompassing films, television programs, documentaries, novels, video games, music, art, and internet communities that collectively normalize conspiracy thinking about one of humanity's greatest achievements. Understanding how conspiracy theories became embedded in popular culture requires examining specific influential works, the psychological factors that make such narratives compelling, the economic incentives driving their production and distribution, and the broader societal consequences of treating demonstrably false claims as legitimate alternative perspectives worthy of consideration and debate. The 1978 film Capricorn 1, directed by Peter Hyams, represented the first major Hollywood production built around a space mission hoax narrative, depicting a fictional Mars landing staged in a desert film studio, when NASA discovered that life support failures would kill the crew during actual flight. While the film concerned Mars rather than the Moon, its premise, that space agencies might fake missions rather than admit failure, resonated powerfully with post-Vietnam, post-Watergate American cynicism toward government institutions, and provided a compelling cinematic framework for understanding how such massive deception could theoretically work. The film starred respected actors including James Brolin, Sam Waterston, O.J. Simpson, and Hal Holbrook, lending production values and dramatic credibility to conspiracy scenarios that might otherwise seem too absurd for serious consideration. Folklorist Linda Daig suggested that Capricorn 1 gave a significant boost to moon landing hoax theory popularity by making conspiracy narratives accessible through mainstream entertainment rather than fringe publications. The film demonstrated that conspiracy theories could serve as effective plot devices, generating dramatic tension, audience engagement, and box office revenue, encouraging subsequent filmmakers to explore similar themes. The psychological impact of seeing conspiracy scenarios enacted by talented actors with sophisticated production techniques should not be underestimated. Entertainment media shapes cultural understanding of what is plausible, possible, and worthy of consideration, even when audiences consciously recognize they are watching fiction. Subsequent films approached moon landing conspiracy theories through various genres and tones. The 2004 French mockumentary Dark Side of the Moon, directed by William Kael, used sophisticated satirical techniques to playfully suggest that Stanley Kubrick filmed fake lunar footage for NASA. The film employed deliberately absurd claims, including interviews with Kubrick's widow and American statesmen like Henry Kissinger and Donald Rumsfeld, presenting them out of context or using actors playing fabricated interviewees named after characters from Kubrick's films. These clues were intended to reveal the joke to alert viewers, but some audiences apparently accepted the mockumentary as serious documentary, demonstrating the difficulty many people experience distinguishing satire from genuine conspiracy content in an era of media abundance and declining media literacy. The 2015 comedy film Moonwalkers depicted a CIA agent attempting to hire Stanley Kubrick to create fake Apollo 11 moon landing footage. The 2016 film Operation Avalanche portrayed CIA agents who, discovering that NASA cannot meet the 1969 deadline for Apollo 11, simulate the landing using a film crew. Most recently, the 2024 romantic comedy, Fly Me to the Moon, starring Scarlett Johansson, depicted the creation of a fictionalized backup version of the Apollo 11 mission in case the actual attempt failed. Each of these productions treated moon landing hoax scenarios as creative premises for entertainment rather than serious historical claims. Yet their cumulative effect normalizes conspiracy thinking by making such narratives familiar, approachable, and worthy of repeated cultural exploration. Media scholar Rick Stevens, analyzing the appeal of conspiracy-themed entertainment, noted that such narratives tap into fundamental human fascinations with hidden truths, institutional deception, and the possibility that reality differs dramatically from official accounts. Films exploring conspiracy theories allow audiences to vicariously experience the thrill of discovering forbidden knowledge, identifying patterns invisible to ordinary observers, and feeling intellectually superior to those who naively accept establishment narratives. These psychological rewards operate independently of factual accuracy, making conspiracy-themed entertainment compelling even for viewers who consciously understand they are engaging with fiction rather than documentary evidence. Television programs have incorporated moon landing conspiracy theories through drama, comedy, science fiction, and pseudo-documentary formats. The 2007 codename Kids Next Door animated episode Operation MOON revealed that children's agents faked the moon landing by intercepting Apollo missions and placing astronauts on a moon set to protect the secret of their moon base. While clearly intended as humorous fantasy for young audiences, the episode introduced conspiracy narratives to children who might subsequently encounter similar claims presented as serious alternatives to historical consensus. The normalization of conspiracy thinking through entertainment begins in childhood, as media exposure shapes what scenarios seem plausible or worthy of consideration. The British science fiction series Doctor Who featured an episode where the time-traveling protagonist spliced subliminal footage into the moon landing broadcast to help humans fight an invading alien species. The animated series Futurama included episodes referencing moon landing conspiracy theories as comedic elements. The sitcom 30 Rock incorporated moon hoax jokes into its satirical commentary on contemporary American culture. Each reference, whether played for laughs or dramatic effect, reinforces cultural familiarity with conspiracy narratives and normalizes their presence in mainstream discourse. Christopher Nolan's 2014 film, Interstellar, included a scene where the protagonist's children are taught in school that Apollo moon landings were faked as Soviet propaganda, using this dystopian detail to illustrate a future society that has abandoned scientific knowledge and space exploration ambitions. The film ultimately refuted conspiracy theories by showing that humanity's survival depends on space exploration, but the scene demonstrated how deeply moon landing denial has penetrated popular culture. By depicting a future where conspiracy theories have become official history taught in schools, Nolan highlighted the dangerous trajectory of societies that abandon evidence-based understanding of reality in favor of politically convenient falsehoods. Documentaries have proliferated on both sides of the conspiracy debate, with some promoting hoax theories while others systematically debunk them. Productions like A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, What Happened on the Moon, an investigation into Apollo, and numerous YouTube videos present conspiracy claims with production values and narrative techniques matching or exceeding legitimate educational programming. These documentaries employ dramatic music, selective quotation of experts, emphasis on alleged anomalies, and testimonials from conspiracy advocates to create impressions of legitimate controversy rather than thoroughly debunked pseudoscience. Counter-documentaries including Moon Machines, Moon Landing, The Lost Tapes, and various programs on Science Channel, Discovery Channel, and National Geographic have attempted to combat conspiracy theories through detailed technical explanations, interviews with Apollo engineers and astronauts, and systematic rebuttals of major claims. HBO's restored miniseries, From the Earth to the Moon, produced by Tom Hanks and Ron Howard, provided comprehensive dramatization of the entire Apollo program, celebrating achievement through high-quality entertainment that demonstrates space exploration's genuine drama without requiring fabricated conspiracy narratives. The Internet era has dramatically amplified conspiracy culture's reach and sophistication. YouTube hosts thousands of videos promoting moon landing conspiracy theories, many accumulating millions of views through sophisticated production techniques, clickbait titles, and algorithmic recommendation systems that create pathways where viewers watching one conspiracy video are subsequently exposed to increasingly extreme claims. Platform algorithms optimize for engagement rather than accuracy, meaning that controversial conspiracy content often receives preferential recommendation over factual educational material because it generates stronger emotional reactions, longer watch times, and more shares among believers. Social media platforms enable conspiracy believers to form communities, share evidence, coordinate messaging, and recruit new adherents in ways impossible during the pre-internet era when Bill Kaysing first published his theories. Facebook groups, Reddit communities, Twitter hashtags, and messaging apps like Telegram allow geographically dispersed believers to connect, reinforcing their views through mutual validation and creating echo chambers where dissenting information is filtered out. These closed communication environments strengthen conspiracy beliefs over time as users are exposed primarily to information confirming their existing views while avoiding contradictory evidence. Research has shown that conspiracy believers sharing theory-related information tend to ignore information contradicting their views, filtering out evidence inconsistent with pre-existing beliefs. These users also tend to share conspiracy information with other believers rather than non-believers, creating self-reinforcing communities where beliefs intensify through repeated exposure to confirmatory evidence without encountering serious challenges. A 2015 study demonstrated that believers in one conspiracy theory are more likely to share completely new, unrelated, and made-up conspiracy theories, suggesting that conspiratorial thinking becomes a general orientation rather than topic-specific skepticism based on careful evidence evaluation. The psychological factors making people receptive to conspiracy theories have been extensively studied. Research shows that some individuals adopt conspiracy theories more readily than others, particularly those with unsatisfied psychological needs, including the need to feel knowledgeable about the truth, to feel safe and secure, and to feel good about themselves and their group memberships. For people whose needs for understanding, security, and positive self-regard are not adequately met through conventional channels, conspiracy theories become particularly appealing by providing simple explanations for complex phenomena, identifying clear villains responsible for problems, and offering the psychological satisfaction of possessing secret knowledge unavailable to the deceived masses. Celebrity engagement with moon landing conspiracy theories has periodically generated media attention and public debate. Commentator Joe Rogan acknowledged on his popular podcasts that he previously questioned the moon landings, though he later changed his position after conversations with experts including astronomer Phil Platt, who explained why conspiracy claims fail under scrutiny. Actress Whoopi Goldberg asked on The View why the American flag appeared to ripple despite the moon's airless environment, repeating one of the most common conspiracy claims without apparently understanding the straightforward explanation. Rapper Mos Def stated on Real Time with Bill Maher that he did not believe humans landed on the moon, demonstrating how conspiracy theories have spread beyond fringe communities into mainstream cultural discourse. Celebrity conspiracy advocacy carries disproportionate influence because famous individuals command large platforms and their opinions reach millions of people who may lack scientific expertise to evaluate technical claims. When respected entertainers or public figures express doubts about established historical facts, they lend conspiracy theories credibility among fans who trust their judgment on other matters and assume that skepticism about moon landings reflects independent critical thinking rather than scientific ignorance. This dynamic demonstrates how conspiracy culture transcends rational evidence evaluation, operating instead through social trust networks and identity affiliations that shape belief independently of factual merit. Music has incorporated moon landing references spanning celebration of achievement to conspiracy skepticism. Pink Floyd's album, The Dark Side of the Moon, became one of the best-selling records of all time, though its title references philosophical themes rather than conspiracy theories. Numerous songs have referenced moon landings as cultural touchstones, representing either humanity's greatest triumph or its most audacious deception, depending on artists' perspectives and intentions. MTV's iconic logo featured an astronaut planting a flag on the moon, demonstrating how deeply Apollo imagery penetrated popular culture even in contexts unrelated to space exploration. Video games have explored lunar themes and occasionally incorporated conspiracy elements. Various space exploration and science fiction games reference moon landings as backstory or mission objectives. Some games playfully incorporate conspiracy theories as plot elements or Easter eggs, treating them as humorous cultural phenomena rather than serious historical alternatives. The interactive nature of gaming creates unique opportunities for users to engage with space exploration narratives, potentially either reinforcing accurate historical understanding or inadvertently normalizing conspiracy thinking, depending on how games present moon landing history. The cumulative effect of decades of conspiracy-themed entertainment, social media echo chambers, and celebrity advocacy has been measurable shifts in public opinion about moon landing authenticity. Opinion polls consistently show that substantial minorities doubt the landings occurred as NASA claims, with percentages ranging from 6 to 28%, depending on country and demographic factors. Younger people who lack direct memory of Apollo missions and encounter them primarily through secondary sources, including entertainment media, show higher rates of skepticism than older generations who witnessed the events as they occurred. This generational pattern suggests that as direct witnesses age and die, conspiracy theories may gain additional traction unless effective educational interventions counteract entertainment media's normalizing influence. The persistence of moon landing conspiracy theories in popular culture represents broader challenges facing societies attempting to maintain shared factual reality in an era of information abundance and platform-driven amplification of emotionally engaging but factually false content. When major entertainment producers treat demonstrably false conspiracy theories as valid creative premises generating profitable content, when social media algorithms preferentially recommend conspiracy material because it drives engagement, and when public figures express skepticism toward established scientific and historical facts without social consequences, distinguishing truth from fiction becomes increasingly difficult for general audiences lacking specialized expertise. The lasting impact of conspiracy culture extends beyond specific doubts about Apollo missions to encompass broader erosion of trust in expertise, scientific institutions, and evidence-based reasoning. If the moon landings can be plausibly questioned despite overwhelming documentary evidence and international verification, then any historical event or scientific finding becomes vulnerable to conspiracy reinterpretation, limited only by imagination and willingness to dismiss contrary evidence. This descent into epistemic chaos, where all claims to knowledge are treated as equally uncertain and reality becomes purely subjective, represents the ultimate triumph of conspiracy culture over rational inquiry, precisely the outcome that Bill Kaysing's original theories, however unintentionally, helped set in motion more than 50 years ago. Chapter 15: Recent Developments and Re-examination of Historical Evidence. The 21st century has witnessed unprecedented technological advances, enabling new methods of verifying historical events, providing fresh evidence about Apollo missions through modern spacecraft observations. Sophisticated analytical techniques applied to original Apollo materials, and international cooperation in lunar exploration that builds upon Apollo-era achievements while independently confirming their authenticity. Simultaneously, the persistence of conspiracy theories in internet-age media environments has motivated comprehensive responses from scientific institutions, governmental space agencies, and educational organizations attempting to combat misinformation through systematic evidence presentation and public engagement. Understanding recent developments requires examining both the new evidence confirming Apollo authenticity and the evolving strategies employed by conspiracy advocates to maintain their alternative narratives despite mounting contrary proof. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched by NASA on June 18, 2009, represents perhaps the most significant recent source of independent verification of Apollo landing sites. LRO carries sophisticated camera systems, including the narrow-angle camera capable of capturing images with resolutions approaching 0.5 meter per pixel from its low lunar orbit. Beginning in July 2009 and continuing throughout its ongoing mission, LRO has photographed all 6 Apollo landing sites multiple times at various sun angles and orbital positions, providing comprehensive visual documentation of hardware, scientific instruments, and surface disturbances remaining from missions that ended over 50 years ago. The LRO images clearly show Apollo lunar module descent stages still standing at each landing location, exactly matching the configurations and orientations documented in original mission photography and telemetry. At the Apollo 17 site, LRO captured the lunar module descent stage, the deployed scientific instruments of the Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments package, the lunar roving vehicle parked in its final position, and even the individual tracks left by astronauts Eugene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt as they conducted their extensive geological exploration. The images show remarkable detail, including the paths astronauts walked between scientific stations, the disturbances where they collected samples, and the tracks from the rovers, 3 separate traverses across the Taurus-Littrow Valley. At the Apollo 15 landing site, LRO images reveal the lunar module descent stage, the scientific instruments, the lunar roving vehicle, and the extensive network of tracks from the mission's ambitious exploration program. Apollo 15 astronauts David Scott and James Irwin conducted 4 excursions using the rover, traveling approximately 17 miles and spending over 18 hours on the surface conducting geological studies. The LRO photographs document this extensive activity through visible surface disturbances, exactly matching mission records. The images also show where astronauts deployed the retroreflector array that continues enabling laser ranging measurements from Earth-based observatories more than 5 decades later. The Apollo 11 landing site. Though featuring less extensive surface exploration than later missions due to the brief single excursion Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin conducted, shows the lunar module descent stage and disturbed surface areas around it, matching expected patterns from astronaut movements and equipment deployment. At each of the 6 sites, LRO images provide independent confirmation decades after missions ended that human-made hardware remains at the precise locations NASA claimed, with surface disturbances consistent with documented astronaut activities. Conspiracy theorists typically respond to LRO images through several strategies, claiming the images are fabricated by NASA, arguing that hardware could have been placed robotically without human presence, or simply ignoring the evidence entirely while continuing to promote theories contradicted by the photographs. These responses demonstrate conspiracy thinking's immunity to contrary evidence. When confronted with observations contradicting their theories, believers adjust their narratives to accommodate new information while maintaining core conspiratorial beliefs. The logical problems with these responses are substantial. Fabricating LRO images would require NASA to maintain conspiracy participation among new generations of scientists and engineers decades after original events, extending the conspiracy far beyond its original timeframe. Claiming robotic placement of hardware fails to explain why NASA would undertake such efforts rather than simply completing genuine crewed missions if the technology existed to remotely deliver and position equipment on the Moon. India's Chandrayaan-2 lunar orbiter, launched by the Indian Space Research Organisation in July 2019, independently confirmed Apollo landing sites using its orbiter high-resolution camera. ISRO released data in 2021 showing that Chandrayaan-2 captured images of the Apollo 11 and Apollo 12 lunar module descent stages at remarkable 0.3-meter resolution. The observations, including precise landing site coordinates, aligned perfectly with historical records and NASA telemetry data, providing verification from a completely independent space agency with no political incentive to validate false American claims. The fact that both sites, separated by hundreds of miles, showed hardware at the exact predicted locations strengthens verification substantially beyond what single-site confirmation would provide. Chandrayaan-2's verification carries particular weight because India's space program operates independently of NASA, with its own political priorities, scientific objectives, and national prestige considerations. Had ISRO discovered evidence contradicting American claims about landing locations or finding no hardware where NASA claimed it existed, exposing such discrepancies would have generated enormous attention and demonstrated India's sophisticated space capabilities. Instead, ISRO confirmed Apollo authenticity through observations whose scientific credibility is bolstered by other Chandrayaan-2 discoveries, including the unexpected detection of a dense lunar ionosphere, findings published in peer-reviewed scientific journals. China's lunar exploration program, advancing through its progressive Chang missions, similarly treats Apollo landings as verified historical fact, incorporated into mission planning and scientific research. The Chang program began with orbital missions in 2007 and 2010, progressed to surface landers and rovers with Chang 3 in 2013 and Chang 4's historic far side landing in 2019, and achieved sample return with Chang 5 in 2020 and Chang 6 in 2024. The most recent Chang 6 mission successfully delivered lunar soil samples from the Moon's far side for the first time in history, demonstrating China's sophisticated capabilities in spacecraft navigation, sample collection, and Earth return. Chinese space officials, despite potential propaganda value in questioning American achievements and asserting Chinese space program superiority, consistently treat Apollo as established fact. Chinese scientists analyze Apollo samples through international research collaborations, incorporating Apollo-era knowledge into their own mission designs and scientific investigations. China and Russia established a joint center for sharing lunar research data, with both nations building on Apollo findings while pursuing their own exploration objectives. This international cooperation, treating Apollo evidence as reliable foundation for contemporary science, provides powerful independent confirmation that the original missions occurred as documented. Russia's space agency Roscosmos has repeatedly confirmed Apollo authenticity, despite the political incentives the Soviet Union once had to expose any fraud. In 2024, Roscosmos CEO Yuri Borisov directly addressed conspiracy theories, explaining that lunar soil samples provided by the United States and examined by Russia's Academy of Sciences were confirmed as genuine lunar material, discrediting theories claiming returned samples were fabricated. This verification occurred decades after Apollo missions using modern analytical techniques unavailable during the original program, demonstrating that even contemporary Russian scientists with access to sophisticated equipment confirm sample authenticity. NASA's Artemis program, aiming to return humans to the Moon in the coming years, represents both continuation of Apollo legacy and dramatic expansion of capabilities through modern technology. Artemis utilizes the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft, incorporating 5 decades of engineering advances since Apollo while learning from Apollo's successes and limitations. The program plans sustained lunar presence through the Lunar Gateway Orbital Station, regular crew rotations, surface habitats, and resource utilization technologies, enabling long-duration exploration impossible during brief Apollo visits. The Artemis program's technical approach demonstrates both how much has changed since Apollo and how much remains fundamentally similar. The physics of space travel, lunar trajectories, radiation environments, and surface operations are unchanged, requiring Artemis planners to address the same basic challenges Apollo engineers confronted. However, modern materials science, electronics, computer systems, life support technologies, and manufacturing techniques enable solutions impossible with 1960s capabilities. The continuity between Apollo and Artemis, with contemporary engineers studying Apollo documentation, learning from Apollo experiences, and building upon Apollo foundations, provides additional confirmation of Apollo authenticity, as fraudulent historical missions would provide no useful technical knowledge applicable to genuine contemporary exploration. The Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, supporting Artemis through private spacecraft delivering instruments and experiments to the lunar surface, further validates Apollo-era knowledge about lunar conditions, landing site characteristics, and operational requirements. Multiple companies, including Astrobotic, Intuitive Machines, and others, are developing lunar landers informed by Apollo experience and data. When these commercial spacecraft encounter lunar conditions matching Apollo documentation, surface properties, thermal environments, communications characteristics, and operational challenges, they provide independent verification that Apollo-era data accurately described genuine lunar exploration rather than fabricated information about imaginary missions. Advances in analytical chemistry and materials science have enabled new studies of Apollo lunar samples that were impossible when samples were first returned. Modern instruments can detect trace elements, isotopic ratios, and mineral characteristics at sensitivity levels far exceeding 1970s capabilities, providing additional layers of verification that samples are genuinely lunar in origin. The fact that samples consistently pass ever more sophisticated analytical tests without revealing characteristics inconsistent with lunar formation provides cumulative proof of authenticity. Fabricating materials that would satisfy analytical techniques that did not exist when samples were allegedly faked would require impossibly prescient knowledge of future scientific capabilities. The digitization of Apollo-era documentation has made millions of pages of technical reports, mission transcripts, photographs, and engineering drawings accessible to researchers and the public through online archives. The Apollo Flight Journal, Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, and other digital resources allow unprecedented access to primary source materials documenting every aspect of missions. This transparency enables independent researchers to verify claims, cross-reference different information sources, and conduct detailed analyses impossible when documents were scattered across physical archives. The consistency and internal coherence of millions of pages of documentation spanning thousands of technical reports, flight data, mission communications, and engineering specifications provides powerful evidence of genuine missions, as fabricating such extensive and internally consistent documentation would represent a challenge comparable to actually conducting the missions. Recent conspiracy theory evolution has incorporated new technologies and cultural developments into updated narratives. Some contemporary conspiracy advocates point to modern digital effects capabilities, arguing that technologies now available prove that 1969 footage could have been faked, ignoring that such technologies did not exist in 1969 and that 1960s special effects limitations made convincing lunar footage impossible to fabricate. Others incorporate newer conspiracy theories about global governance, technological control, and elite manipulation into integrated conspiratorial worldviews, where moon landing denial connects to broader narratives about institutional deception spanning multiple domains. The persistence of conspiracy theories, despite mounting evidence, demonstrates that belief operates through psychological and social mechanisms largely independent of factual proof. Research on conspiracy thinking shows that believers interpret new evidence through confirmation bias, accepting information supporting their views while dismissing or explaining away contradictory evidence. This cognitive pattern makes conspiracy theories essentially unfalsifiable. Every new piece of evidence either confirms the conspiracy or demonstrates how sophisticated the conspirators were in creating false confirmation. Under such reasoning frameworks, LRO photographs might be dismissed as faked, International Space Agency confirmations might be interpreted as proving the conspiracy's global scope, and every piece of evidence becomes assimilated into the conspiracy narrative rather than challenging it. Educational institutions, science museums, and aerospace organizations have developed comprehensive responses to conspiracy theories, incorporating evidence presentation, critical thinking skill development, and engagement strategies designed to address the psychological factors making conspiracy narratives appealing. NASA maintains dedicated web pages systematically addressing common conspiracy claims, with detailed technical explanations accessible to general audiences. Science museums feature Apollo exhibits combining artifact displays with interactive educational content, explaining how missions were accomplished and why conspiracy theories fail under scrutiny. Aerospace education programs incorporate media literacy training, helping students distinguish credible sources from conspiracy content. The challenge remains substantial as conspiracy theories continue adapting to new technologies, cultural developments, and communication platforms. Each debunking effort potentially increases conspiracy theory visibility among new audiences, creating the paradoxical situation where combating misinformation may inadvertently amplify it. The question facing educators and science communicators is not whether to engage with conspiracy theories, as silence allows their unchallenged spread, but rather how to effectively communicate evidence while avoiding counterproductive approaches that strengthen believers' convictions or introduce conspiracy narratives to audiences previously unfamiliar with them. Recent developments, including LRO photographs, International Space Agency confirmations, modern analytical techniques applied to Apollo samples, and contemporary lunar missions building on Apollo foundations, collectively provide overwhelming evidence that the original missions occurred exactly as documented. Yet conspiracy theories persist, demonstrating that factual evidence alone cannot resolve disputes rooted in psychological needs, social identities, and epistemic frameworks that privilege intuitive skepticism over expert knowledge. The re-examination of historical evidence through modern technologies paradoxically both strengthens factual understanding for those willing to accept evidence and provides new targets for conspiracy reinterpretation among those committed to alternative narratives regardless of proof. Chapter 16, Conclusion. Bill Kaysing died on April 21, 2005, at the age of 82, having spent the final 3 decades of his life as the most prominent advocate for moon landing conspiracy theories. His legacy extends far beyond his self-published book and media appearances, having fundamentally altered how millions of people understand one of humanity's greatest achievements. The conspiracy theories he pioneered did not emerge from careful analysis of evidence or genuine scientific skepticism, but rather from a toxic combination of personal conviction formed during his Rocketdyne employment years before Apollo missions flew, opportunistic exploitation of post-Watergate cynicism toward government institutions, and the inherent human psychological appeal of possessing secret knowledge unavailable to the deceived masses. Understanding Kaysing's impact requires recognizing both what he accomplished in spreading doubt about Apollo and what he represents in the broader context of conspiracy culture's corrosive effects on public understanding of science, history, and reality itself. The factual record regarding Apollo missions is unambiguous and overwhelming. 12 American astronauts walked on the moon's surface across 6 landing missions between 1969 and 1972, conducting scientific exploration, deploying experiments, and returning 842 pounds of lunar samples that have been analyzed by thousands of scientists worldwide for over 5 decades. The missions were tracked in real time by the Soviet Union, which possessed both sophisticated monitoring capabilities and overwhelming political motivation to expose any American fraud, yet instead confirmed mission authenticity through independent observations. Modern spacecraft from multiple nations, including India, China, and the United States, have photographed Apollo landing sites, confirming that hardware remains exactly where NASA claimed it was placed. Laser retroreflectors deployed during Apollo missions continue enabling precision, ranging measurements conducted by observatories worldwide, providing ongoing proof that human-placed equipment exists on the lunar surface. Every technical claim advanced by Kaysing and subsequent conspiracy theorists has been systematically debunked through scientific analysis, experimental reproduction, and examination of original evidence. The Van Allen radiation belts, rather than representing impossible barriers to lunar travel, were safely traversed through careful trajectory planning and modest spacecraft shielding, with astronauts receiving measured radiation doses well below dangerous thresholds. The photographic anomalies cited as proof of studio filming have straightforward explanations rooted in basic physics of light, shadow, and perspective in the unique airless environment of the moon. The Saturn V rocket, far from being unreliable theatrical props, as Kaysing claimed, successfully launched 13 times without a single mission failure, demonstrating extraordinary engineering achievement that pushed the boundaries of chemical rocket capabilities. Yet despite this overwhelming evidence, conspiracy theories persist and even flourish in certain segments of society. Opinion polls consistently show that between 6 and 28% of people in various nations doubt that Apollo landings occurred as NASA claims. These beliefs persist not because evidence supports them, but because conspiracy thinking fulfills psychological needs that factual proof cannot address. Research demonstrates that conspiracy theories appeal particularly to individuals experiencing unsatisfied needs for understanding, security, and positive self-regard, offering simple explanations for complex phenomena and the psychological satisfaction of possessing secret knowledge that separates believers from the deceived masses. The social reinforcement provided by online communities, where believers connect globally to share evidence and validate each other's views, further strengthens convictions independently of factual merit. The damage caused by moon landing conspiracy theories extends far beyond mere historical inaccuracy or insult to Apollo veterans. Kaysing's theories pioneered argumentative strategies, evidence manipulation techniques, and psychological appeals that have been replicated across countless subsequent conspiracy theories, addressing everything from the September 11th attacks to COVID-19 vaccines to climate change. The notion that significant events are not what they seem, but rather have been staged as part of official disinformation campaigns has become default explanation for many contemporary events, with tragic consequences including harassment of mass shooting victims' families by conspiracy theorists claiming they are merely crisis actors. Scientific American has documented how moon landing denial fired an early shot in what became a sustained assault on scientific expertise, evidence-based reasoning, and shared factual reality that continues accelerating today. The connection between Apollo conspiracy theories and broader anti-science movements is direct and documented. The same patterns of bad logic, selective evidence presentation, dismissal of expert knowledge, and conspiratorial thinking that characterize moon landing denial appear in vaccine denial, climate change denial, creationism, flat Earth beliefs, and countless other movements rejecting scientific consensus in favor of emotionally satisfying alternative narratives. Politicians have increasingly embraced and amplified these anti-science positions, sometimes encoding them into law and policy with far-reaching domestic and international consequences from which the world continues reeling. The accusation that NASA faked moon landings is not the cause of all these false beliefs, but they go hand in hand with willingness to believe such claims without evidence representing a foot in the door to a universe of nonsense that leads nowhere good. The persistence of conspiracy theories in the face of overwhelming contrary evidence demonstrates fundamental challenges facing societies attempting to maintain shared understanding of reality in an era of information abundance and platform-driven amplification of emotionally engaging content. When major entertainment producers treat demonstrably false conspiracy theories as valid creative premises generating profitable content, when social media algorithms preferentially recommend conspiracy material because it drives engagement, when public figures express skepticism toward established facts without social consequences, and when educational systems fail to develop critical thinking skills, enabling students to distinguish credible sources from misinformation. The boundary between truth and fiction dissolves into a fog where all claims become equally uncertain, and reality becomes purely subjective. Yet humanity's future increasingly depends on precisely the kinds of scientific understanding and technological capabilities that conspiracy theories undermine. Multiple nations are actively planning return missions to the moon, with NASA's Artemis program targeting sustained lunar presence through the coming decades. China plans to land astronauts on the moon by 2040, with progressive Chang missions building capabilities through robotic exploration and sample return. India is developing ambitious lunar exploration programs, including crewed missions and international partnerships. Japan, Russia, and numerous commercial entities are pursuing lunar objectives ranging from resource utilization to scientific research to establishing permanent human presence. These contemporary programs build explicitly on Apollo-era knowledge and capabilities, treating the original missions as verified historical fact, providing essential foundations for current exploration. The technological challenges facing these new lunar programs, radiation protection, life support, navigation, landing systems, surface operations, are fundamentally the same challenges Apollo engineers confronted and solved over half a century ago using 1960s technology. Modern programs benefit from advances in materials science, electronics, computing, and manufacturing, while learning from Apollo's successes and limitations. The fact that contemporary engineers study Apollo documentation, incorporate Apollo lessons into mission planning, and treat Apollo technical data as reliable foundations for their work provides continuous verification that the original missions were genuine accomplishments, generating authentic knowledge applicable to current exploration. The stakes extend beyond lunar exploration to encompass humanity's capacity for addressing existential challenges requiring scientific understanding and technological innovation. Climate change, pandemic response, asteroid impact prevention, sustainable resource management, and countless other challenges demand evidence-based decision-making informed by scientific expertise rather than conspiracy theories and anti-intellectual populism. When substantial portions of the population cannot distinguish fact from fiction, when conspiracy thinking becomes normalized through entertainment media and political rhetoric, when expertise is dismissed as elite manipulation, societies lose the capacity for rational collective action necessary to solve complex problems threatening civilization itself. The path forward requires multiple approaches addressing different aspects of conspiracy culture's appeal and transmission. Educational systems must prioritize critical thinking skills, media literacy, and scientific reasoning, enabling students to evaluate evidence, identify logical fallacies, and distinguish credible sources from misinformation. Science communication must engage audiences emotionally while maintaining factual accuracy, competing with conspiracy content's psychological appeal without sacrificing truth to entertainment imperatives. Social media platforms must address algorithmic amplification of conspiracy content through recommendation systems optimized for engagement rather than accuracy. Governmental institutions must rebuild public trust through transparency, accountability, and demonstrated competence, rather than attempting to suppress conspiracy theories through censorship that often backfires by reinforcing believers' persecution narratives. The Apollo astronauts who risked their lives accomplishing humanity's most ambitious exploratory goal deserve better than having their achievements dismissed as elaborate fraud by those lacking expertise to evaluate complex technical evidence. The hundreds of thousands of engineers, scientists, technicians, and support personnel who devoted years to Apollo deserve recognition for genuine accomplishments rather than dismissal as either conspirators or dupes. The international community of scientists continuing to study Apollo samples and use Apollo data for cutting-edge research deserves respect for work advancing human knowledge rather than suspicion that they perpetuate massive deception. Most fundamentally, future generations deserve a world where facts matter, where evidence shapes understanding, and where humanity's genuine achievements inspire continued exploration rather than cynical dismissal. Bill Kaysing set in motion forces he perhaps never fully understood or intended. His conspiracy theories, born from personal conviction and post-Watergate cynicism, evolved into self-perpetuating cultural phenomena that undermine not only Apollo's legacy, but the broader foundations of scientific thinking and evidence-based reasoning essential for civilization's continued progress. The choice facing contemporary society is whether to allow conspiracy culture's continued expansion, normalizing rejection of expertise and evidence in favor of emotionally satisfying falsehoods, or to recommit to the difficult work of maintaining shared factual reality through education, critical thinking, and respect for genuine achievement. The same spirit that drove Apollo, human curiosity, courage, ingenuity, and determination to accomplish seemingly impossible goals, remains humanity's greatest asset for confronting future challenges. The moon landings represent not merely historical events, but proof that when societies marshal resources, unite around common objectives, and apply rigorous scientific and engineering principles to complex problems, extraordinary achievements become possible. Conspiracy theories, attacking these accomplishments, ultimately attack humanity's capacity to envision and achieve ambitious goals requiring sustained effort, technical excellence, and faith that reality operates according to comprehensible natural laws rather than manipulative conspiracies. The universe does not care about human conspiracy theories or anti-science movements. Physics continues operating according to mathematical laws regardless of public opinion. Rockets function or fail based on engineering principles rather than political narratives. The moon remains where it has always been, bearing physical evidence of human exploration visible to any spacecraft capable of reaching it. Reality persists stubbornly independent of beliefs, requiring no consensus to validate its existence. The question is whether humanity will choose to engage with reality as it actually exists, learning from genuine achievements and building upon authentic knowledge, or retreat into comfortable fantasies where every failure of understanding becomes evidence of conspiracy rather than opportunity for learning. Stand at a crossroads between two futures. In one, conspiracy culture continues expanding, eroding shared factual foundations until societies fragment into incompatible reality tunnels, incapable of collective action on challenges threatening civilization. In the other, humanity recommits to evidence-based reasoning, scientific literacy, and respect for genuine achievement, maintaining the capacity to accomplish ambitious goals through rigorous application of knowledge accumulated across generations. The choice belongs to everyone engaging with these questions, evaluating evidence, and deciding whether to trust expertise earned through decades of study or conspiracy theories appealing to intuitive skepticism, requiring no specialized knowledge. The Apollo astronauts walked on the moon. This is not opinion, theory, or interpretation subject to legitimate debate. This is established historical fact supported by overwhelming evidence from multiple independent sources impossible to fabricate or coordinate. The conspiracy theories claiming otherwise represent not healthy skepticism, but rather rejection of evidence, expertise, and reason itself in favor of psychological comfort and social identity. Understanding this distinction between legitimate questioning that follows evidence wherever it leads and conspiratorial thinking that rejects evidence contradicting predetermined conclusions represents perhaps the most important critical thinking skill for navigating contemporary information environments. If you found this exploration valuable, if understanding the origins and impact of conspiracy culture matters to you, if you believe that facts, evidence, and rational inquiry deserve defending against the rising tide of motivated misinformation, then engage with this content. Hit that like button to signal that rigorous historical analysis deserves amplification over sensationalist conspiracy content. Subscribe to support long-form educational content that refuses to compromise truth for entertainment value. Share this with others who need to understand how conspiracy theories evolve, persist, and damage society's capacity for evidence-based reasoning. The moon waits patiently, bearing physical scars of human visitation that will remain visible for millions of years after every person alive today has turned to dust. The retroreflectors continue bouncing laser pulses back to Earth. Measurable proof operating independently of beliefs or theories. The samples rest in laboratories worldwide, available for analysis by anyone with appropriate equipment and expertise. The evidence exists, overwhelming and undeniable for those willing to examine it honestly. The only question remaining is whether you will choose evidence over emotion, expertise over intuition, and reality over comforting fantasy. We never stopped exploring, we never will.